teaches that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome to Watchpoint. Zoe Schwind here, joined by Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Danny Jungle Queen. Please notice him, Lim.
Yes, Queen! Please!
Did she slide into your DMs yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm waiting patiently.
She's fictional.
Huh?
She's fictional.
She's not it. No, don't.
She doesn't
Don't you
exist,
dare.
Danny.
She is not fictional.
No, she real.
She's real. She's very real.
She is whatever you make her.
Well, if you're a Junker Queen, hit him up.
Hit him up. Or
Yeah,
if
let's
you
work
just-
out together.
Or if you resemble Jungle Queen in any way, you know where to find Danny. He will be waiting right here in the truck for you. Now, let's get into the weeds of things before that happens, because we're going to revisit that topic as well, of course. Now, we are in a new tournament cycle. This is a new patch, and that also means that we have a new meta upon us. And we only really got a glimpse of what this meta could look like potentially yesterday on day one. So let's peek at yesterday's hero usage to see those pick rates and compare them a little bit to the kickoff clash, because quite frankly, we did see some changes. Mainly around these two heroes. Zenyatta is a change that we definitely did expect with the changes coming in, even though Danny is a non-believer in the kicks, but Zenyatta is proving to be picked quite a bit more. Now, Wrecking Ball, that is definitely something that took some of us by surprise here, Reinforced. Did you expect Wrecking Ball to have such a boost in usage comparable?
No, I didn't really. I mean, I think primarily we looked at Sigma and Reinhardt as like the two tank heroes that we'll probably see more of in the mid. I keep saying like Midsummer Madness. It's not the Midsummer Madness. That's what we do in Sweden, okay? Mid-season Madness is what we do in the Overwatch.
Now you got. I'm gonna mess that up too now.
Yeah, we didn't really expect the second order effect of Wrecking Ball, because Wrecking Ball got the knockback buff as well, so you knock back the targets further, right? And that's pretty handy when you go up against like Reinhardt compositions, they stick together, or Sigma composition. So yeah, Wrecking Ball seems to be part of the meta.
And we couldn't be happier. We like Wrecking Ball here. We absolutely stand the hamster. Now, of course, here at the desk, we love to jump the gun. So let's prematurely discuss which teams could be the ones to benefit the most out of those recent changes. Danny, I think you were rather impressed with Shock's backline yesterday. Do you think those two guys will shine in this meta?
Oh, definitely, 100%. I think, San Francisco Shock, they've always been good. They're one of the top teams that we have in the West. But I think with this current, patch and the recent buff to the supports, San Francisco Shock is looking a lot better. I mean, looking at their match yesterday, they beat the Dallas Fuel, who came in second in the Kickoff Clash tournament. They 3-0'd them, honestly. And here's what Violet had to say about Midsummer. See, I told you! Midseason summer! I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, this was from his interview yesterday. He says, we always thought that two flex support comp with Zenyatta Baptiste was a strong composition. With the recent buff to both heroes, we predicted that Dallas match was going to be easy. Now, I think this sort of further proves that, their Violet is confident, and it really showed in their match against Dallas yesterday. Finn, he has been really good on that Ana for in the kickoff clash, but I mean, his Zen has been really good too. And I want to focus on Violet though. Now, I think last tournament cycle he had to fill in as the main healer for the San Francisco Shock, but with the current meta right now, how it's shaping up to be, he could play his signature heroes like Baptiste and also Zenyatta as well. So I am very excited to see Violet, and I think this is going to be a time for where a lot of the flex supports are going to shine, definitely.
Absolutely. Now, which teams would you have on your radar, Reinforce, if we're looking at what we think the compositions are going to look like at this very tournament cycle? Which team do you think is going to come out on top?
Well, I think there are a lot of teams that could perhaps rise with this meta change up, like Vancouver Titans. But I want to talk about the LA Gladiators, the exact opposite, who are the Stage 1 winners. I mean, they were one of the teams who actually found some success playing the Sigma compositions with the Widowmaker, the Zenyatta. We saw them play it on Circuit Real here, for example, and Skewed. I mean, him being able to fill in as well as a secondary flex support player, it's like an unreal boon for this LA Gladiators team. So if we're heading in this direction, the LA Gladiators, they could like become the first team to ever win 3 stages in a row, which would be like an insane feat. I have to double check that. Is that true? Maybe I'm making stuff up. But the LA Gladiators, they look prime for this. With Space being able to play this Sigma for them, as well as Ans having already shown us what he's capable of on the Widowmaker. The LA Gladiators, they're looking crisp. They're looking solid. We're going to see them later today against the Vancouver Titans. I'm expecting an LA Gladiators win, of course. But I look forward to
You're giving away your press right now?
Look, I don't care who knows. Look, I'm going to tell the world. I'm predicting the LA Gladiators over the Vancouver Titans. It's not even going to be close. I'm sorry.
I mean, honestly, but like looking at the Gladiators, like not just because they won the kickoff clash, I think it's the compositional flexibility they have been showing us over the course of the entire first tournament cycle, which has been so impressive. So I feel like they're pretty meta-proof, honestly, as far as any team can be, and they are on a great trajectory. Now, as we saw at the top of the show, a new meta has seen a lot of everyone's favorite Hamster, as well as the combat very murderous Zenyatta. So, in short, a lot of ball and Zen. But I feel like every good comp kind of deserves a name, right? And we've got some candidates. Or more correctly, I've been told that Reinforce got some ideas. So let's play.
Oh, you actually
Name the Comp. Yeah, he made a whole game show out of it.
Wow.
Like, it's apparently very close to
Overachiever.
very important.
Here we go. Okay, look, we know what the brawl compositions are. The Reinhardt stuff, right? Okay.
That Reinhardt stuff.
But this Wrecking Ball composition, it's not really dive because we're playing Zenyatta, right? So it's like poking, but it's not really a bunker comp because you don't have any shield. So we need a name. We need a name for this. I've been cooking some stuff up in the lab. All right. And I want you to judge and assess if these are any good, and we'll move from there, okay? So
if it's bad, can I just straight up tell you that it's bad?
Yeah, that's what we need. But if it's good, you need to be honest that it's good. Okay, here we go. First one, the Pokeball composition. Because you're poking with a.
But you said it wasn't
Zenyatta,
really a poke composition.
but you also got the ball, right? So it's very descriptive. It's the Pokeball, pokey. It's like Pokeball. But also, like when you capture, come on.
I'm gonna say, can I save it for now?
No.
How many options are we gonna give?
Four. We need to hurry up. Okay, we got a whole show.
I'm gonna say. Okay, wait, fine. I'll give it up right now. For now.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have any comparables, so now that's the 1 thumb up, not 2 thumbs up.
Okay, good. We'll keep it for now. Okay. Second one. Okay. Second one.
Well, actually, it's a thumbs down, according to
it's a thumbs down.
According to our audio, it's that one didn't hit.
All right. Sorry, production. I'm sorry, production. Okay. Maybe it's commissioner.
All right, next one.
Next one. Wrecking Balls. Okay. This is Dragon Ball Z inspired. Okay. So like, wreck and balls, Dragon Balls, Wrecking Balls. No. Okay, I'm not getting anything from here. That's one out. It's out.
That one was.
Yeah, no, that's
okay. Sorry. I need to talk with whoever came up with that one.
My dog could come up with a better.
Okay. All right. Third one. Let's not hesitate. Okay. Third one. Okay. There we go. Stop booing me, production. It's rude. Okay. I got a reputation. Third one.
Gotta be good. Come on, bring it.
Hamsendence. The Hamsendence comp.
Okay.
I didn't even come up with that one.
Unfortunately, I really like it.
Okay, I gotta be a great hexagram. Yeah. Okay, so we got Zoe's up, Danny's down.
That's
all right.
my wheelhouse.
Hamsendence.
It kind of transcendence.
I think it's
What really? You guys are giving this a yay?
All right. I mean, it was production that came up with it, so of course
I like Hamsendence.
Play the hurrah, play the applause.
Matter now. It's just, I think it's just production.
So there we go, and we got the final one.
You apparently don't have a say.
I don't have a say in it.
We got the final one, the last and fourth one. Okay. The kick and roll.
Oh God. I think Hamsendence is better.
Hey, NBA finals last night. Okay.
Actually,
basketball is the kick and roll.
Kick and roll.
The Zenyatta kick and the ball rolling. Kick and roll.
I think it's almost too much on the nose.
What?
It's not
on the nose.
I don't think it's creative enough.
Yeah.
What?
I don't like any of them. I'm sorry, John.
Production, come on. Don't boo me for this one.
Really?
Hey, there we go. All right.
Hex, you came up with these, huh?
All right.
I think
Hex, did you come
these
up
are all
with these?
from the production.
Hex, it was you.
Yeah.
No, I actually came up with that one.
Oh, you came with that one?
But he did Ham Sentence though. So
Ham
okay,
Sentence,
we got 3 nominations. So if people watching, let us know which
Come
one
on
of
Twitter.
the 3 you like.
Yeah, I mean, but keep in mind, like nothing is set in stone yet, right? We're not going to use these.
Yeah.
No,
there are some good ideas and some less good, a lot of less good. But if you think you can do
sending these
better,
around.
just send us your
official.
ideas on social media. No,
Yeah.
actually, send your ideas to Reinforce on social media.
And then Reinforce will
Yeah, at Reinforce.
give you
I
something.
tried.
That's you can try, and you can try too, and so you should. Now, there's a lot of great names to ponder, but we're going to take a quick break to do just that. Don't go anywhere. We'll break down today's matches when we return. Welcome back to Watchpoint One and All. Later today, Boston Uprising will take on the Atlanta Reign, who had a, I want to say, actually really decent run in the kickoff
Great run.
Clash
Yeah,
tournament.
great run.
They were the team to knock down the previously very dominant San Francisco Shock into the losers bracket, but Atlanta then eventually only got knocked down by LA Gladiators themselves, which won the entire tournament, and they were knocked out of the tournament by the Dallas Fuel, who came second. So, I mean, that's nothing to scoff at at all. That is a fantastic run. Of course, we are now playing on a different patch. So, I want to know which player or players are you keeping an eye on in this series?
Keeping my eye on. Well, it's got to be the hit scan players, right? Sojourn. I mean, tanks and support players, they're just like, please talk about my role. But look, okay, Sojourn, new hero in the game. Did get a nice buff. We're seeing some play Hydron yesterday. Just slapped on that hero, so maybe we'll see some more Sojourn today. Got Kai and Victoria going head-to-head against each other, so I'm really looking forward to this matchup. Kai on one hand, like incredible Widowmaker, hit scan all around, like his Cassidy is sick, right? But on the other side, you got Victoria. from the Boston Uprising.
Yeah.
I like what the Boston Uprising been doing with their Zarya composition. Some more team play, some more chemistry involved, some more synergy, right? So maybe Victoria in this matchup. I mean, Danny, maybe Victoria is like the way to go. I think this could be a pretty good duo. Yeah, it is Kai.
But it's Kai.
Yeah, but I mean,
feels
I feel like
great.
Victoria
It's
like
Kai.
has a chance to like really make a name for himself in this matchup, Danny.
But
So
it's Kai.
It is Kai. Yes, I understand.
But it's Kai's widow.
Yeah. But
What do you
we're
think?
talking about Sojourn, like the better Sojourn here, Danny. I feel like.
But Kai's widow.
Danny, you're making excellent points here. I don't know.
It is Kai.
Can't
It is
argue
Kai. You're
that.
right, Danny. But Victoria, maybe he's got a good Sojourn.
Yeah. But Kai's widow though.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm done. I made my.
Again, can't argue with the logic here.
It's Kai.
I agree, I guess, with both, but it is indeed Kai, and I think someone who can play and click heads on a widow
yeah.
like that, he picks up that Sojourn in absolutely no time. So
Kai?
either way, it is Kai, and it's going to be a good choice. Now, of course, Atlanta will be going up against difficult to gauge middle of the pack Boston Uprising squad. We don't quite know where they're at right now, as we haven't seen them play either. But in the last tournament cycle, they definitely did look the most comfortable when they were able to play Zarya compositions. Now, of course, the question is, will we see any of that in the now meta? No, probably not quite as much. At least we didn't get to see anything of that yesterday. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried. Just like with the Dallas Fuel, they struggled yesterday because they weren't able to lean on that Zarya comp, which brought them so far in the last tournament cycle. So can Boston's tanks adapt to this new meta, this new very early meta? If we're looking at their tank usage here, of course, Zarya, as I said, has the highest pick rate for them, as that is where they found the most success, as well as Winston, which they dabbled in. Sigma has definitely been showcased as well, and we do know that Punk can play a competent Sigma, but I haven't seen, obviously, the team playing effectively around it. And that is really key there, right? Like, it doesn't really help you if you have a really good Sigma if the team doesn't really know how to play effectively around that. So that is the question we hopefully gonna get answered today. Now, one thing that hasn't changed in this meta is that, Tracer still really, really good. That is maybe the benefit of being the logo of the league, I suppose. I don't know. But Danny, Atlanta Reign, they have a great young talent to pick up that role.
I never thought of that. Maybe that's why Tracer is so meta all the time.
Yeah, it's like somewhere in our script, like you have to.
And in Atlanta Reign, they have a designated Tracer player, and he's really good. He goes by the name of Venom. I was very impressed ever since his debut a couple weeks ago, and I think he played a key role in Atlanta Reign's success in the kickoff clash as well. I mean, this guy, I think his aim is really, really clean. I think he has this like really oppressive playstyle as well. And like you said, I think unless Tracer goes out of meta, but I don't think it will, unless I guess Overwatch changes the logo picture. To
Unless they
else.
balance the game.
But
They might.
Yeah, and I don't think it's gonna happen. And I think every team always wants a really, really good Tracer player, and that is Venom is the person
But
for
what
the
about
Atlanta Reign.
Valentine? No.
What about Valentine?
That's entering it. No, it's not.
Go ahead. What about
Let's try
Valentine?
it out.
I don't
You
know.
wanna
Never
go?
mind.
Yeah, no, but yeah.
Valentine.
So I mean, Tracer's still meta. Venom looks really good. I think he is probably a player that I am very much looking forward to for this matchup.
Yeah, definitely someone to keep an eye on to see how he progressed, not just in this matchup, but generally in this season, as he had a good start to it and did impress quite a few people. Now, Tracer, as we now established, must pick in most compositions per our terms and conditions of the league. And speaking of picks, still got it. You gotta make sure to make yours. Head on over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com or use the mobile app. Was not good. I liked it. I don't know.
No, it was good.
Pretty suave, as far
I'm a
as
bit
I'm-
nitpicky.
as far as transitions go, you know. But yeah, you have about, 10 minutes left to do your pick'ems, so go do it right now, as we're just minutes away from the start of London Spitfire versus the Toronto Defiant, a match that we will break down for all of you right after this break. Welcome back. The up-and-coming London Spitfire will face up against Toronto Defiant in our first match of the day. And while we have no real new tape on Toronto just yet, London, they did show us some good looks just yesterday. And naturally, Danny just struggles to keep his eyes off of not just one tank this time, but two tanks.
Oh!
As the season progresses, my love for London just grows every day.
Flower,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Chatty he had a really good moment yesterday in his match, but also we saw Poco. And it's been a while since I saw him. It was really great seeing him. And him on that, I think Diva and also that Sigma looked really, really nice. I think having Poco now and also Chatty, they have that versatility now. And here's a tweet from London Spitfire. That's why you want to take two tanks on the roster, Mayhem. Yeah, Mayhem, you heard them. And look at this picture of Poco.
I look at any picture of Poco.
Very good looking dude. I wish I had that face and his skills, but I have none of those. So I'm very sad, but Poco's very happy.
Yeah, you're okay though.
I have I have no idea where I'm going with this.
I don't know, but I like the direction generally.
Yeah.
So
my bottom line is they have versatility now. They could use the rush comp, their bread and butter, and now they're looking also really, really nice on the Sigma as well with Poco in it, and also the Diva as well. So
you have to pick one. You have to pick either Poco or Hadi.
Poco or Hadi?
Pick your favorite child. Oh no!
You can't have two.
But look at that. Oh, this one was really good too. I mean, I can have two. I can have both. Yeah. London will be fine.
All right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not? Okay. If you
why do I have to pick one? Who says that? You know.
Pick one. Well, I will pick two. Okay,
I'll pick
thanks,
two.
Danny.
I just think it's very important that you share the love with both. Okay. You can't just have one be a slight favorite, and you can't just like divide
one
the
will
love.
always be the favorite.
You have to show extreme love.
Different styles. You know, the different looks. I'm talking about their plays and their hero.
A connoisseur of the versatility.
You know, Hadi can be the favorite Monday through Wednesday, and then Poco fills in for the rest of it. It's fine. They can have an arrangement.
Yeah. And we'll talk about it. Us three will talk about it later.
I hope they're aware of everything.
Poco and
going
Hadi,
on there.
I'll hit you guys up soon, all right?
And this analysis is brought to you by the Watchpoint pre-show. You're welcome. And now, if we're looking at the other side here now, I think one of Toronto's bright spots has definitely also been in their tank department. I'm keeping my eyes here on Hotba, whose Zarya has been a really big standout. However, again, just like with previous points, like Zarya, question mark, like probably not going to see an awful lot of that, and they certainly did use Zarya a lot. So now they have to pick up that Sigma duty, and yeah, I don't know. Will they just stay committed to Hotba, or will they then maybe have news cover when they are maybe leaning heavily towards ball compositions?
Pokeball composition.
Pokeball composition or ham sendence, which I still a big fan. I'd like to see that established.
Ham sendence.
Ham sendence. It's just a good time. Either way, I think that does put Hoppa in a hot seat, just like the lower third said. Thank you so much, Hex, for that one. Because yeah, you're kind of vying for that spot now, and once again, it really shows with this meta change how absolutely crucial it is for any tank in the league right now to show a lot of versatility, because otherwise you're going to be in the bench or rather on the bench in just no time, right? Reinforce.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, and it kind of ties into the point I wanted to make as well, right? Where
you pointed?
Yeah, where the Toronto Defiant, I mean, they moved on from their head coach. KDG in the kickoff clash, and he's been the coach of the Toronto Defiant for over a year now. You know, he was managing this team last year as well. Had limited success with that roster already. Put this team together this time around, and they decided to move on from KDG as their head coach for this team. And instead, I do believe that Moby Dick was their assistant coach, is filling in as the interim head coach role. Moby Dick has a past with the Philadelphia Fusion as well when they were playing in this North American region, right? So we'll see how this affects the team, right? There's a lot of things that could go out the window, whether it's like your practice routines, your approach to compositions. There are a lot of things you could change around within the team. Also, just like how much player input, for example, do we as a team accept within this team? There was reportedly some rumors about some feud going on with the team. We obviously don't have any insight into that. But maybe this move will motivate the players to have more input in what they're playing as well. Like, what compositions do we want to lean in, guys? When you lose that kind of like head figure, a very important head coach role, that would allow the players to be perhaps a bit freed up a bit in their wishes and their opinions and what they want to go do moving forward. So maybe we'll see some mixed compositions, some hot off tank sometimes and some main tank at some point. We'll see what they come up with.
I wonder, historically reinforced, do you think that teams where players had a lot of agency when it comes to compositions, etc., or like, I don't know, like any kind of swapping scenarios, strats, do you think those teams historically are more successful than the ones which are very top-heavy coach-run?
I think, it's a huge loaded philosophical question, right?
Yeah.
It is. But you want your players to be put in a position to succeed and play based on their instincts. Because this is a very fast-paced game. You need your players to always know the next move the very next second. And if you try to force a structure onto them, if you try to force some kind of thinking about compositions, about play, if you try to force that upon players, that's going to cause some brain lag, where it causes some hesitation. What are we doing next? Learning these patterns. So I have to say I'm a bit more in favor, perhaps, of having a strategic coach that maybe looks at composition, stuff like that. But you want to inspire some confidence in your players and let them play the game. They want to play it, but tell them when they're wrong, of course. So I want my players to be comfortable. So I like having a head coach that's a bit more lenient in that regard, perhaps.
So a bit of both then, a little column A, a little column B,
but you gotta have your priorities. Players gotta have fun playing the game, and they gotta know what they want to do.
Yeah, it's got to work out for the team and for the players and for everyone involved. Now it is time to reveal our picks for this match. I'm already regretting mine, to be perfectly honest.
Really? Why?
Well, because I'm trying. So I'm in the bottom. I'm trying to get ahead, so I have to make.
No! What, Danny? Danny! You were the chosen one, Danny.
Oh, Danny is going to go down with me. That's fantastic.
No, well,
you were supposed to predict a lot of Spitfire, not go against them.
We haven't seen anything from Toronto in a while, and I think they also deserve some love as well.
Are you playing hard to get?
Yeah, because I felt like my last point I went a little too much for London Spitfire, so this is my way of saying I want to play a little bit of hard to get for London.
I like that. Treat them mean, keep them keen. That's how it goes.
It's fine. I'll come back to them later.
By the way, this was a close one though. We saw the pick'ems; they did go in favor of London, but only by 52% overall, and that is the second closest pick'em we had this season from the fan vote. So fun fact right there.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had
the
closest.
First, yeah.
So. It's rough, man. Like, you have a new stage, a new meta. You don't really know what to expect from the teams, and then of course London, make you feel good with their first game. You think everything is in the clear, but maybe.
And it's also
I'm
more
so
fun.
disappointed in you guys.
It's also
I'm
more
so
fun.
disappointed in you.
Imagine it's
How
just
could
all.
you do this?
Imagine, calm down. Imagine every. You're a tall person. You can't even see your face.
Sorry,
we want to see your beautiful face.
I have to before this escalates, because now you stood up like he's mad. We don't want that. We don't want any of that. We're gonna calm the boys down.
It's okay.
And it's okay. Everyone's safe.
Everything's okay.
There.
It's
all right.
fine.
I'm going to talk him off the edge in just a little bit. And that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be back all calm as cucumbers for our first game break. And this is day 2 of the Midseason Madness qualifier starting right now.
Let's go Toronto.
Victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome to day 2 of the Midseason Madness Qualifiers. My name is George and we're joined by...
I'm back!
Squad again.
Yeah!
Woo! We're back. Let's get it. It's good today. It's going to be a fun one today, I think, Scott. Toronto Defiant and the London Spitfire. First game of day number 2. Now, I want to sum up this game and I want to make sure you can kind of understand it as well, Scott. So I'll give you some Australian
here we go. Yeah, I'm ready.
terms in here. So I think this match is kind of like the Great Emu War, right? No one knows who's going to win. It could be man, it could be emu. You pick who is which. Are Toronto the emus? Are London the emus? Are they the men? Are they the other team?
Let me stop you right there, Jack. Okay, Australia didn't lose the emus. We decided to give up because it was no longer economically viable to keep hunting down the emus. They're really fast. Okay, no, they're really fast. That's not losing. We didn't die to the emus. We just coexisted. We learned to get along. I can sort of see that relation in this matchup. I think the London Spitfire are the emus, right? They're the team that just runs at you. They know how to divide. They could come from anywhere. Hardy's just running you down with all his pins. The Toronto Defiant are the lovely people of Australia, where everyone respects them. Everyone really likes them as a whole, but they just never really live up to that expectation. They never really sort of prosper in the way that you want them to. So it's going to be a great match. I think the London Spitfire have looked good so far in the mid-season madness, and that's why I predicted, that's why Johnny predicted, and that's why for some reason Danny didn't. But the Toronto Defiant, they have upside, right?
Yeah,
like they have a good roster.
Yeah, they do. And kind of look at the scoreline coming into the season. And I think a lot of people had high hopes than me specifically. I was like, wow, okay, they've got Muse. Okay, they've got Twilight in the backline. This team looks really good. Hisu and DPS, great. And they're 4-2 currently. Their only 2 losses are against the Washington Justice and the Dallas Fuel. Kind of, I think Justice is like, okay, coin flip, what Justice are we going to see today? Are we going to see them dominating, or are we going to see them kind of laying on the floor flat? And in that series, their first series of the season, they actually lost against them. But they lost against 2 pretty tough opponents. They've won every other game. Toronto Defiant right now, let's get them up on your screens. They're looking pretty solid. And coming into a new meta too, having to rely on a lot of DPS prowess, Hisu, Finale have been phenomenal for this team. Finale coming into the league this year is just blowing people out of the water.
Especially on that Tracer in the Kickoff Clash playoffs. They didn't get a win there, but Finale looked very good when he was able to pick up that Tracer, and that's a hero that people have shown already in the mid-season madness. I'm curious to see what the Toronto Defiant are going to play, though. They did just have their turnover of their head coach. KDG is no longer with the team, and Moby Dick has stepped up. How is that going to affect the structure of the team? How is that going to change the way they play the game? Having Muse in the lineup to begin with is at first and beginning a question mark to me. We're going over to Lijiang Tower. How is he going to play? He doesn't really... He's a main tank player. Is he going to play the Reinhardt? We know Winston isn't really that viable. How is the Toronto Defiant going to come out of the gates with this one?
Yeah, let's have a look at their opponents today. The London Spitfire, a team that through the latter half of last qualifiers was stepping it up. They were changing the game almost. We saw Hadi come in, big shadows on the Rhine. We didn't see much Poco back in the kickoff clash. And I think that surprised a lot of squads. And you don't really expect, especially when almost the entirety of the league is running this Zarya comp and then a little bit of Doomfist here and there. You don't expect London to come out, or like a team to come out on the rush. But if it was a team, it of course would be London, because Hadi is such a good Reinhardt player. They've had a lot of additions to their lineup this year, and Hadi just leading the charge more often than not has been just a fantastic sight to see. And their game yesterday on Control, when Hadi just... The flank, Rhine, Shadow that you see in solo queue sometimes, you don't expect that, and I don't think any team really expects Hadi lining up for one of those. And I think that's the best thing about London right now, is that they can pull out a variety of different comps. They can go back to this rush style with Hadi, but we've also now seen different shades of Poco jumping into the roster, a player that didn't have any playtime last year when he was on the Philadelphia Fusion, unfortunately, because of visa issues. And it's insane, because this roster, I think, coming into the season, it's like, oh, okay, is it going to be the same old London? And right now, doesn't look like it at all. They are 4-3 currently with their win over the Mayhem yesterday. This is an extremely close match.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected London Spitfire to do this well so far in this season. And as you said, last stage in the kickoff clash, they were a rush one-trick team. They had Hadi on that Reinhardt. It either worked or it didn't. And that's fine, but thing that I like about them so far in this tournament is that they are willing to sub in Poco, play that Sigma, that Zenyatta where Landon was so good yesterday, and it looks good. So they have the adaptability from map to map, and they're not just sort of stuck if they can't play Rush on a certain map.
Yeah, and that definitely feels very good. You need versatility right now, the rate in which patches are of course coming out, and on top of that, how drastic they have been. We've seen Soldier obliterated, which, to be honest with you, at this point, I've had enough of seeing Nano Tactical Visor. I'm very okay with Soldier taking a little back seat right now, because we're seeing a lot more of that Sojourn gameplay. And I think everybody wanted to see Sojourn at the start of the season. It just happened that Soldier was too good, so it's good to see a lot of teams picking that up now. We are in control, though, which does mean Spitfire, they're going to run the rush.
Exactly. We're going to see the rush start from them on Lijiang. It's a good map for that. But interestingly, the Toronto Defiant, they're going to actually play the Ana Winston, something that we have not seen from any team so far in this mid-season madness since the patch changed, because with the amount of damage that exists, it's very difficult to keep your Winston alive. So how is the Toronto Defiant going to make this work? It might be on the back of this Hisu Sombra, getting hacks, getting a clean engage.
Mad rotations from the London Spitfire right now, taking a tour of Lijiang Tower. Oh my word. Okay, Finalizing, health back maybe? Thoughts? Okay, there you go. We're all good. 3 HP. All right, London Spitfire rotate around the whole map. Do find the first cap. The Toronto Defiant, they got a lot of old charge to their names. I mean, Finale is going to be the key engage tool here if he can get the copy on Hardy, and then they go in with the double tank. I know, shocker. But actually getting Finale Muse in a position where he can do damage and actually disrupt the backline is almost impossible.
Twilight, that's probably going to be the moment that's go time for the Toronto Defiant. He's at 95. They're going to put it onto Muse, and that's going to give them that engage tool. Look for a hack with Hisu, go in with the Nano.
There's the Nano. Wall comes up to stop Twilight having a sight line, but already Spark has fallen. Nice bubble by Muse, no damage coming his way. And Hardy, unfortunately, going down rather quickly to follow up. There you go. Nano engage, perfectly executed. Even with that wall, that backbone put up to try and stop Twilight getting healing.
Yeah, and so it's going to be interesting now to see how the London Spitfire deal with this, because now Toronto is ticking up. How are they going to get to the point? They're actually just going to run through the open. Is Toronto ready for this? They're fighting in the courtyard, and the London have made it to the point, but that's an enormous purple.
What a nade. That was an unreal anti. And a hack onto Landon almost ended his life. Luckily, he put down the lamp, but the anti from Twilight was too clean. You'd not expect anything less, let's be real, from Twilight. And that is a very quick, clean fight. But London Spitfire, because they're going so quick, Scott, they're making very good use of their comp and the time they're allotted.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of routing around, but now they're going up against the EMP of Hisu. Wherever they try and go as a unit, Hisu's going to try and get this big EMP. Is Admiral going to be able to hide from this EMP and get the sound barrier off? Ooh, individual hack.
There it is. Hack onto Admiral. They know he's got the ult, so maybe Hisu just waits just a little bit. Blizzard's going to get used to isolate Fuse. No point in trying running away. And Sparker actually picks off Finale, who is behind them at that point. Do Toronto Defiant try and go in? Chorong used the beat, but it looks like it was actually just on himself. A massive whiff from the Toronto Defiant as the London Spitfire captured the point.
It seemed like they were waiting on this EMP that just never came from Hisu. So London Spitfire able to drop that Blizzard from Backbone, isolate Muse, and the beat's just a little bit too late from Chorong. So they still hold on to that EMP, which is the good thing. How are they going to be able to get as many players? But look at how split the London Spitfire are. They know that this is coming.
You got to find Admiral.
Yeah,
really.
absolutely.
Is he firing the Cheerios? It doesn't look like it. He's just kind of chilling right at the back. There's the EMP. Admiral and Landon. They get hacked, but Admiral's luckily has the time to get that beat off. Problem is, with Landon going down, Hardy's got very little support. Same with Backbone and Sparker. They're a little bit more chunky than regular DPS, but a perfect pin cancel from Hardy sends Finale, who was in the copy, off of the map. Hardy's still staying in this fight, and Nano boost onto Muse might help the Toronto Defiant end, but had he still got the shadows to his name. A speed boost from Admiral to force him into the point. Another charge into the wall. Muse's health bar dropping so low, and the London Spitfire, with an unreal turnaround, managed to remain in control of the point. Toronto Defiant need to come back ASAP. There's one, it's Finale. He's in the back lines, jumped onto the Genji to try and contest. He does so, but not for long enough. Hisu is dead, and London Spitfire claim round one.
How can you not love watching the chatty? This guy is just innovating the new Reinhardt time after time right now, pioneering how it should be played. that pin onto the copy just opens everything up, and because they don't lose the point as well, which is the crazy part, they're ticking up. After that fight win, they close out the round. Great start from the London Spitfire. And the Toronto Defiant, the Winston Sombra comp, just not really working out for them.
Man, that was such a sick pin. You can't fly away if you're a duped May. Unlucky. That would be a really OP buff to Echo. You can still use your shit.
Jack, do not, don't give the development.
No, okay,
come on, don't be ridiculous.
Okay. April Fool's patch. There you go. All right, TP out from London Spitfire. Still sticking with the same kind of thing. Toronto, likewise, they're...
you can see Hardy, he wants to get close to this corner to stop the backline and Twilight from getting across the sprint, but he's so low. Burned down by the beam.
Yeah, yeesh. A lot of people can navigate around that wall. I mean, most of the Toronto Defiant just wanted to chill out. Okay, somehow Backbone gets Twilight in that chaos. But it shouldn't matter all too much. Point's going to unlock a couple of seconds. Toronto Defiant should...
And Hardy's not happy with that. He wants to fight
maybe not,
the point.
actually.
Don't give them anything for free. And they're rushing in his backline. Choron scored.
Oh, he is, but so is Landon. He was on the bridge. He was late to the fight. With that heal, Sparker is down. The London Spitfire, yeah. Hyper aggression. That's what you want, really, from the Rushcon, right? Especially with Hardy on the rhyme, but unfortunately, Landon being a little bit too late there, going down to Finale.
And I want to give a shout out to Finale. You know, we talked about his Tracer just earlier, but his Echo looks very clean here as well. They have Although, who has been a great player from contenders, but so far in this season, I believe Finale has had put up better performances for the Toronto Defiant. So I want to keep seeing more of him. I don't want to see him be subbed out as much as he was in the kickoff clash.
Well, he's in right now, and he's almost got a copy to his name. There's the wall. Not crazy effective on this point, unless you're walling off White Room. But Backbone, all he needs to do is unlock the Blizzard. Should be pretty easy, as Muse doesn't want to burn the bubble too early. But Toronto Defiant, all they want to do is stall. Wait for this Nano to come up.
Again.
Nano available, but Muse with the Primal is going so low. Out of range was Muse. Twilight couldn't quite hit him with the Nano. They do trade, Admiral falling, but London Spitfire is still looking pretty good. EMP in the back though, hits 5. Nice slam from Landon to keep him alive, and Hanny lays down the shadow. That Blizzard coming out too. Everything from London Spitfire's off bank being thrown on in. A late beat from the Toronto Defiant to keep them in the fight. Landon and Admiral bite the dust. And this is not where you want to be, Hardy. Set himself off the map, and the Toronto Defiant sustaining through all of that damage. There's a lot of frontal damage from the London Spitfire, Scott. Blizzard, Shatter. But the Toronto Defiant, they know that. They're playing all the way at the back. Twilight is unhindered.
Yeah, and they do a great job of punishing Muse with another great pin from Hardy, but they just responded with ults every time the London Spitfire did, and they just didn't have that beat. They're going to go across the bridge and go aggressive with this beat.
Oh, the boop!
Still on.
Wait, what? Okay, maybe Backbone used the wall to wall himself up after that boot. Not sure what happened there. I know what happened there, though. Muse got dead-eyed. Unlucky. Nice shot from Sparker in the skies. Now Twilight's in a little bit of trouble. London Spitfire. Oh, tragic. Chorong found the boot this time. Sparker's sent in the drink. 93% for the Toronto Defiant, though, as London do find control. 10% of building. It's looking pretty unwinnable, especially with this EMP coming up now.
Yeah, but the London Spitfire can spread out. They have control of the point now, so they're just trying to slow this down as long as they can. They're more survivable. They want to make Toronto Defiant make the first move and do it uncomfortably.
Okay, Hisu's lining this one up. Feed all the information over to his teammates as well. Should be pretty... All he needs to do is catch Landon and Admiral right here. Initiate the dive with the nano boost. There it is. EMP. Bam. Hits everybody. Landon and Admiral in a whole bunch of hurt. Admiral survives, but not quite so lucky as Landon, and in fact the rest of his team. Toronto Defiant executing a perfect dive with the Nano, Winston and the EMP. Hardy is in a whole lot of trouble. He's taken out of the game. Toronto, they've got a couple of ults to spare. Overtime is ticking down. It's up to Spitfire to get back to the point in time. No immortality field. This should be the round. There it is. Toronto Defiant and tying up control. Perfect engagements so far. There's, EMP, Nano Winston.
Yeah, London Spitfire getting a little bit complacent there. 4 of their backline is just standing together. Easiest EMP of Hisu's life. And great follow-up from the Toronto Defiant, something that we didn't see as much of in the first round. But now we go on to Control Center, and this is a map that is always conducive to these rush compositions because you can just run down the opposition team. But Hisu on this Sombra has been putting out work, and his EMPs have been clean as well. If he can keep getting... Oh! See Hattie.
Oh man, that is cheeky.
Add another one to the list. But I'm curious to see how the Defiant are going to make this one work, because Reinhardt is very strong on this map.
It is. Isolated Muse has been the aim of the game for Spitfire thus far. Walls are easier to use on this point as well, Scott. Oh, out comes Hardy. More of an interrupt now, of course, worth keeping in mind. But Hisu just staying alive is going to be the most important thing for him. But there you go. That's where this comp thrives. We're just holding W, holding M1, and picking up the paychecks. There you go. Toronto Defiant, all but Hisu have been wiped. Point unlocked.
And the reason this composition is so good with the May, and Backbone is a great May as well, especially with the wall, is that it's just so narrow that you can get so many easy walls. And you can see that wall that just went down there. That forces the Toronto Defiant to not be able to disengage, and Spark is just clicking heads, getting rid of the Toronto Defiant.
That's what he does best. He's definitely a hyped rookie coming in from EU contenders for quite some time.
Wasn't of age when he first signed with the Spitfire, and we saw that the Spitfire struggled without him, but once he came in, he did good things, but that was almost a dead season for them by the end. So we're going to see another fight. Hardy's pinning in to the Defiant. Doesn't get anything, but they're just trying to hold the point.
Yeah, that's the ideal right now. Lamp's already been used. Backbone, unfortunately, falls really early. Finale spots the Deadeye, doesn't want to re-peek it, but Spark doesn't end up pulling the trigger anyway. Nice shatter. Muse has been nanoed. He's surviving, but how long? Not quite so long as he thought. A whole bunch of heals being thrown in, but as soon as Hardy puts that shield up, Twilight does not have an angle to play from. Nice bit of damage onto Landon. Instant lamp to win that 1v1. Toronto Defiant, you know, they stopped London from getting an additional 11%, but London being in control with the
Yeah, but the Defiant have ults coming up, and that's really their win condition against this Spitfire comp. They can't take that head-to-head just because of the sustain for the Spitfire. So Hisu with another EMP coming up. Is he going to be able to find another big one?
Yep, there you go. The Heast does have it online. They have the copy. They have the primal. They have the beat. There's a whole bunch.
What are you doing there?
Twilight is just alone. 5-man EMP, instant lamp, instant beat from Spitfire. The perfect answers for the Toronto Defiant are throwing out. They haven't really got many survivability tools now, apart from that primal rage, which picks off Landon in the back. Okay, the main healers from both teams going down fairly early in these fights. Backbone gets hacked, luckily can pop the block after that hack wears off. He's still got the Blizzard to see him through this fight. He throws it out, almost gets hacked out of it. Hisu does end his life, but the Blizzard's gonna aid London Spitfire in just collecting as much percentage as feasibly possible. They're up to about 90% now with Admiral falling, Sparker following. A duplicate onto Finale. It was an expensive fight from the Toronto Defiant, but they needed this
to
one.
commit those ultimates. After Twilight got isolated, getting caught on the flank, they just needed to respond. That is going to be an uphill battle now for them. The Spitfire have the High Noon, they have the Amplification Matrix. Toronto needs to find a good winner and try and isolate someone with these hacks, because if they just let Landon walk up, use this Amplification Matrix, Muse is going to struggle to stay alive.
The classic Matrix straight into Deadeye if you really want.
Oh my.
I don't think it's going to happen though. Okay, no recall? Maybe? There's the window. There's the High Noon. He's trapped in a bubble, but so is Muse. Luckily, with a little bubble dance, Muse escapes with his life, and Landon was the target, and Twilight executes. Spitfire still struggling to move themselves onto the point, and with Landon, that will be basically impossible. Finale ends up going down, but London Spitfire looking like they just want to chill for the time being. They have a lot of percentage to give right now, and just one fight to make this whole round and map theirs. Sparkle falls, and this is Spitfire backing up as soon as Muse.
I don't know if that was a good timing for Muse on that primal rage. They might have needed that one, but Hisu up to another EMP. He needs to come in clutch again, but they gotta be careful of the Hardy shatters. They've been absolutely enormous so far in this map because they have no protection from it.
Got an enemy here.
He wants to go in. You can see. Know exactly where everybody is right now. They got to spot Admiral. He's got the beat online. EMP comes out. It hits 5, but the shatter still goes through. A nice pin from Hattie once again, removing 1 from the fight. The beat from Admiral is pretty late, but it aids the kill onto Hisu. Finale struggling to get any damage done as the London Spitfire speed boost Blizzard straight onto Twilight and end his life. The London Spitfire now have the point once more and have triggered OT. A late beat from Defiant is all that they have in the bank to try and make this round round work, and with Landon alive, it looks almost as certain that London are going to take this. Landon needs to be the target for the Toronto Defiant.
Ooh, we see Choron going down, but there's so much damage coming out from Landon.
OT.
Can Hisu get him?
Sparker gets 2 kills. Finale is dead. No one left to touch. His Muse, he's there, but he's long gone. Hisu's coming back. No EMP. And Finale 1% away from that dupe. Maybe that would have been the deciding factor, but London close it out before he gets there. And they take map number 1.
Defiant playing close there, though, making the Winston Sombra work to a certain degree against this rush style. You can see how they want to play. Just a couple of things not going their way in this map, but it looks like an effective counter, at least for them. They recognize they can't mirror the rush. They cannot beat London at their own game. Find something that maybe the London Spitfire is uncomfortable playing against.
Well, I mean, London still have Poker in the back pocket. If they want to bring him out, we're going to go to Hybrid next. It's going to be Midtown. We'll see where the teams want to go. We're going to jump to a break. Map number 2, up soon. Don't worry if your kickoff clash pick'ems miss the mark. I mean, you want to be correct, right? Don't be like the desk. You can get started with a private lead. Hey, come on now. Come on now. But you can get started with the private leaderboards right now on the Overwatch League pick'ems. You can download the app, the Overwatch League mobile app on Google Play or the App Store, and make your mid-season predictions right now. I mean, the private leaderboards are pretty cool. You can show off to your friends how smart you are. Or just, pick. Who do you want me to pick on, Scott?
Yeah, pick on Johnny.
Pick on Johnny this one. Maybe you want to be, okay. Maybe you want to be better at pick'ems than Johnny. So pick the opposite team, what he picks. There you go. I'll try and dish it out here and there, just like a little bit, take the mickey.
Mix it around. Danny will be next, okay? Danny, just be ready for that.
Yeah. Danny will be next. He's next on the chopping block.
So, as you said, Jack, we're going into Midtown now. London Spitfire, some subs coming in. See the people on your screen. Handsome Poco, as always, and then Shax. So we saw this look from them yesterday in their match. Poco, watching him in his cams, he's just always doing something different. Just wait till his feet hit the desk. Oh, hey, sounds like he's looking like he's listening to us.
And he's down again.
But
he's got a secret line with the casters. He can hear us.
Exactly.
Hear the calls.
But we saw this look from them yesterday, and what we should expect from these guys is Poco coming in to play that Sigma, Shax will be on the Tracer, and Sparker actually on the Sojin. And that is a great comp. It looked good against the Florida Mayhem. It's how they did end up winning a couple of the maps yesterday. So how is the Toronto Defiant going to adjust towards this? Because I do not believe that they put Hopper in, so they're not going to play the Sigma themselves. So are they going to keep trying to lean on the Winston? And is it going to live versus the high damage output of the Sojin, the Zenyatta, the Tracer, the Sigma? Like, there's so much damage coming in there.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It's one thing having to deal with the rush style from London. It's another than seeing Poco in the roster. Someone that hasn't really been playing a whole bunch at the start of the season, and then him just kind of flexing his guns. And big guns they are.
I think we've kind of forgotten how good of a player Poco is. Not obviously his super fans, but overall, we haven't seen him as much in the league over the last few years as we really should have, just due to visa issues, because he wasn't able to play last year on the Philadelphia Fusion, but he was an integral part of that 2018 Philadelphia Fusion success, and he's just been around bits and pieces since then. But he is a great player, very flexible, very mechanically good for an off-tank player. Excited to see him starting to get some playtime on this London Spitfire.
Yeah, let's see what they're running, because right now, Toronto Defiant looking to stick with the same comp that they just played. It's Hisu on the Sombra, we got Ana Winston. Same kind of stuff, but Spitfires will be a completely new look. I want to see Shax and Sparker just take mad off angles. This comp is so good at just punishing Toronto Defiant after making a move. Toronto want to isolate somebody and get in your face, but London Spitfire, they're already 3 different angles, then owning your backline as soon as you make a move. So Toronto Defiant really have to be so in sync with each other, trying to get on to
They need to find engages on the back of this Hisu Sombra. He's shown that he can do it, but the Toronto Defiant, if they just stand still on this high ground, they're going to lose too much position. You can see Muse going now.
Oh, what a nade. Oh, nice stick. Shouldn't matter all too much. That was a fantastic nade from Twilight. And the problem with Poco there, I mean, you're against the Echo, the beam, right? It goes through the Eat, which is the biggest problem for Poco in these kind of situations. Same with Winston. A lot of that negation that you have on Sigma is non-existent.
Yeah, exactly, right? So once they get that hack, it's all go time, and Defiant need to keep doing that. They need to keep isolating one player from the Spitfire and then find that engagement tool. Twilight's 60% to the Nano, so are they going to play slow or are they going to look for another hack and go early?
Okay, the magnetic grenade doesn't quite land its mark. Twilight was in a bit of danger there, and in fact, more than I thought he was. Poco and Landon end up cleaning him up. That's a bad look for the Defiant right now. There's a big rotation from Sparker and the rest of the gang. Poco picks up his 2nd kill of the fight as Muse is set extremely low. He's only got Chorong to heal him up right now. Look how slow his health bar is climbing. And the London Spitfire just planting themselves on the point.
The Toronto Defiant trying to just stay alive so that they can re-engage onto this point. It's going to be so hard to close this distance. The time's ticking up.
95% big EMP. Pulse bomb gets thrown out. Twilight dodges. Nice EMP generation from Hisu. This is what they needed. London Spitfire get about 95% on the board before Toronto Defiant press the go button, but losing Twilight pretty early there, you saw how much space then Spitfire are granted because of that
absolutely.
Ana.
They get the Ana down, they take the space, they get those 2 ticks, but the EMP from Hisu, just too strong. But they have so many ultimates, they only use that EMP, Jack. So they have the Nano engage, they have the Finale. If he gets in trouble, he can use his duplicate. This is going to be difficult for the Spitfire to be able to get in again.
Hello, someone is capping. I think it's Shax right now. EMP not available, but the Nano certainly is. There's the Flux, but a nice beat in response. Toronto Defiant throwing everything at this fight. A double hack onto Poco and Admiral. And they are in trouble right now. Muse has created a whole lot of space just with this Nano boost. Plus he has the Primal Rage if he so chooses to use it in this extremely small room. The London Spitfire now struggling to gain any ground. They've got height, yes, but Landon and Admiral and Poco are up there alone. Shax falling to a hack. And just a slight bit of SMG spray. That'll be the fight over and done with. And with not much time left, the London Spitfire using that Flux in the fight. This last fight is going to be an upward hill battle.
They did hold on to the rally, though. So I was worried that Admiral was going to pop it, try and turn that fight, but they hold on to it, so that should be a good engagement tool. So the Defiant used all those engages that I said earlier. How are they going to find this window? Hisu has been so fast with generating these EMPs. Is he going to get another one for this fight and maybe kill Landon before the Transcendence goes off?
All right, Shax looking for an outing with the Pulse. Finale with the dupe. Go straight. Just copy straight. I mean, if you get the rally on this is game over. Nice Pulse bomb from Shax. Easy kills from Sparker too. Kills the dupe and Twilight. A Transcendence to finish off. The London Spitfire had so many support ultimates to use. It was almost impossible for anybody to go down. That Pulse bomb really was the nail in the coffin, though. Killing Muse, pretty big. Hisu wasn't able to charge that EMP quick enough, Scott. He's just got
they have it online now, but just not enough, as you said. But there's only 2.5 minutes now for the London Spitfire. They need to find a fast route through the second point. It's a very difficult one for the reason that you can see the Toronto Defiant are. They have their backline on the high ground, and they can just choose to engage whenever they want. But somehow Sparker finds Finale, who was stuck in their backline.
Big EMP, Poco already antied. I mean, there's no hope for you. Oh, Sparker's aim. He's put on a showcase right now with the headshots. Twilight is sentenced to death too. London Spitfire, they lose Poco fairly early, but off the back of Sparker's damage, they end up winning that fight.
They also committed the Nano into that one as well, so Defiant running out of things in their bag of tricks. And now the Spitfire, Poco with that Gravitic Flux. Chorong coming up to that sound barrier. They're going to need that if they're going to live through the high damage that the Flux is going to provide.
There's the high noon. Might not even be needed at this point. Muse in a whole lot of trouble. Doesn't quite get high noon, but he couldn't escape. He didn't have the leap, and even if he did, Sparker could have pulled the trigger. Okay, 1 minute and 15 seconds to go for the Spitfire. Point A, struggle. Point B,
doesn't matter if you spend so long on point A, if you roll through the point B. So now they have 2.5 minutes to close out this map. So Spitfire absolutely rolling through it right now, and I want to highlight Sparker, who just busted that second point right up. His Cassidy, his Sojin, everything we've seen him really touch, he's been absolutely exceptional at. So that rookie sort of, once again, coming in for the Spitfire, leading the charge on the damage roll.
All right, Poco's got another Flux to go. High ground in possession of the Toronto Defiant. Chorong's got to be fairly careful. This sound barrier could be make or break, especially with Poco using the Flux. Nice anti once again by Twilight. Can it be followed up with any damage? Doesn't look like it. In fact, Shax is actually taking a brunt of it right now. There's the stick onto Muse. He drops back down to earth and straight into a casket. The London Spitfire now have to contend with this beat. Twilight has got the nano boost, but right now the London Spitfire, all they need to do is keep pushing. They got both supports available and had the Transcendence, but with Poco dying, in fact, maybe I should eat my own words. Maybe go again is the order of the day.
Just managed to get that pick onto Poco, just not enough healing from the Spitfire, and that was a fortunate slowdown because it was starting to get away from them. Shax is just pumping out so much damage on this Tracer. They don't have an answer to him, but they want to go first. Defiant are going to use this Nano to engage.
Oh, Nano boost onto Finale. Instant Transcendence uses from Landon. Too scared of Finale's ability to wipe their team. Finale gets killed off by the magnetic grenade, and now this is London Spitfire's time to move. Finale jumps straight into that flux pretty much. Gets sent back down to earth, but has that primal rage. There's a lot of stalling potential right now for Toronto with that copy coming out of spawn, as well as that EMP available. The London Spitfire not quite so lucky with only a couple of ultimates in the bank, but that might be all that they need. Shaq's pulse bomb has to be big. It's got to get Twilight or Choron, otherwise it's game over. Finale ends up going down, but Admiral is soon to follow. There's 40 seconds to go when the pulse bomb finds a target. Muse dying is a good start, but still the spawn points are so close from the Defiant that the London Spitfire going to have to do a little bit something more to cap this final point. 30 seconds to go. The duplicate from Finale. It hits the Tracer, it hits the recall in midair, so you can't get the execute. Okay, there it is. The dupe is dead, and Sparker is still alive. Luckily enough, Finale wasn't a match for Admiral on the point, but Sparker falling pretty low, but still finding the headshots. Hisu takes him out, but with the Widowmaker against 5, it looks pretty unwinnable. 9 seconds is in the bank for the Spitfire as they claim point 3.
Headshot after headshot moment, but just can't get enough of the picks. And the London Spitfire finishing with that 9 seconds is important on a hybrid map, right? They go into overtime. They will get 1 more minute on the clock. So Defiant, uphill battle from here. The Winston composition has been working better than I could have ever imagined, honestly, against the high damage output of the London Spitfire. They're doing a pretty good job with the Winston and the Ana and sort of cycling that around the EMPs. But from time to time, it just sort of slips away from them. Is it going to be more effective on the offensive side? I think it might be more difficult, Jack.
Ready for battle.
I'm looking at that pizza, mate. I didn't hear what you said. Pizza looking good. We should go to Mario's place after this. I can't. I love all the little names of the shops. It says drone delivery too.
Yeah. No, we should go to this New York City. I'm down for this one. It sounds great. Unless Matt's there, then I don't want to go.
Unless Matt's there, yeah, we're not going to go. We'll take another plane. We'll go the opposite end of the country, or we'll stay home. That's fine by me. All right, yeah. Anyway, enough of that. Toronto Defiant on their offense. Remember, it was quite a tough task for Spitfire to cap the first point, and it was on Hisu, like you were mentioning, Scott. Just getting these EMP. This is how you win against the London Spitfire comp right now. You need the EMP to be up and available because that engagement with the nano boost onto Muse is just so easy when people hack.
And that becomes the thing of like when you can get those isolations, the question becomes on this offense, are they going to be able to find those openings? Because you can see how back the London Spitfire are already playing. How does the Defiant close that distance? They seem to be posturing towards the train, but no, they're going to drop down and go towards this alley. In the kickoff clash, we saw teams fight for that, but with this style and the way that the Spitfire are playing, they're actually happy to concede that and play back with their superior positioning.
Oh, can't beat this. Feel it.
They're just still in the alleyway right now. Maybe looking to go somewhere else. Jump onto the high ground, hack onto Sparker, instantly dies to those sticky bombs. Wow, long-range sticky bombs, pretty hard to hit, but not if you're Finale. Good start, and Finale's going to be a lot more safe now in the skies without that hit scan to worry about. Landon also falls pretty low, but Muse, once again, going down super early for the Toronto Defiant. He really has been the punching bag for Toronto more often than not. He's setting himself in, sacrificing his life, and hopefully enabling his DPS to find more picks, but they weren't quite so lucky that time around. Not with Shax.
Yeah, they find a great opening pick onto Sparker, but Muse just slowly bleeding out. Just too much damage coming from the backline of the London Spitfire. So now Shax has this pulse bomb. He's hiding. He expects to see the backline rotate the same way. They need to be aware of this one. Otherwise, oh, nice little tech actually. They're not going to see that one.
That's nice. Yeah. All right. Well, if they did walk through there, it would have been painful because they had a pulse bomb. Just drop it on the head.
Nano's up.
All right, Toronto, they're still just kind of chilling right now. Just waiting for Twilight to earn that nano. They've got it. Pulse bomb goes wide. A nano boost onto Muse with Poco being the clear target. Finale, they do manage to execute him, but Hisu gets traded, so no EMP for this fight, but still a lot of space garnered. The London Spitfire have only got one tank to kind of rotate around, and with Poco dying, it looks like they're going to have to give up a little bit more space. The supports are in a terrible situation, but Landon fending for himself against Finale. That's a good start, but a primal rage from Muse might just be the end of this fight. Shax dealing a lot more damage imagine Chorong anticipated. And with no ticks on the board, this is not good for Defiant right now. The spawns are so close for Spitfire, and with 2 support Obas online for London, they might be more than okay. A nice anti-nade on Poco, however, will end that fight. Twilight coming up big once more. Admiral going down there without even using that rally, Scott, was bad news there.
So long as well. I was watching him, waiting to see when he was going to pop that one. Would keep that sustainability for himself and Landon, allow them to play more aggressively. Gets a little greedy, thinking that they could win without it. Doesn't pop it, gets hacked, gets isolated and dies, and then all of a sudden Landon pops the Transcendence to save it, and they still lose the fight. A little bit greedy, but they still hold on to that one for the second point, and the Toronto Defiant 330 in the bank trying to get through the second point.
A lot of ultimates for the Toronto Defiant right now. Whole bunch. There's a whole bunch for Spitfire. That's pretty nice.
Counting with Jack.
Yeah. Who knew? Maybe that'll be a new segment on Watchpoint.
We're fine by Admiral.
We'll see. I'll pitch it. Won't go through. All right, London. What you got for me? 6 ultimates online. Ideally, you just want to wait, I guess. Wait for Toronto Defiant to make a move and then hit them with the Flux, maybe. Because they don't really have any agency. They don't really need to be crazy aggressive right now. There's the aggression that I was after. Nice pulse bomb onto Twilight. He did get the nano off onto Muse, but look how fast his health bar just drops. That Flux did so much work from Poco. Another perfect engagement, well, a reaction, I should say, from the London Spitfire there, using that Flux as soon as
able to get that rally off this time, and Poco fluxing Muse just ruining his day, not allowing him to play the game. And Spitfire are actually going to hold a little bit closer with Poco, as you can see here, but they need to be wary of this. Hisu with the EMP, he's going to look for the window to get the backline and the front line of Poco.
Beautiful hack onto Poco and a nice use of the nade in the bubble. Big EMP hits 4. Now the cleanup begins. The Toronto Defiant got their brooms in hand, but Landon, in fact, snaps them straight in half. How is this happening? The London Spitfire backline completely immortal in that corner. They didn't even have ultimates, and the Toronto Defiant just fell over.
Landon got player of the match in the last match, and he's showing why he did. He's so good on this Zenyatta. I actually won a tournament, the experimental tournament with him recently, and his communication and his just wits about how to play the game, and then his mechanical skill.
Look at him go.
Chorong gets rejected
That was clean
by Landon, but a great hold for them, and now Landon has that Transcendence to deal with any engage that comes out from the Defiant.
Hack onto Admiral. Oh, easy kill. Yeah, there's no way you survive that one. Reactionary Transcendence to try and keep Admiral alive in their fight wasn't quite so lucky, but Shax once again finds Muse. It wasn't a stick, but the damage was more than enough to actually finish him off. All right, Toronto Defiant now. They're just going to wait for London to regroup, then go for an engagement. Okay, well, that's... how is Shax still doing this? There might be a small audio delay or issue, by the way, everybody. I do apologize for that. Hopefully we'll be able to get that sorted rather quickly.
So we see the Defiant really struggling on this second point, and this is the problem. They just can't deal with Shax. Shax is just living rent-free in the backline of the Defiant, just peppering Twilight at all times. Muse is going to commit the Primal to this one as well. Yeah, it's slipping away from them, Jack.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go. Toronto Defiant need to make a move. Muse used that Primal Rage in that fight, and London was like, okay, free ult charge, thanks. Cheers. Oh, okay. Big switch. Gonna do
Yeah, this is actually, we looked at in the pre-show. They were highlighting Muse's heroes played, and we've seen Muse's heroes played. Doomfist is not one of them, really. He doesn't have that much ability to play it, but he can't feel good on the Doomfist. And he's not really getting much done with his nano.
Yeah, nano boost. A lot of damage, but yeah, unfortunately not much else. Shax is still in the backline, stalling the payload for the majority of this time of the engagement, Scott. Pretty tough situation to be in if you're the Toronto Defiant. Muse ends up getting killed in the copy and finished off. And now Shax, he's got the pulse bomb. He's ready to rock and roll, but Muse, in fact, answering in kind. Good start for the Toronto Defiant, but still with Finale going down, they lose a lot of their damage. And the London Spitfire have control of the payload and the map. A 2-0 and match point for the London Spitfire.
Defiant with the desperation Doomfist at the end. Found some positioning, but just couldn't deal with the backline of the London Spitfire. Not just in that fight, but the entire map. Toronto Defiant need to come up with a different look, because what they're doing right now is not working against the 2 different looks that we've seen from the Spitfire.
They're looking pretty good so far. And if you were wondering, yeah, Landon got player of the game. Of course he did. This backline from London Spitfire looking killable. Abro and Landon, I mean, yeah, Zenyatta and Brigitte, sometimes a pretty tough duo to take down, with Brigitte giving almost infinite healing, it feels like. But Landon's ability to land shots like that and against a dive team, that's exactly what you want. London Spitfire looking good. They're on match point. Toronto Defiant, they need to turn around. It's the emus versus the humans all over again. We'll see if the humans...
Let's go, humans!
All right. Welcome back. Right now, the London Spitfire, the Emus, are winning over the Australian people, the Toronto Defiant, in the Great Emu War of 2022. Not looking great.
I believe.
What? It's a callback.
No, yeah, I want the Toronto Defiant, okay? I'm going for the humans. I'm going for the Toronto Defiant. The reverse sweep starts now. I didn't put you in my pick'ems. I didn't put you in my prediction for today, but I want the Australians to succeed. So let's go Toronto Defiant.
Let's go. Well, it's okay. Maybe history won't repeat itself. Toronto Defiant right now at zero maps. I was going to say 0-2 down. I guess that's completely accurate. Not the best way of phrasing it, but it's been the sparks of brilliance. I think Finale's been doing pretty well, but a lot of the time, these engages from both Muse with the help of Twilight with these nano boosts are just getting thwarted by Admiral Landon. They're quite literally using a player name at this point, but the backbone of the London Spitfire right now. They just refuse to die.
Yeah, and that's the power of this composition the London Spitfire are playing, and that's why I think you're going to see a lot of other teams also adopt this style. Zenyatta with that 25 extra health with the kick. It's so difficult as a Winston to deal with that, especially when you have a Brigitte protecting that Zenyatta. So I'm surprised to see the Toronto Defiant leaning so heavily onto this Winston Ana composition. There's a reason you haven't seen it from any other team so far this stage.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, Brigitte, she one of the only healers that can heal through shields and stuff. I mean, it's pretty easy to just jump in. Whoa, there's a pack, you know, you just don't have to repeatedly like spam clicking, making sure that Zen stays up, and like you said, the kick doing extra damage, plus having that big old knockback. Yeah, it's pretty tough for Muse. I mean, technically, you got 2 knockbacks. You got whip shot as well. So, yeah, like,
good luck.
Can you do if you're a monkey? Yeah, it's like, good luck. You want to dive me? Nah, it's not happening. You just get shot put like in the Olympics. It sucks.
It's interesting as well because it's not just that issue that Muse is struggling to get in and get value. It's that Shax is existing in this Toronto Defiant backline, and they just don't have an answer to it. Shax is a phenomenal tracer, and if you leave him unchecked, he will do work. And we head over to Dorado now, and there are no subs from either team. So I'm curious to see what Poco is going to play, because Sigma is not a map that you can really play on Dorado due to all the high grounds.
Sigma's a new map. You heard it here first. Well, maybe he plays something like maybe he plays something like the D.Va. Of course, Poco known for his D.Va play, and we saw a little bit of it the other week. And you can eat a lot of damage from the Echo, because Toronto Defiant, on the other hand, have also only showed one thing. I mean, I guess 2 now, but they've been playing everything the same, apart from Hisu now on the Ashe instead, and I guess Chorong not on the Lucio. So there's this one look, especially in the DPS line, that Toronto Defiant are going for. So Poco maybe staying on the Doomfist, but could swap to the D.Va to eat the Dynamite, eat all the sticky bombs from Finale. It's a little bit of an easier time dealing with those two rather than something like a Soldier, of course, which is what we've seen a lot in the past.
Yeah, and that's it. There is going to be a lot of damage from the Defiant, but the London Spitfire, they've shown that they've able to maneuver and route around this, especially because Muse cannot get that space. So Poco is going to start on that Sigma, my favorite map. And how is he going to be able to control the point while also dealing with anyone on the high ground?
Okay, classic TP to the high ground. Not being used there by Spitfire. So it's just, I guess, sit on payload and hope.
Push car.
London Spitfire? Yeah. I mean, Shax can do what he does best and just go in for these big flanks, but this core from the London Spitfire that's going to be sitting on the cart, it's pretty hard to dive, like we mentioned before, but even tougher with Poco playing Sigma, can launch the rocket, and the AoE of the spheres, you're always getting damage done.
I'm curious to see how they do against this Ashe Echo. It's so much damage. You can see them going aggressive onto Poco, and he's getting so low just because they have no way to dislodge the Defiant backline from this high ground.
It's also relatively low. Oh my god. Okay, Chorong almost gets blown up. Oh, yikes. I was going to say, it's also pretty low healing if you're not hitting people and then triggering the Inspire when you are Brig.
Yeah.
So Poco has to be a little... Oh my god! He shotgunned him in the face! Ow. Oh, there you go. He got high ground and got the kill. That was pretty fancy. But it's not a whole lot of like on the spot, like burst healing. You're very much waiting for that. Okay, there you go. Switching over to the D.Va instead, Scott.
And we see Sparker go over to the Sojourn as well, something we saw from him yesterday in that match against the Mayhem, but he's been preferably playing the Cassidy so far today. I wonder what he likes about the Sojourn here. I wonder if it's the one-shot potential against this backline, who are having to rotate because of where the card is.
Okay, that was almost a one-shot. A little bit higher the aim there, and it would have connected with Twilight's head. It would have been history. Oh, there you go. Okay, called it. There's the Sojin. A lot of energy too to hit those rails, just farmed off of the Bob. Shax, all the meanwhile, was pushing the cart, but Bob doing a fair bit of work on the high ground. Muse does end up falling, but Spark is still doing a whole lot of work. The London Spitfire, they're working very much as like solo operators right now, but it's working out an absolute treat. Shax almost got the payload in.
Chorong needs to stay alive here, getting close to that rally for this next engagement. There's some good picks from Sparker, but they're going to need to find more if they're going to close out this first point, because Defiant had their ultimates coming up. The Nano on Twilight is likely going to Muse, as it always does.
Yeah, you have that Transcendence if you really need it. Poco gets isolated off to the left-hand side. Gets demeched. There's the beam. Nice Transcendence usage. Didn't want to take that beam damage or the nano boost on Fuse. But with Poco dying, London Spitfire don't really have a tank to help with the engage. So it looks like they're just going to try and survive as long as possible. Big anti from Twilight. Okay, that's that done.
Yeah, and you can see the issue with playing this Diva here in the style for the London Spitfire. They just can't really walk up on the high damage output from the Defiant. It's just too much. Poco, every time he tries to go anywhere, is just getting demeched. But they have the rally to keep that sustained, and Shax with that pulse bomb. Are they going to be able to find some space and some picks on the backline of the Defiant? Because they're sitting so pretty in that elbow right now.
Shax with the main disruption tool. Boom. Big stick. Twilight dead. Rally activated from the London Spitfire. And now Shax can just pepper from the backline. Sparker's in trouble, kind of. He's got Rally over health still, very good. Double right click on to the tank and the DPS, and the Toronto Defiant are falling on first point. 3 minutes in the time bank. It was a little bit of a slugfest there, but London Spitfire being able to take this high ground pretty easy. They can set Sparker up for success now with that overclock.
Yeah, and overclock, you know, we talked about it yesterday. Its ability to just delete backliners with no counterplay is incredible. The Ana and the Brig will, if they get headshot, be one shot. So there is so much power in the hit scan play if they actually hit their shots with very little counterplay for the Defiant.
They should actually need to get the high ground first. All right, Muse has already dropped. Charging off of that bubble is Sparker. Now he can maybe go for a quick slide, or he doesn't even need to. Hook, line, and sinker. Thank you very much. Hisu poking a little head out. And now still sitting with that overclock. Sparker using Disruptor Shot to push everybody from the Toronto Defiant away. They control the church, and now with a copy from Finale onto the Tracer, will he be able to get much stuff done? The payload has been moving this entire time, and Finale almost getting nothing here. I guess Pulse Bomb's great, but almost ends his own life there by accident. But the Toronto Defiant just looking a little bit confused there.
And they were losing the point, as you said, Jack. So their card is pushing, and now the Defiant are going to have to make a last Hail Mary ditch to hold this second point, as the London Spitfire rolling through the second point of a map again after a slow first point.
Okay, there's the Bob. Another target for Sparker to charge his right click off. There's the overclock. Finale, you better dodge this. Luckily, it was to get out of the way. Another rail trying to send him towards the backline, but doesn't end up working out. The overclock not doing too much apart from scaring Toronto Defiant. A pulse one from Shax goes wide, but with Landon falling, Spitfire have to worry about work around this rally if they want to continue this fight. Doesn't look like they want to do it. They still got a minute to go. So Toronto Defiant making this last fight.
60 seconds.
Yu's doing a great job of just being disruptive in that fight. Sparker gets that ultimate up and he pops it, but Muse is just in his face. And with that ultimate, with that overclock from Sojin, you don't want to be wasting that on a primaling Winston. So he just disrupts Sparker, unable to get that damage, and the Spitfire lose out. But they have the rally once again, and the Defiant do not have the engage tool of the Nano, of the Primal, so they might not be able to get damage into this backline from the Spitfire.
Whoa, the dynamite. Whoop, straight on the head. Nice little play, Admiral there. He tried to block it, but Sparker was like, nah, I'll tank it. More ult charge for the supports, eh? Oh, rally and 20 seconds to go for the Defiant to hold. Looking pretty good so far. Shax has finally met his match in Finale. But now Sparker on the flank.
14 seconds.
These rails are going to have to be huge. With 10 seconds to go, yep, you need to touch.
We can see the London Spitfire on the high ground. They have to pop the rally early, but Muse is getting isolated before the fight even begins.
Muse is going super low. A humongous anti once again from Twilight. Unbelievable. Hitting 3. Admiral landed. They have the overhealth, but Chorong was just swinging the flail. Poco does get the touch in OT, but this looks pretty much done off the back of that Twilight anti-nade. This is where Defiant are making their stand. Second point, Dorado is theirs.
Good hold, showing why Winston, the home of Dorado for him. He's so good with his ability to jump onto the high grounds, drop those bubbles, just be disruptive for the Spitfire, not allow them to just move around the map, and Spark are just unable to find any picks towards the end of that point. So this is a very winnable map for the Defiant, and I believe in the Australians. The Emus are lost. They're scattering into the winds. The reverse sweep starts now, Jack.
I just need a graphic now of an emu wearing a Toronto Defiant jersey. Oh, sorry, London Spitfire jersey. And then I guess a regular human wearing Toronto. We have plenty of those.
We have Australians.
Yeah, we have Australians. Yeah, true. I just need an emu wearing a Spitfire jersey.
Yeah.
That's what I need right now in my life. But there you go. London Spitfire. Okay, they're holding with the Sigma. A little bit better on the defense there, Scott. Let's take a look at that replay. Oh, there you go. That is the nade that ended it all. Look at that. Boom. Straight over. I like that too with the Brick Bash now. Doesn't stun, but like launches you across, so you're able to make those big jumps.
Absolutely.
And Chorong just swinging. It's good stuff.
Yeah, Twilight coming in big with those biotic nades again, and it was so clutch, not just for those kills and punishing the Admiral rally, but Muse, he was at like 1 health as he dropped down. If they lose Muse there, that could have easily just fallen away from them. So Twilight showing why he is that masterclass MVP caliber backliner that the Toronto Defiant needed for this season.
TP, high ground for the Defiant. No jump needed. Oh my god! Main tank came. Let's go. Landon. Didn't really expect that. I don't think any of the London Spitfire did either. Nice little dive and a pause, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm as confused as you are, Muse. Yeah. He's looking at Hisu like, what? What's going on here? All right. Unfortunate we jump into a quick pause here, but hopefully we'll get that sorted in just a moment.
We've seen multiple teams start to do this Symmetra teleporter. In the last tournament, everyone wanted to teleport onto that red building. It's either red or yellow. I think it might be yellow, actually. Onto that yellow building on the coast to just get that positioning for free. But people have been taking advantage of people sort of getting complacent on the high ground, getting up there, getting that pick onto the backliner. Now Defiant, they're in the driver's seat with Muse dumping into the backline without a Zenyatta. So this should be a good first point and good first fight for them.
Looks like we're getting back in. Toronto Defiant are ready. They were on that pause, but yeah, getting back in just a moment. Just wait for the admins to unpause, then we're good to go. Yeah, what a nice little teleport. We've seen a lot of that, Scott, where you teleport to the right side high ground and then kind of work your way around past the mega health pack and then eventually onto the high ground, but this time around it's a little bit different. Wow, Muse unpause and Muse dies, but Finale got a 3K, so that's all you need to know.
You can understand now why Muse was like, oh no, when the pause came out, because he realized that he was dead coming out of that.
Team, please kill them. I'm going to die. Let's have a look. Is this a double melee again, by the way? Let's have a look. I'm really curious.
Oh, big fan.
No, it wasn't. Okay. We've had a couple of double melees the course of this season. 1 melee, 2 kills. But that wasn't. Unfortunately, just had his brass knuckles on.
So no ultimates up for either team, but you already see the Defiant having control of this market. So the Spitfire are going to be trying to keep their backline in this corner, not allow Muse to engage or find any purchase.
Very few places to hold if you're the London Spitfire right now. I guess you could hold in the top left or the bottom right. Finale going pretty low. Whoa, dodges that rock. Oh my word. Luckily got naded from Twilight to keep him up. Additional healing from the bio grenade or the healing grenade. Okay, well, I mean, Sparker dies, right? Nope, he doesn't. He just gets away with that scot-free. There's the nano boost onto Chorong, though. That making sure he don't die. The rest of the team are going to be more than good, too. There he is, the battle. Brigitte running straight to your backline after getting nanoed. Still as scary as ever. Chorong is getting a lot of kills this game, Scott, I will say, on the Brig.
He must be close to leading the final blows for the Defiant somehow.
It does feel like it.
On the Brig, on Dorado, but he's been putting up so much work. We've hyped him up so much as a rookie this year as one of the biggest main support pickups. We know he's great at Lucio, but his Brig just putting on a masterclass of how to keep your backline alive while also having that offensive presence.
Yeah, Brigitte, I think, is quite a fickle hero to use sometimes. Just the management of the cookies, the armor packs or the health packs. And the whip shot is such a valuable tool too. You don't want to use it willy-nilly. All right, Finale is pretty low. dive onto the high ground and aim of the game, but London Spitfire got a lot of ults in the bank. Poco's just ready and waiting to just catch them in his loving arms. That Flux instantly used. Muse and Finale in a whole lot of trouble. Finale's already dead before he hit the ground. Luckily, Muse does survive with the help of Twilight. But London Spitfire continuing to hold height, especially with Sparker. It's good news. A drop into the church. Say your prayers. Defiant going all the way back to sport.
Poco learning from the Australians. Instead of drop theirs, we got a drop Sigma coming from the church. Drops the rocket into the back of Twilight and wraps that one up. Fun fact that I just got told, Chorong, I don't know if anymore, but is leading the final blows for the Toronto Defiant, so he is having that impact on the brig, and he has that rally right now that will have that sustainability, but needs to be careful. Sparker, with that overclock, can still one-shot him.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Kills people through Transcendence, of course, if they're a low HP target. Oh, headshot. Yep. Felt that one. I think he felt that one in real life too, by the look of his face. There is the rally. The Bob is going into the church, but that shouldn't mean all too much for London Spitfire. They can just walk around it. They have the rally going off too, but that overhealth is soon disappearing. A copy for Finale onto a brig, and with a double rally, they should be good. London Spitfire, there's no way they chew through all these health bars. Even the pulse bomb ain't gonna do much. Poco dies to a nade, and with Toronto Defiant round into this last corner, they've only got to worry about that overclock, Scott.
And they have the Nano and Muse as the primal. We talked about it last time. If he gets in Sparker's face, he's not going to get value.
Finale, that beam doing a lot of damage. Goodbye supports. London Spitfire, they need to come alive, or Sparker more specifically. He's popped the overclock, but it's just Poco on the point. He's antied, he's dead, and there's nothing Sparker could do all the way in the background. Toronto Defiant, they're coming back. London Spitfire drop a map, still on match point, but this is where the reverse sweep happens. Toronto Defiant claim Dorado.
Defiant showing why this Winston composition can be good. Obviously, when you have high grounds to utilize, it gets a lot easier. Muse just doing so much work and being able to stay alive, just absolutely incredible. And you have to highlight Chorong on that brig. I don't know if he finished with the most final blows, but he's the MVP in my heart for that map.
He's looking scary on the brig, especially when he's getting the Nano. All right, 2-1. London Spitfire still up. Need one more map to take it all the way home. We're going to New Queen Street next. We'll see you in a bit. go. Toronto Defiant looking to come back. They take Dorado with the help of this lovely lad, Chorong on Brig. Scott, he has had a crazy amount of impact already. His final blow is looking great, sitting at 8 currently, and there's some other stats. And he was leading in final blows on Dorado for most of the map, but ended up in a 3-way tie at the very end.
Ah, boo.
But still, as a support, like, that's as a Brig, that's also pretty crazy.
He's number 1 in my heart, as I said. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
And also only 1 death, which is a big deal for how aggressive he is, how many final blows he's getting. The fact that he only got punished once for that is impressive. So Chorong proving why he is, one of the hyped up rookies coming into the league this season. A bit of Sato TL for 2L for going on for you right now on the screen. You love to see it, but staying hydrated. Add it to the list.
Got to do it. Got to do it. I got to check that list. I'm sure someone's updated it by now. All right, we're heading to New Queen Street. Scott, a couple of substitutions coming in, and it screams Rush. Like, well, Hardy's in. I wonder what he plays. Well, it's going to be Doom. Backbone's in for Shax, so more Rush, more May. New Queen Street. They have to take it home here to end the series 3-1, and they'll be looking good for their next match. I mean, we talked at the top of show, Scott, how versatile the London Spitfire have been, and they haven't. They've very much been a one-trick team with the Rush last tournament in the kickoff clash, but showing brand new stuff with Poco coming in is showing actually this roster has a lot of depth to it.
Yeah, well, they're not a one-trick anymore, Jack. They're a two-trick team, which is that's double one. So that's impressive. And it is important to have those kind of looks, because we talk about the Toronto Defiant. They only seem to have this one look with the Winston Anna right now. Yes, they move around their DPS here and there, but for the most part, the concept of the composition is the same. So how is the Toronto Defiant going to be able to beat the rush of the London Spitfire on New Queen Street? Because they did it on Lijiang Tower, had some mixed success. The map was close, but they did ultimately lose it.
They did indeed. Now, will they end up changing things up? We've seen Hisu just divert slightly. I think it's more of a Dorado thing with the Ashe. Obviously, the high grounds are pretty prevalent, and Ashe in general, pretty decent, especially at long range. And Finale on the Echo, who's also been another standout for the Toronto Defiant. But going on to something like New Queen Street, it's probably just going to be Sombra again. Since the Spitfire are running the rush, it seems doable, but in my mind, especially going into game modes that are like push, it seems too slow for me. I'm even surprised that people still run it on control because of how long sometimes it takes for you to set up with the Sombra.
And we saw that a little bit on Lijiang Tower, where when it looks good, it makes sense. You get the hacks, you get the EMPs, and then that you're able to isolate a target. But when it doesn't work, if you have a couple of fights go wrong, a mistake, someone gets picked, it snowballs away from you very quickly. And a big value of the rush that the Spitfire play is that they can just take fight after fight after fight and just keep running at you. They don't need to win as many fights as the Defiant on that Sombra composition, because they should have control of the point for longer. So how is the Defiant going to deal with that on New Queen Street? Hisu's been good on the Sombra. He should be able to get onto the backline more easily. There's not as many back walls that the backline of the Spitfire can put themselves to. So Hisu has to be the one that I'm looking at to come up clutch on that Sombra yet again.
Well, I have to wait and see. I can't imagine they choose anything different. There's no way they run it Ashe. Maybe a little Tracer.
Nice
Echo
Tracer.
seems to be a fairly decent option too, but yeah, like you mentioned, Scott, they don't have to win as many fights just to control that, control the bot, because they can just kind of stand on it. That rush comp can go whenever they like. They stand there, they wait. Toronto Defiant, you make a misstep, we speed boost, you die.
Ooh, Defiant maybe trolling us a little bit. We got 20 seconds to see if they're gonna change this up. I expect them to, but the Spitfire doing as they always do. They're going to play that rush. When Chatty's in, he's gonna be there. And McGravy actually tweeted about it yesterday from their match against the Spitfire. He's a coach for the Florida Mayhem. He said that the Chatty pins are going to haunt his nightmares, because Huddy plays it in a different way. And interestingly enough, Muse is going to take the head-to-head. We're going to see the rush mirror. I'm excited.
Yeah, a slightly different look though. Sparker on the nerfed 76, and we have Hisu on the Sojourn, and that tells a lot. That's an instant kill. Oh, goodbye. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Huddy did get the pin, a lot of ult charge. Admiral gets the boot, but Hisu cleaning up on the Sojourn. Soldier versus Soldier, and Sparker says, nope, I'm taking the 1v1. There you go. Switching over to a Soldier of their own.
Expected he started on the Soldier, expecting the Winston. Sojourn's not as good against the Winston, but with that Reinhardt shield as a Sojourn, you can charge up your railgun and get picks just like you saw Hisu do. So this is going to be a pure mirror matchup right now. Are the Defiant on the rush going to be able to match the London Spitfire?
I mean, to see it right, you just want to charge up on that shield, just hit him with a backline shot. That railgun straight to the dome, one of the supports. That's the ideal. Hardy, though, I will mention, look at that ult charge compared to Muse. That pin kill off of the map, just aiding into so much of the ult bank for the London Spitfire. Looking really good right now. There's the jump. Oh, what a shot from Hisu. Flick of the wrist is too easy. That looks unreal. London Spitfire, without any damage left. Sparker tried to go for something super fancy, but Hisu bringing the pain.
God, I love watching Sojourn play. It's just so good, and the Defiant are rolling away with this one so far. I assume the Spitfire are going to want to stop them from getting this checkpoint so early, but I don't think they can stop it. Hisu gets Sparker again!
Jesus! Hisu, chill out! Okay, he wants the reverse sweep. He's got overclock already, Scott.
Australians are so talented at the game right now. I'm so impressed, but I want to see what he can do with this overclock. We have not seen him play any of the Sojourn so far this season, but he's putting in work right now. And
dude, how is he still hitting these? Landon goes down. This is an easy win now for the Toronto Defiant. The shadow from the back from Hattie, it's good. Sparker comes back with a little bit of revenge. The beat from the Toronto Defiant is going to see them through some of this damage. Chatty does end up going down, but the London Spitfire lose the checkpoint. So it's a bit easier for Toronto to come back into the fight.
Sparker getting that kill into Finale will sound the horn of retreat for the Defiant. And we're going to back up, and the Defiant are looking good on this rush composition. Everything seems to be going to plan, but I guess that's what happens when the Heese is lease, and he's just getting pick after pick, but Sparker's starting to respond.
See, it feels like one of those Circuit Royale games where it's just winner versus winner, but right now it's just Sojourn versus Sojourn. Such a sick hero to watch. Okay, so Sparker's also got overclock right now. I just want to see them pop at the same time and then just duel it out in the skies. Who's the better Sojourn player?
I think that's going to be important, but also keep an eye on the maze. They both have Blizzard. How are their walls going to go down? But Sparker gets Twilight early.
Big pick. Blizzard comes through. Overclock for Hisu, though. Ends Admiral's life. An Immortality field down fairly early from the London Spitfire, but Muse lays down the shadow. A perfect block by Chatty, and a nice pin in the wall to finish up the kill. The Blizzard was good from the London Spitfire, but the Toronto Defiant using that speed boost from the Lucio just to navigate around it. London, they're in control of TS1, but Defiant have the spawns and have the player advantage to come back.
Spitfire just don't have the healers to be able to sustain through that fight. Backbone gets isolated and Defiant get control of the bot again. But that was an expensive fight. Chuddy did a great job of blocking the shadow from Muse, getting that MTD a little bit. But now it's only Sparker with the overclock. He's going to be the one to look at for this round.
All right, how early is deactivated? Ideally, they trying to get Muse out of the picture so we can't block those shots. Hisu. 100 charge, disruptor shot right in the center of the London Spitfire, but they use the beat to see them through all the damage. Overclock still available, and a nice slide kill from Sparker. Didn't use the jump to get to the high ground, just in case Heese was on the other side to headshot him. With Twilight falling, that should be the bot in the control of the London Spitfire. And we spoke about it yesterday, Scott, but I will reiterate it. It's a 10-minute time bank now for push. Half of it has elapsed, so London Spitfire can get some major ground now.
And that's important because instead of there only being 3.5 minutes and the Spitfire potentially needing to get the checkpoint here, they actually have time to be able to slow down and take a good team fight. Hardy has that shatter. He's MTD'd already so far. He's done it to Piggy. Is he going to do it again?
Overclock. Sparker. There's the shatter from Hardy. 2-3 kills for the London Spitfire. Make that 4. It's only Chorong surviving. Hardy and Sparker doing Lord's work. Checkpoint should be theirs. Shatter and the overclock used. They still got the window, and they got that Blizzard coming up. The Defiant losing a lot of that ground. They're going to be able to re-engage fairly quickly, though, Scott.
Yeah, we have TS1 taking a little bit of a smoko at the checkpoint, and the Defiant don't want the Spitfire to get any further forward.
Oh, double window used same time. That 100 charge shot through the windows does annihilate 200 HP heroes, so you got to be careful. There's the beat from Defiant. Hits all 5. Can they make the space and can they make this work? A nice wall from Backbone. In fact, a Blizzard on top of himself as the Toronto Defiant tried to catch Backbone off guard. A very late overclock. An ego duel from Hisu, and he ends up only killing Backbone with it. The London Spitfire control the bot still.
That was a 4 ultimate fight from the Defiant, Jack. They used everything except for the shatter from Muse, who just didn't have it up yet, and they still lost, and I have to highlight Backbone there. He manages to exist within the Defiant team, gets a great Blizzard down, and just forces so much positioning. But they have stopped it before the checkpoint.
Have indeed. Muse with a shatter. Can Hattie diff him? Hattie's got the shatter up in 1%. It's shatter versus shatter straight into the backline. Hattie jumps straight in front of him and stops the shatter from hitting the team. Hits a shatter of his own and pins Chorong to the wall. The London Spitfire just annihilating the Defiant right now. They're going to take the lead.
London Spitfire saying, no. We don't lose in the rush mirror. And Hadi putting the team on his back, putting in so much work. And that's a late death from Twilight as well, which is going to stop this Defiant recontest. Hisu, blinking, gets off of the Sojourn and goes over to the Hangzhou.
Very much feels like a poor person's Sojourn, but if he can find the headshots, he should be good. Spark is near that overclock. Nice window to end Muse's life, and this fight looks already over, especially with Finale stuck on the robot like that. London Spitfire, Scott, they're going to complete. Like, they're pretty close, and they've got ults to spare.
Defiant going to be careful. They're going to get staggered here. You can see Hattie chasing them down. They're going to get these picks. That's going to stagger out this next fight, and all of a sudden,
they're going to complete.
It's going to get closer.
They're going to complete. Hardy's gonna maybe get shatter in the next fight. Like 50% is nothing when you got that beat. There's the beat. There's the overclock. Can Sparker find the Angs? Admiral found one with Twilight on the side. Finale is useless to the rest of the team. He's just in a lone room, just fighting against Sparker. An easy jump out from the Sojourn. Hisu finds 1 kill, but is it enough? I don't think so. A couple of meters to go, and London Spitfire have done it. A completion of New Queen Street and a 3-1 to round out the series.
Getting a little nervous on the rush there from Spitfire. But no, they show that they are the superior rush team. People are going to have to think again if they're going to mirror them on it. And unfortunately, once again, in the history books, the Emus win.
The Emus win. They always do. The London Spitfire, they are showing up this tournament. A very slow start for Spitfire. They got in their groove with Hardy, with that rush style. They're proving that you can still play it right here. And they've got big things in their future, that's for sure. I mean, mid-season madness only just started, but London Spitfire already 2-0.
Let me paint you a picture, Jack. So their next 4 matches are the New York Excelsior, the Paris Eternal, the Washington Justice, Dallas Fuel, and then the Florida Mayhem. They can easily, with their current form, go 5-1 in this tournament.
Hey, 6-1? 6-0, sorry.
Oh, okay,
maybe?
Dallas.
Just maybe?
Yeah, Dallas. I was just giving Dallas a little bit of a headway, keeping our egos a little bit down on the London Spitfire. But anything's possible. This team is playing well. They have versatility. They have compositions down. I like the way they're playing the game.
Yeah, they're looking clean right now, and who's looking a little bit cleaner? It is Sparker who's going to be our player of the match. I mean, this guy Sojourn is looking good, and this year, of course, Scott, we talked about it actually during one of the maps. Like, he wasn't eligible to play for a little while, right? He came in, turned of age, and this is what he puts up. London Spitfire with unreal team building and just picking up a lot of these fresh faces from EU contenders and bringing them to the big leagues and then showing up like this. I mean, shout outs to Nuki in the back room. Like, this team has got massive things in their future. And Scott, yeah, their next few matches look pretty decent. And if they continue to play the way they're playing right now, Mid-season madness, here we come. Like, they're going straight to the tournament in my eyes.
We could see this team at Hawaii, especially with how in flux the middle of the pack is. You know, let's talk about the Toronto Defiant. This is a team that just lost their head coach. They lose their first match here in the mid-season tournament. It could easily snowball away from them, and London Spitfire sitting pretty. And You know, you gave a shout out to Nuki. I want to give a shout out to Christopher, the head coach. He's been very vocal about recognizing as a team their limitations and how they can play around them. And they've done a great job of extracting a lot of the potential from these players and playing to their strengths. Party on that Reinhardt, Backbone on that May, just Sparker on any hit scan at this point.
Literally
so
anything.
Good.
Yeah, it felt really good, and I think they got a few highlights to run through and put on their social media, that is for sure. A 3-1 for the London Spitfire. They're 2-0 in the mid-season madness. Qualifiers right now, they're looking great. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. We've got 2 more banger games coming up just after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Landon from London Spitfire. Landon's London. Hi, Landon.
Stop. Thank you.
Hey, man, congratulations on the win. You guys are looking really nice right now. Against Toronto Defiance, I think you guys proved that you guys were the better team today. How did you guys prepare for the match against Toronto Defiance?
Our basic strategy was just to work as hard as we could to like figure out every matchup we can, so when we get in the match, there's no confusion. So I think we like going into the match, no matter what they played, I think we had a pretty good idea of how we wanted to play them.
Okay. Were you guys at all surprised when Toronto came up with the Winston dive, mostly out throughout the match, or were you sort of expecting that from Toronto?
Not seeing Zen is definitely going to be a surprise given how strong the hero is. So, but I mean, literally last stage, that was all we played against. All we did was play Ryan into Winston. So it wasn't like it was something we had never done before, you know? Just had to go back to our old
and I mean,
strategies.
also, I think... Right, and I mean, I also want to talk about the very last map. I think New Queen Street was a lot fun. I mean, you guys did prove that you guys are, I think, currently the best rush team that we have in the league. But were you guys surprised by the fact that Toronto all of a sudden switched up their comp and they came up with the rush mirror?
I mean, yeah, I don't really understand the Ryan pick. We've proven that Ryan is like our best comp, and to put us in a mirror match on it, when I think we've won every New Queen Street so far playing Ryan comp. So to come out and match the Ryan, I don't really understand it. A little bit disrespectful.
Were you guys? I bet you guys were like sort of just going like, "Oh yeah, we got this. We won this match." As soon as you saw the rush mirror, no?
It caught us off guard a little bit, but we definitely had confidence in the middle of the match.
Right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and it definitely showed. And last but not least, my final question is, you know, right now London Spitfire, I think coming into this stage, of course, rush comp, you guys have it down. And also, like, your Sigma comp with Poco in it looks really good too. So you guys even have more versatility in this stage. Landon, do you think this stage right now could be the stage for the London Spitfire?
This is the stage we make the tournament. I'm fully confident in that, and I hope everyone gets ready to watch us. We're going to make the tournament this stage.
All right, I love the confidence. Landon, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And again, congratulations.
Thank you so much. What a fun game.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Landon from London, or technically he's from
London,
US,
London.
but he is playing for the London Spitfire. And yeah, what a likable team they are though. Like,
Oh my
really,
God,
just looking at that roster, it's great to see them getting those W's, because that means we get to chat more to all those players. And it is one of the very few rosters we have, which is actually very multicultural. We have see the Crimson buff in the background right there. Perfect. Actually paid actor, since we are on campus.
And she's wearing a Shanghai Dragons.
It's all over the place with it. We love it.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, we love to see that very multicultural roster succeed. I mean, we have a Dane, a Swede, we have a guy from the UK, we have an American, we have a French guy, and then we have a German in there. Like, a lot of language barriers which could happen, but they make it work, they synergize, and they're looking good, and they're looking like they're showing us versatility. On the other side, Toronto Defiant, yeah, I guess they just decided to ignore that there is a patch and a meta reinforced.
Speak your mind, sorry. No,
Yeah,
no,
I'm angry. I should stop speaking.
No, I'm gonna talk about it.
Feelings out. Come on.
So let's talk about this.
Both of you
I think we have to. We picked Toronto.
Come on now.
I was honestly very disappointed. I picked Toronto because, I mean, they look at the roster. They have really competent players, and I felt like, you know, during the break, I was sure that they had something up their sleeves. They were going to, after kickoff clash, you know, they actually did go to kickoff clash. So, you know, maybe during their break, they wanted to come up with a better strategy against London Spitfire. But we came into the match, and throughout the whole, I think the first, up until map 3, it was just all Winston dive. I guess Toronto made sense because it was, you know, there's more high grounds, and Winston's competition makes sense, and that they did win that map. But other than that, I was a little bit confused on not only their competition, but how they played as well. Most of the time, sometimes when the dive worked, it worked. When it didn't, they didn't know how to go back and come back in. It was just, I don't know, it was sort of all over the place for me.
It's okay, Dan. It's okay.
Reinforce is enjoying this entirely too much. He's currently holding on to Danny's knee in case
But,
you are missing it, but I'm seeing it.
No, I think also, the fact that, Toronto finds those, I think most of the times where they won the fights, I think was upon like individual super plays. Like when Hisu got those crazy shots, or, Finale actually on Echo was pretty impressive as well. Yeah, but on the other hand, London Spitfire, they proved me again that I love London. Yeah,
You love London?
I love London.
Back on it.
Yeah, London.
Switch apart.
London.
I mean, clearly what the Defiant picked as their approach did not work out, and they had nothing to fall back on, which is very unfortunate. London, however, showed us some great looks at their backline looking absolutely unkillable, and of course their tanks stepping it up as well as their DPS players. So like, just the entire squad is on fire right now. We do have one more match now happening in just a little bit. Actually, we have two more matches. I made it sound like this is the last one. It isn't. It's the second match of the day, and that one will be fought out between the Atlanta Reign and the Boston Uprising. Now, we across the board went for Atlanta Reign. How can Boston get an upset here, Reinforce?
How can Boston get an upset?
No Zarya.
No Zarya?
No Winston.
I think that's,
I see
that's a
another
good choice.
Winston.
Yeah. Don't play the Zarya, the composition that no one has played so far.
Dallas did, and it didn't work.
Sure. Yes, Boston Uprising. I mean, I still think they could be a really good Sigma team. I mean, Punk has continually impressed us, even dating back to last year. We were like, oh, well, Punk's gonna get benched. He's not gonna be a consistent off-tank player in this team. But Punk just continues to impress us. So him picking up the Sigma and playing a fantastic Sigma for the Boston Uprising here at this stage, it could set up the rest of the Boston Uprising for success. Victoria as well is someone who a lot of people have raved about. Obviously coming up from Contenders and Boston Academy, promoted now, and this is supposed to be his chance. He's supposed to take this opportunity and really grab it. So I think the Boston Uprising is a coordinated team. I think they proved with their star composition that they understand the micro stuff when it comes to compositions, and they can figure that out. So if they want to adapt, take new ways, adapt new strategies, who's to say that they can't be a really good Sigma team when it comes to like long-range hit scan and stuff like that? I think a lot of players on the Boston Uprising have something to prove. Especially after Striker departed the team, who was supposed to be the star player for this team. But I think they could prove a difficult matchup for the Atlanta Reign. But the Atlanta Reign are very favored, and they have Kai, Danny.
Yeah. Oh, you took my line. Now I can't say anything.
That's what he wanted to say.
I tried my best. I tried really hard
and just
to build up
Johnny
Boston.
just took it. I was gonna say, but Kai though.
But Kai though.
Well, but
It's all going to be about Kai.
That's always a good point to make. Now, but yeah, anything is possible. We haven't seen either of the teams
Anything
play
is
so
possible.
Far. It actually is. That's actually how it is. We haven't seen either team play so far in this new, not quite established meta yet. So I'm very interested to see what they're running out of the gates with. And for all the action, we're going to head over to our casters, Uber and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Selwyn. Yeah, I think very cogent words there from our desk. But Kai, though, this matchup here comes from two teams. What are you? Is that my shirt?
What? No, this is one of my shirts. I like this shirt. What's wrong with it? It's a little camo.
What do you mean?
Like,
you've been dissing my shirts.
Thing.
It's exactly the kind of you've stolen my wardrobe.
Well, I look cool when I wear these shirts. You just look ridiculous.
That's not true. I'm wearing koi fish, baby.
Also, we have to decide on another episode of is Danny's outfit.
Oh no, it's one piece.
It's one
piece.
a one piece.
Mate,
the shorts just match way too well.
If Danny goes to the bathroom, it's very inconvenient. I'm telling you, that is one piece. I will die on that hill, 100%. Matt,
or
this is a matchup.
Matching two-piece. Could be that as well.
I don't believe it. No, I think it's all one ensemble. It's a bromper. Is that what they call them? I'm going to call it bromper. Yeah, that's what it is. I love it. Look, big shout out, Danny.
Who's playing?
Always a fan of that.
It's Atlanta versus Boston.
You got anything else?
Talk about the game, Mitch.
All right, so this is a matchup between 9 and 10. But you know what's so insane, Matt, is that we have a team here in Atlanta who go all the way to like the lower bracket finals in Dallas. They're ranked 9th out of technically 13 right now, because 3-3 in that last stage was only good for being in the lower half of the Western region. That's how competitive things were. So these two teams are actually right next to each other in the standings, even though one went to Texas and went quite far and the other was absent.
Well, Atlanta kind of falters like the second half of the kickoff clash. Like they looked really good at the start and then started to tail off towards the end.
If I remember correctly, though, they had some really tough games in there. Like, they played like some of the top teams in the kickoff clash towards the end. Where you saw once it got to LAN, right, they played really strong, right? They worked Gator into the lineup a little bit more. He got some play. I'm not worried about Atlanta in the slightest. We'll see their starting lineup today. They'll start Venom and Hawk, so that tells you they're going to be playing some Tracer, most likely Hawk on the Sigma too.
These guys are like the roadmen of 2021, I feel like. A lot of travel for them. You know, getting over to Hawaii, that was sort of the only travel that was sort of, you know, able to be done. And, you know, this team obviously, you know, really had to put in the miles, and they competed up against that Eastern region sort of more than once. This may well be the time for the Atlanta Rain to kick it up another notch, right? You mentioned Venom coming in. We've seen him on the Tracer. It's clear that he's a Tracer specialist, but whether he's going above and beyond his sort of expectations right now remains to be seen. With all this Sojourn, though, we're seeing, Matt, Kaya seems like he's once again going to be in his element, another meta that favors him. And we know the Hawk Sigma was a huge part of Atlanta Rain's formula for success in the past. It's nasty.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not really worried about this Atlanta Rain team. I think they have the talent across the board. I think their mental game, right, is really strong. You know, players who have you know, gotten a lot from Twitter and a lot from community, whatnot. You show up at LAN, lots of pressure, you perform. Not worried about this team in the slightest. I think specifically with Kai now being able to play the Sojourn like you mentioned, I think that's going to be a huge addition for this team. And then also with the supports, right? They're able to play just about anything. So I think kind of roster talent-wise, they're set up really well for the rest of the season.
Let's talk about their opponents, Matthew. Dubbed a professional team, the kind of players that would never steal each other's broadcast attire. It's the Boston Uprising with an interesting inclusion here. It's going to be Itzal starting at tank.
Yeah, he'll be in to start to tank today. We saw Punk towards the end of the kickoff clash, and he played quite well in some of their you know, late stage wins. It'll be interesting when you have Itzal in here to play today. You figure that in a meta that shows Sigma, right? You would have Punk, as he's traditionally more of an off-tank player, but we'll see what Itzal brings to the table.
Yeah, obviously, you know, that was our expectation. I think, you know, Johnny sort of touched on it a little bit, saying, hey, we kind of expect to see them try to get more value out of Punk, but it might actually be a completely different direction that this team's taking. I think if we get a hit scan duel, it will be quite interesting, because from what we've seen of Victoria's play, he prefers to be a little bit less aggressive, definitely preferred to take less aggressive angles when he picked Widow on maps like Gibraltar and such. Not in this series, of course, as the map pool is going to be preset. It's not loser pick or anything like that, but there's still opportunities to bring in that kind of pick. My eyes are firmly set, Matt, on Circuit Royale if we get there in map 3. That's when those Sigma, those hit scan based compositions might come out, but for the time being, we're going to be hitting here onto Oasis, and it's City Center, so again, a map that's not going to favor those more static compositions. I want to see what Boston put Itzal on here. The Wrecking Ball would be fascinating.
The Wrecking Ball seems to be a popular pick amongst some teams. Atlanta could end up playing this Doomfist. We've seen Hawk play that throughout. We saw a little bit of D.Va yesterday. Not a ton, but also Hawk, we know in the past, a very strong D.Va player. Kai, we both expect to play the Sojourn, right? We've seen teams make really good use of the newest hero that's playable right now. And I think you're going to see a lot of teams go towards the Sojourn. She seems really strong right now.
Here we go. One hero that the Rain never really wanted to play was the Wrecking Ball last year. They really tried to play against it, counter it, and they didn't want to have adopted that playstyle themselves. So don't expect to see a mirror here from Hawk. The Doomfist here, not a huge surprise. You'll see Crimzo and Faith flanking one another as they head to this high ground, try and establish some early control. Let's see what Crimzo can do on this Zen.
Yeah, and this is really interesting for like Hawk, right? Like, who is the dive target here for the Doomfist? Can't exactly just get up to the high ground and challenge those supports. But I mean, Venom with some help there from Ultraviolet gets a kill on Victoria. Takes out that Tracer. That's kind of the combo, right? With the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball sending on in to do big damage. That's out of the equation now.
A huge part of that damage came from a rail from Kai, as he's like keyhole shooting through that middle pergola and just happens to see the Tracer. That's one of the scariest things I feel like right now about playing Tracer here, is that you're pretty easy to hit with these rails.
Oh, dude, I mean, what in the game that we casted yesterday, right, with Hydron, just like absolutely just wrecking Shaxx in the Sojourn versus
over and over again.
Tracer matchup. There wasn't even anything like Shaxx could do better, right? Just you have that rail charged up. Something that I think you can recognize from this, and then I think players also recognize, it's really hard to tell when the Sojourn is like charged up in terms of how powerful that right click is. So it's difficult for the Tracers to gauge whether they're safe to go in and dive on the Sojourn or not.
And with how quickly the projectile travels, you just find a Tracer sort of in between blinks, and if you connect a headshot, it's an instant kill in many cases. If not, it's still a ton of damage that'll force a recall at the least. Venom, speaking of which, has to do just that here as the Pulse Bomb comes in for Victoria, who went for a bit of a style play to stick a Tracer post-recall. No purchase there, but Kai found Crimzo here with that rail shot, and the Rain don't look like they're any closer to giving up control here, not after that stick on face.
No, I mean, Boston's really made no progress here in trying to break this setup from Atlanta, where Boston, they're trying to go on that like right side staircase, but that disruptor shot from Kai on the Sojourn, right? The ball that was doing tons of damage early on in the beta, it still is just a really good just kind of area denial. You can't move through it. It's slow if you go through. You take that ticking damage, and then you're obviously dealing with other damage coming through. So we'll see. Maybe Valentine can land an EMP here.
Got to get something here. No final blows for the Uprising yet this round. It's been a perfect round so far for Atlanta. Looks like that's about to end, though, as Valentine tries to throw the kitchen sink. Oh, my goodness, causes a dialogue to pop up on the screen. That's how ridiculous that was. Kai has overclock available here. Still no deaths for the Atlanta Rain. Now the Transcendence brought into the fight. It's Valentine to fall first to Hawk, and that Transcendence is more of a stay of execution for the Uprising. Kai is hunting. Another disruptor shot thrown down range, and Victoria's getting close. That's that first elimination for Boston, but they've lost Itzal. OG playing safe in that corner there as Hawk and Venom just need a top up, and Ultraviolet's dishing out the orbs.
And with Boston's composition, they need to make plays for Ultraviolet and OG, and you never saw either of them in trouble throughout that entire round. Able to just stay at a distance and put down damage with Kai. You also had some really big kills at the start from Venom in certain fights, so if you're Boston, you're going to play this composition. You can't punish like players like Hawk or punish the supports. You're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Venom had a fantastic round. I think he found 3 final blows pretty much straight away. Those first couple of fights, he was all over it. Not a lot of damage from the Uprising's comp. I mean, Wrecking Ball, his buff is purely in terms of displacement. Sombra obviously is involved with the hack is so short duration. It's really hard to catch a team in a position
well, you also
where
get the bonus damage
from
from hacking now too, right? Being able to hack and then do extra damage. So that's kind of like, you get the hack. But you put down some damage yourself with the Tracer, you think you can get a kill.
He's got less damage than his own Ana, though. I guess that's the tough part for the Sombra. Not able to have the impact he's sort of looking for in that round. And again, another great start for Atlanta, right? No real change compositionally here. Ultraviolet moving to the Ana. That's all.
So you need to have a death right at the start here. Hawk probably going to be able to make it out with his life, but yeah, I mean, you lose Crimzo right at the rip as Hawk goes in. Seismic Slam lands right on top of him. Nothing you could do after that. This has not been a good look for Boston thus far.
Yeah, the Rainer decided they don't really care about Itzal. They're not playing, you know, that sort of very hostile anti-ball backline anymore. They're just favoring the mobility and that extra sort of throughput impact of Ana. I mean, Victoria has to use all these blinks there. He stands still for a second. He gets vaporized. His fate almost suffered. Kai, power slide to the point here, calling for heals, and they come in quickly.
You can see how fast that Sojourn can get away from the Wrecking Ball, right? Nothing that the Wrecking Ball can do to chase there as...
Oh my god, Paul.
Slam on to Faith on the high ground. Yeah, I mean, this is just a sick dive coming through here from the Atlanta Rain.
Recall there from Venom. Valentine's able to find Hawk at the very least. But again, will it be another 1-kill round for the Boston Uprising? We're halfway through here. And again, yeah, a couple of key ultimates on the horizon, sure. But Atlanta aren't being forced to part with any of theirs as this defense, this positional hold just solidifies.
And I mean, you see OG going to have a sound barrier. Faith is at like 65% at this moment in time.
Oh, man.
That could be big, though. You knock Kai off the side and you get Ultraviolet. Now you should be able to make a play for the point.
No contingency for the Wrecking Ball in Atlanta's composition, and eventually Itzal's able to have an impact. 2 key kills, but Crimzo's been picked off yet again. That's the Biotic grenade and the nano boost not available anymore. OG's going to go for the sound barrier here as the Rain look to try and contest a minefield over the point, partially covering that side room, but the Rain don't seem too bothered for the time being. Valentine in Duplicate playing a little safe here as he waits those 12 seconds out. He's going to be knocked out of Dupe here, looking for Kai, but it's going to be Hawk with 2 in that fight. Itzel trying to pressure that backline down, but there's far too much healing available for the Atlanta Rain right now. The silver lining is that Boston have control of the point, and Itzel is stalling admirably.
Yeah, but how long can he actually realistically stall this for? He's going to try and get out here. It's going to be Atlanta flipping the point. So Atlanta finally does flip the point through all of that. They're going to have 75% and counting. Are going to come back with the 2 ultimates. Most likely get a Meteor Strike here, but Faith finally with this sound barrier.
Well, anytime you use it, it's going to be about now. Itsel's really the only thing that Boston have had that's sort of gone their way. And here's Victoria, finds OG first and foremost, and Venom has been pretty patient holding onto this pulse bomb. He'll be even more patient as Itzel got himself a sound barrier, but Venom waited just for 1 second. It doesn't matter because Victoria and Valentine combine for a team's worth of kills.
Yeah, and I think Valentine actually lands his T-bombs on a Hawk, and just the splash damage ends up taking out Venom as well. Big kills there from Valentine. Is trying to keep Boston Uprising alive on this map. Hawk can get really aggressive here, Mitch, because he has that Meteor Strike to get out of kind of jail, right? If he goes in, gets into trouble, and they're going to go right to the high ground.
Very aggressive from Kai. Overclock engaged, looking for Valentine there, but Fate's able to send Ultraviolet careening off the edge of the map here. OG able to reciprocate, but that'll be all the Atlanta Rain have going in this fight. Now the Uprising can start to double down here. Now they have a chance to make this map competitive.
And Sojourn's ultimate is obviously more risky than like a 76, right? Where the 76 attack visor auto aims for you. You still have to aim those shots on the Sojourn. As it looks like Atlanta, they don't want to like fully back out and reset. They have everybody coming off the spawn just now, and they get Victoria.
That's huge. Valentine also pretty low. Hawk found him in midair with a punch somehow. Unsure how that happened. Defying gravity of the Atlanta Rain. That's just ridiculous. Boston capitulate in a split second. They were in a decent spot. They had some control, and all of a sudden it all goes wrong for them. The Atlanta Rain return to winning ways here towards the end of the round on Oasis. And that was just Victoria with a brief touch, and that's all it's going to be. Pretty dominant opening here from the Atlanta Rain, Matt, as Boston looked uncertain to start, and they took too long to get going.
And I think what you really have to like if you're an Atlanta fan is that typically in the past, like these are the type of compositions you've like struggled with, right? Where, you know, in this case, you're playing the Doomfist, but like these aggressive, fast-paced, divey style compositions, and they looked great there.
Strong start from the Atlanta Rain here, still stoking the fire in their bellies after an early exit in Texas. Stick around, everybody, as our second round is just a few minutes away.
Two shots, dead in the ground, we ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone, don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back, tell you now, we laying it down, yeah. Bands up, trapped out, I bring the dogs, gang out. Look, don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual, nah. We let it rain, ain't seen a savage, who you?
It's a tough outing on Oasis for the Boston Uprising here as Hawk, obviously this moment on Valentine, quite a nice look as they just explode back into control of the point, winning the map right there and then. Good opening for them. The composition looked very classically Rain as we still see Hawk on that Doomfist play, and Kai did move to Sojourn as we expected. We got to see a bit of Itzal there for the Boston Uprising map, a bit of that Wrecking Ball play. He looked really solid. Unfortunately, it looks like the comp just really didn't have what it took against Atlanta's setup.
They just couldn't put it together around the Wrecking Ball, right? So you'll see Punk come in for Itzel, and then you'll also see MCD coming in here for Faith. So some substitutions as we move into map number 2, which will be Eichenwald. I think you'll probably see Sigma compositions, right, from both sides. It's a lot like what we saw yesterday with the Sigmas in play on this map.
I think the next 2 maps, right, will probably be the same, or at least, yeah, once we get Circuit Royal, of course, probably present that same opportunity. But so Eichenwald should be a bit of an indicator of how these teams square up on those comps. And look, I think if you're wanting Boston to really have a big chance in this series, you want to see them look good on this map. This might be the most telling map of all of them, because I think a lot of what we see on Eichenwald will carry over to Circuit Royal, at least at some points, right? There's some wriggle room here. We've seen both teams try and pick up the Zens. I think Ultraviolet had a really nice Zenyatta round there on Oasis. Yeah. And we have a sub here of MCD coming in for the Boston Uprising. So we'll see what changes in that support line.
Yeah, maybe playing the Brig with the Zen, right? If you're going to play the Sigma-based compositions.
Yeah, why take Faith out then, I guess, is what I want. He was quite a solid Brig.
Yeah, not exactly sure.
Okay, so, ooh.
There's an opportunity for some change on that side of, once they're on the offense, so opportunity.
What do you make of
off the side?
No Zen here for Atlanta. I guess maybe I don't know, maybe they're not too worried about like Wrecking Ball. Definitely want just that Ant Matrix play.
It'll actually be Hawk on Doomfist. Interesting that he runs out of the spawn on the Sigma, goes off the side, shows them that potentially Sigma, and then now switches over to the Doom. So playing the Doomfist with the Batiste is quite interesting.
Is that impulsive, I wonder? Or like a spontaneous decision? Because you kind of feel like Sigma makes sense with that comp.
They probably have an idea of like what Boston plays, even if they don't scrim against them. They probably have an idea. Where Boston with a much different look than we see some other teams. This will be the Zen with the Batiste. You have the Sigma in play with a Hangzhou Mei combination.
Well, it definitely explains the switch to 2 flex supports, right, with MCD coming in. So Crimzo hovering Luciano. I was very confused, but this makes a bit more sense here. Well, Crimzo got his face melted off there by Kai, but Victoria's able to pick off Venom. I mean, you see double kills to disrupt the shot. You know, something's gone very wrong positionally, Matt.
I mean, Kai ordering this fight, right? Looks like they're just going to try and let him hunt down the last. Yep. Let him come right out the gate, getting all 5 players. As Valentine now look over to Echo. Let's take a look from Kai's POV. Right here. And everybody gets inside of this room here. Yeah, you're gonna.
It's the wall. They may walk themselves into it. Oh, golly.
Oh, golly.
Oh, golly. I'm trying to mix up some of my, superlatives, reactions. Yeah. Victoria finds another early pick here. Venom dying twice consecutively to Tracer. OG there gets hit with an accretion, so he's not picking himself back up at all, and that immortality field doesn't really have the value. There is a chance still here for the Atlanta Reign, though. Valentine and Crimson are both down, and Kai's found another one! Victoria can't believe it! He can catch flies in his gob. He's picking his jaw off the ground right now, and MCD's about to get absolutely rinsed. Venom picks him up.
Man.
And the Reign have done it again.
Yeah, Venom coming back from spawn, but it's really Ultraviolet and Kai able to turn that one. As that looked really good for Boston, they don't even get a tick, man. Those are the fights you gotta put away. You gotta take those.
I mean, Venom and Ultraviolet go down first. Immortality Field doesn't work. Punk and Victoria set up a 5v3. I cannot believe that just happened. Whew, man, okay, Immortality Field, and Matrix as well up for Ultraviolet here, but Punk's just been blown up already. Hawk gets out of jail free, so to speak, and MCD, out, he's done.
So he's going for another punch here on the Valentine. Just the VM there of Hawk trying to chase that down. So they get rid of Victoria. Victoria's got this Dragon Strike, but man, like, do you hold on to this? Like, is it even going to be useful here? You know, maybe you get the Gravitic Flux and you drag in, you know, the ground when they go through, come down, but
I don't know, you can force some sight lines for yourself as Hangzhou, I suppose.
You imagine Hawk is going to come like over the top here, or they're just going to try and collapse onto somebody, yeah.
Yep, there it is, straight over the top of Victoria. Venom has just been sat there the whole time. No one has really been paying much attention to him either. Easy pick up for him. No Hangzhou now remaining. The Dragon Strike was used. Hawk, okay, steps out of the Immortality Field at just the right time. He gets off to safety. It's going to have to be MCD. The Air Matrix goes a long way, but it's just far from enough.
Yeah, and the Gravitic Flux from Punk only catches Ultraviolet, but able to live on through that. So Victoria going to back up. You're going to have a duplicate here. You're going to have Transcendence, so probably your best chance for the Boston Uprising to take this point A, because you have nothing on the side of the Atlanta Reign. The issue is Atlanta really hasn't relied on like big key ultimates to win some of these fights, right? Like Hawk and Venom can just collapse right on top of MCD, maybe even force his Transcendence out.
Valentine's playing the clock tower right now. You have to surge forward as the Uprising here and get some value out of Zenyatta, and there it is.
It is, yeah.
Transcendence. Oh my Valentine! Pinned to the clock tower! He turned him into the cuckoo! That's disgusting. This is too easy to hit. This is absolutely busted. 3 seconds left in the round, and Kovacs Kai causes the Uprising to bend the knee.
We know how sick that Kai is, just in terms of like an aimer, and with the things we've been seeing Sojourn do thus far, you know, you can't fly down. Like Echo's like descent, right, is like it's pretty slow. Kind of coming down right in his view, like really
Yeah, it's not as bad as Guardian Angel, but it is pretty slow, sure.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna die in that situation. Like, I mean, maybe there's no other play there. Maybe you feel like he's like close to half and you can beam him down, but you also had a duplicate there that never gets used, right? Maybe you're able to like actually like get a copy off and then do some damage and then kind of come out of that, finish him. But yeah, Boston had some opportunities there, Mitch. Just didn't make anything of it.
That Transcendence, you know, they really had to try and find some value from that, no doubt about it. And the duration, I think they used it to cross to the point, and then they get absolutely flattened. Losing an Echo at the start of that fight, it definitely hurts. We can see this. I don't know if we slowed it down, but you know how it goes. I mean, sorry, that correction is actually genuinely astounding to find a headshot, and then a sec. Okay.
Those shots are just
actually
backbreaking there, the ones from Kai, yeah.
Okay, well, significant mental toll definitely levied to the Boston Uprising after that round. Now they're going to hold out against this Venom Winnow. Hasn't peaked. Thinks better of it here. We'll still see Kai, of course, on that Sojourn, and OG switches to the Brig here.
Yeah, and the scary part is for Boston, like, there's just a burst potential here with the Sojourn, the Tracer, and the Doomfist on like a dive. Even Sojourn can get in the mix rather quickly. You know, you lose one player, you're in a really bad spot.
All right, Ultraviolet finds Valentine. It was a trade at first. The Immortality Field for the Boston Uprising is down. Victoria's asking for it here. Oh, he's asking for it. Hawk's made his way in. Disrupt the shot would be nice right now, says Kai. Waits on the cooldown, but gets stunned before he has a chance to make use of it. Doesn't matter. Crimzo finds himself in no man's land. And Hawk is going to shred the rest of the Uprising. This is a very quick map. Very one-sided matchup so far. Oh, bloody hell, that was rough.
Yes, just once Atlanta starts to get aggressive and push on in, Boston's just not able to react and kind of keep up with the pace. Even though they get that first kill in that fight, it's nowhere near enough as Atlanta just barrels on through. Yeah, like you said, dominant first two maps, man.
And again, you know, we're starting to get a little bit of these Sojourn players showcased now. You can just see how the shields kind of rendered useless, right? Obviously penetrating through those. That's pretty scary stuff here, and no one's safe. You stay still for too long, you are absolute toast. And I told you, this is an important map. This tells us how the comps match up. Let's see how we look. It's Circuit Royal, because that's where Boston have to make their comeback. Oh man, it's gonna be tough.
kidding me? Done it! Unbelievable! The Boston Uprising snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Now Victoria's popping up, making 5 heads. Victoria's going absolutely insane.
Calling all community artists. Submit your art celebrating the Overwatch League for a chance to be featured on the fan art gallery and maybe even make an appearance on the broadcast. That's right, everybody. This match, I don't know how, I don't know how you depict it. You know what I mean? A little bit David and Goliath, I guess, but like that story goes well for the quote-unquote underdog. I don't think this one's going to go that way. More like Goliath punting David into the stratosphere.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'd have like the Atlanta Phoenix bird with just like a pool of blood on the ground. I don't know. That's about it, right? I feel like it's
very macabre, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think of something that I could potentially draw, right? I think that kind of is the extent of
what about just a smear?
Skill.
Why don't you just like dip your hand in paint and go across
Yeah, I've seen
some postmodern
like
interpretive art. Yeah, that would pretty accurately encapsulate what's going on here right now.
I wanted Boston to come out and play good today, because they sit here at 2-4, right? Well, they sit here in 2-4, they still have like a chance. Like, this is a team that like started to look better towards the end of the kickoff clash as Faith comes in for MCD. You mentioned like Atlanta, sure, they get some points because of kickoff clash going to the LAN, but they're 3-3. It's kind of like a situation with the London Spitfire and Florida Mayhem the other day where like, kind of knocks Florida down a peg, like allows London to move up a little bit. Like, this could have been an opportunity for them to kind of, like if they beat Atlanta today, right? They'd be 3-4. Atlanta would be 3-4. Atlanta, maybe they have some tough games. They lose. They kind of squander away that point that they gained for the kickoff clash, and then Boston can make a comeback. But losing a series like this is tough because you allow the people in front of you to gain an even larger lead, and then you fall a little bit behind. It's pretty disappointing. I think this Boston team is definitely better than what they showed today.
Yeah, definitely can't. This is a team, by the way, that had, a fair bit of time to sort of work on their looks, obviously not sort of competing in the kickoff clash. But again, it looks like Atlanta are able to carry over a lot of what sort of brought them success, in that previous stage, and it definitely feels like it's still relevant here. Again, I think
Also,
like Danny said no Punk Zarya. Definitely won't see it on this map, which is a shame because that was definitely one of his strongest picks. I felt like Boston actually looked really good with that comp.
Yeah.
Now they don't really have that option. Dallas tried to play it, Matt. It was kind of bad. And, I think that was Boston's one of their biggest strengths.
Also a bit of a confidence boost, I think, for Atlanta to go to the event even after a 3-3 stage and play well. I think definitely kind of bodes well of like, okay, we're on the right track, like keep going at this. Like, we just had a rough patch towards the end of the kickoff clash. Yeah. Where it's like, maybe it's just Boston running into a team that's full of confidence coming off a great LAN performance here.
So I kind of mentioned, Eichenwald should be like emblematic of the comps we should see here. I guess that doesn't hold because Atlanta chose to just keep playing Doomfist on defense as well. Still, this is the kind of look we would have had. Maybe if 4 could play what we consider more conventional. It's kind of what Boston Uprising tried to go for. I mean,
he did not expect them to be in there.
But why not? That's where everyone on defense plays. Kai he just doesn't care. And look at this. I mean, this is bad for Boston. They've already given up that key room there on the left-hand side with limited resistance.
His Valentine got hit with an accretion there, so had to back up a little bit on the Genji, but you're going to lose this neutral battle, it looks like, as it'll be Atlanta taking that first fight where that's when Atlanta's looked at their best in the series, so like getting in these these fast-paced engagements with the Boston Uprising, that's when they've looked at their best.
Yes.
Okay, so the May now.
Okay, why do you think he doesn't prefer the Genji, I wonder? I guess he can play more around that shield, but...
Yeah, you can play more around the shield. I mean, May is just kind of like has a large health pool, right? The ice block able to survive. Like, you can kind of play almost like a second tank in situations.
All right, well, let's see if that pays off here. As the Uprising are at least able to stop the cart before their first checkpoint in a position that's relatively advantageous for them. They have the longest sight line here. Victoria dueling with Venom. Venom, this is his bread and butter. Oh, Victoria.
It's tough for Victoria. Because Victoria's also trying to deal with Kai at range, right? Like, Kai just looking straight down is...
Oh, man. Okay, yeah, this is getting out of hand now, and tough to contest the cart from this position. Valentine's going off on his own. Faith walks off the cart to try and fight elsewhere. Valentine now needs to try and contest once more, but Venom's been left unchecked for the most part. Kai plays an absurdly close angle, but Victoria's back in the fight now, and Kai is not in a great spot to contest.
No, and Faith ends up popping the rally and staying alive on the cart and keeping that one from going on through to that first checkpoint. So big play there from Faith, able to take out the Tracer and then dodge some of the shots that are coming in from Kai, as Kai is in a rough spot as he's trying to get back to the rest of his team.
Trying to obscure his head hitbox there. Make it a little bit harder for Victoria to one-shot him. Kai trying, again, very tight angles. He's definitely setting himself a challenge with some of these setups on the Widow. Accretion, nice connection on a 2. Victoria fell to that flux, so now Kai, can play that a little bit more aggressively. There's no one for the Uprising to access the Widowmaker, and it's really a matter of time until it's all over.
Yeah, although a good first defense there from the Boston Uprising, at the end here where the cart's getting through to checkpoint A, not enough on that second attempt there from Atlanta. Atlanta pushing forward, trying to get any stragglers. They found one. So Valentine walls himself over. Yep, no, not going to make it out. So
that is
going to get some extra payload progress here. Yeah, that is. Because Valentine's close to the Blizzard too.
Yeah, and I think if you're Uprising, you probably try and take a slightly earlier fight if you can. Valentine, one of the hardest heroes on their lineup to kill. Obviously because of the presence of Ice Block and Wall yourself get away. Here's Infraside from Victoria. Now normally we see defending Widows pop those at the same time as attackers, but Victoria just didn't have it. He didn't have it to mirror, so now he's hoping to use an unanswered one to give his team the edge. Not quite. Gravitic, okay, nice ultraviolet, good position from that drone. He's a little bit further back than his front line, but he places it so everybody gets it. So Boston just offload all the ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, they needed a fight win. They couldn't afford to hold on to some of those ultimates there and risk it, because if Atlanta gets that card through, they have a ton of time going into the final part of the map. Is Venom trying to get out here with his life. A little bit of a dodge there.
Yeah, he's like staggering his movement on purpose. It's quite funny. Just stops in place and then lurches forward again. All these little things you have to think about when you know there's an enemy Widow at large.
Gravitic Flux here from Hawk going to come up. You can just kind of like poke and do some damage until it's up.
I mean, look how much space the Uprising are giving them here. It's going to allow Kai to have a little bit more room to breathe. Valentine's recently switching over to the Tracers, able to blink outside of the Gravitic Flux. Victoria not so lucky though, takes a big hit. Crimzo going to get taken down while he's suspended in midair, and a lot of damage on the Punk. The rally is going to be attempted to keep the Uprising alive, and it works. Punk's still standing. Hawk realizes he's overextended, and the Uprising again can deflect the rain.
Yet no immortality field for the Boston Uprising, but the rally from Faith yet again is he's had a really good start to this map, right? The rally on the defensive stand, able to put up a good defense there on that first checkpoint, and then there being able to keep everybody alive through that big Gravitic Flux.
The rain playing pretty assertively, even just with a Baptiste and Tracer, trying to make sure Punk just can't get any easy information or push up and take a more aggressive spot.
I think the Widows have been quiet here. With the shields in play, it's been kind of difficult, especially like the Tracers kind of going after them as well. Oh, well, say that, Victoria gets better at Kai.
Yeah, Kai takes a risk there, obviously, with that grapple being suspended in midair. Maybe if he'd waited for the infra side, it would have been a different story. But once again, the Uprising start to come alive here. Punk with that Sigma. Definitely a top pick of his. We'll get double infras in this next fight, which may not really result in too much. I'm curious to see how the rain play around the sort of presence of both those Widow ults here.
Yeah, because you don't have much time on the clock. 55 seconds and counting. You pop the infra sites, you can't exactly wait them out. Have to try and make a play here.
Yeah, it changes the texture of this fight, having both those abilities online here. There's a Kai is not taking an aggressive angle because it's so telegraphed at this point. Punk stunned briefly there. Pulse Bomb connect onto the immortality field. That's now down. There's the Transcendence from Crimzo. The Uprising are trying to take the initiative here. And they've also taken OG. Valentine looking for the Widow, I think, but they've lost Crimzo here. It's a 5v5 for the time being. Kai needs a miracle headshot, and it's not going to be allowed, but Venom is going to do just what Valentine is trying to achieve himself. Both Widows fall to Tracers on either side of the map, but the Uprising finally seem to have found their rhythm here, Matt. And with 13 seconds left, the Atlanta Reign are running on fumes.
Yeah, maybe they're able to contest, though. You're going to have Venom still in play. OG will have Rally here. So can Venom get to the cart, get a touch? He does.
OG here with Riley, not really dispensing that healing to many targets at all, and at risk of getting caught out here. He has to shield bash away. What does this Gravitic Flux looks like? It captures Punk, and only Punk, but there's enough damage to take him under half HP. He drops instantly. Faith has to shield bash away to safety. A glancing blow on Hawk, but he gets the bounce of the Hyperspheres, and Victoria is going to be felled, and he realizes this is the chance to get a big checkpoint now. Accretion blocked by Faith, but he can't keep the shield up long enough. Eventually, he's brought down.
And the Gravitic Flux there actually helps Hawk access the high ground. It's like a rare kind of thing for the Gravitic Flux, like you kind of talk about the use, yeah, but able to use the Gravitic Flux to get to the high ground and take out Punk. Finds another kill there on Victoria, who is low around the corner, but that'll keep the map going for the Atlanta Reign.
Pretty fortunate for Atlanta. Crimzo backs away as Punk goes for the kinetic grasp. Again, Uprising don't want to give too much ground here, so they want to get aggressive if they can, especially once that defensive cooldown's been exhausted. Valentine keeping tabs on Kai, but can't quite reach him here. If it's going to be a Sigma win for Punk, the Uprising starting to clean house here.
Yeah, as they can push on forward and get control of this doorway, you're going to have your own Gravitic Flux. No Transcendence on the other side, just the Immortality Field to try and keep people alive through it. So I think you're now looking, if you're like Atlanta, like can Kai get a pick here? So that'll be an Amp Matrix to open things up. Maybe just to buy them some space getting into the hotel.
Kai knows he can pressure Valentine here, but that Harmony Orb means that Trace is going to be a persistent nuisance. Kai's forced out of a key sight line for a split second, and that was enough time for Boston to make an aggressive play. Careful. Now the recall had to be made there by Valentine. Kai is starting to get frustrated. He can't win against that Tracer, and no one from the Reign is able to help him.
No, that is such a difficult fight to take as Hawk with a desperation Gravitic Flux, he will drop. So it looks like Boston Uprising going to be able to hold on defense here. Looked like they were going to stop Atlanta from taking that checkpoint B. Now it's come down to here after B here, trying to deny them the completion of the map.
Riley's going to let them touch again, though, man. This time, though, they lose Venom at the start of the fight. Crimzo has to respect, even with this inflated health pool, needs to respect the pressure the Reign will return back with. And great maneuvering there. Fate's able to back up. They pressure Ultraviolet OG away, and that'll be the round. The Uprising finally finding a bit of a rhythm here, and it prevents the Reign from finishing the map.
Yeah, and I think they looked really good, strong with Punk on this Sigma and then Faith on the Brigitte. I think both of them had a very strong first half to this map. Can they keep it going, though? Can they take this map, kind of push the series forward? I think you're going to need to see a repeat performance, if not better, on their offensive half.
You kind of mentioned that the Widows were pretty quiet.
They kind of, it really felt like they were.
I mean, you're not wrong. I'll give you an example. I mean, Kai has 5 final blows to Hawk's 7. I think Victoria has 4 final blows to Punk's 10. So really the tank's headlining a lot of these fights, and Faith has 6 final blows on the Brig to OG's 1. So you can see where, I mean, 16 out of Boston Uprising's 31 final blows come from Punk and Faith combined.
Yes, it's a little bit different with the Sigmas in the mix, right? We did see Sigma played in the kickoff clash on this map, but still we saw the Widows be pretty effective. Just maybe a little bit of a not really able to find each other and make a big impact type of game. We'll see what Boston plays on offense. We have not seen Orisa very much at all. We just saw it at the kickoff clash. I believe it was Washington, the game that we casted.
Yeah, it was Mag.
We saw the front end Mag, yeah. On Li Zheng Tower, looks like Punk going back to spawn. Expect him.
I mean, it's horrendous against Pocoms. It's absolutely awful against them. Once that armor's gone, like you're really fragile, and obviously your cooldowns for mitigating damage at long range are really short. Whereas having a shield, much more comfortable here as Victoria again wants to be the reactive Widow. He's waiting for Kai to grapple up, who Kai though, maybe just pulling his head in a little bit here. More patient play.
You really think about Sigma as a hero, like in the 5v5 meta, like he has like everything in his kit. He can block defense for himself with 2 big kills here for the Boston Uprising, kick things off. So looking much better here for Boston now on offense. But Sigma's got a barrier for the team. He's got a kind of damage eat for himself. He's got a stun, a big AoE ultimate. Like the kit just so good in
primary fire.
Yeah, it hit primary fire.
All right, the main wall there, really nice. Looks like the Reign weren't prepared for that. Again, pretty rudimentary as far as this map's concerned. We see that sort of be used a lot. Okay, but there's Kai firing now onto Victoria, finds that headshot, and all of a sudden the Uprising think better of trying to force this engage.
And that's one thing that can swing the tide in a game like this, these Widowmakers, right? You're able to pick off these headshots at range against each other and give your team that advantage right off the rip, but you end up losing your break. That's a large source of your brawl, and you see Boston's going to go forward.
Yeah, another May wall looking to hopefully secure a kill. Venom able to deliver the pulse bomb to Crimzo, though, who's been accounting for a lot of these final blows so far for the Uprising, and Venom's not done yet. Pressure on Victoria.
Atlanta's lost both supports, though, so they're gonna be coming back now, but they're not in an ideal situation to fight.
No, Venom has no recall. He's hit with a poison mine, so he's looking for a health pack, and it's not there. He's in trouble. Faith runs him down.
Seems like every health pack he was going for was gone. As Faith swinging on everybody on the payload. That'll be Boston taking that first checkpoint.
Faith's like, sorry, bro, I tried. I put my shield up and everything.
Yeah. Doesn't matter, as OG will go over to the Zen. So they're going to play the Zen Baptiste here instead of having a Brig in the mix. So a little bit of extra damage coming out from the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah, more pressure on Punk's shield, I think, because the Uprising seem to be taking a lot of ground rather easily as they push up. Despite Kai finding a pick here and there. A little bit of fragility showing from the Atlanta Reign. Are they that confident on this comp? I'm not sure. Waggle hands there from Hawk is a lot of damage taken, and 3-player accretion. That's perfect from Punk. Centimeter perfect from the Australian. Hawk's going to get run over, and the Uprising, they look vastly better on this map so far. A couple kills there, Faith and Valentine falling, but
much better once you see Punk in the game on the Sigma, playing this competition at a high level. See if the Atlanta Reign can come out and contest. I believe you still have Venom alive. You can maybe get towards the payload. He does, gets on a contest, but not going to be for long.
Yeah, he's on the wrong side of the whack-a-mole game, that's for sure. Air Matrix thrown up here by Ultraviolet. You can see Puck respecting it, folds back around the corner. Gravitic Flux, though, with those grouped up plays, is a big opportunity for Hawk. An instant transcendence comes out, though. Hawk has no choice but to drop and touch with the kinetic grasp. Had to be an immortality field, but they cannot keep the Sigma alive, and now it's Venom's turn to step up. He recalls instantly. Another fantastic May wall from Valentine makes it so hard for Atlanta to reinforce this at all. And just when we thought that this would go the same way as Eichenwald, we're proven wrong, and the Uprising are just dominating on this map.
Yes, this is the Boston I think you expect to see in this series from the get-go, where now they're really turning up the pressure, is getting very close to completing this map, taking it with also a very good time. The time banking won't matter, but still, this has been a speed run for the Boston Uprising.
Yeah, the Atlanta are getting crushed right now. They have half of Boston's final blows cumulatively. Punk is 16 final blows for deaths just quietly. Let's see how this ends up. Venom again playing pretty close to Valentine. But Kai's able to find that pick now. Venom can contest pretty safely. Faye steps up, but Venom's being topped up himself. It's an immortality field down for Ultraviolet. That's the recall from Venom. Now he's playing dangerously. He does get Crimzo, but again, Crimzo steps up to find some huge eliminations on the Zen, and Fate just slaps the Atlanta Reign around. OG steps up here, but it's a pretty spiritless attempt from the Atlanta Reign to stop himself from getting absolutely rolled. Absolutely dominated. The Boston Uprising find their feet, find their rhythm, and find the dub. It's a 2-1 series.
Yeah, and you can talk about the play of Punk. I thought Punk was fantastic on that map, but Faith on the Brigitte was really a big difference maker for me. On the payload, just around the objectives, just being able to be a nuisance. Putting down that just passive healing, right? With the Inspire, just the ability to trigger it constantly, but also just contributing to these fights, being a very tanky target along with the May on the payload.
Yeah, a ton of damage also done in that Brig position. We talked up his Brig last year, and it looks like nothing's changed. In fact, maybe it's gotten a little better. Good signs here for the Uprising. Perhaps we have a series on our hands, but we need to wait and see what Map 4 has in store before we can be sure. Well, the Boston Uprising might just have made this series interesting. A slow start for them, it's all on the wrecking ball. They don't find their feet for the first 2 maps, but once Punk and Fate are in comfortable positions, they come alive and they really take the fight to the Atlanta Rain now. It's a 2-1 series, a chance for a map 5 here, but the Uprising are going to have to reverse sweep.
You feel like, though, if the Boston Uprising can get off to a good start here on Colosseo, that they'll have a ton of momentum in this series, where you put together a really strong performance on Circuit Royale, and now if you go into Colosseo, kind of follow that up right at the start, kind of seeps into the minds of the Atlanta Rain a little bit, that a reverse sweep could be on the table.
And again, not every map is going to be like Circuit Royale. It's pretty unique in a lot of ways. And we know that the Atlanta Rain like to play that sort of Doomfist composition. It's definitely going to be an option for them on Colosseo. Kind of a lot of the heroes that we saw in Eichenwald. I mean, Boston, showed us that Hangzhou as well. We can see him on Colosseo as well. If there's a switch back to what has worked for the Atlanta Rain here, you can expect that pressure to get ratcheted up on Boston all over again. So they have to run it back on a map which is not really similar in any way to Circuit Royale. So they need to find something else to give them the edge here. Let's hope there's more in their bag of tricks than just that one comp. As good as it looked, can you force Sigma, Brig, Widow here? I don't think so.
No, and do you play the Sojourn? Like, we haven't seen that from Boston Uprising yet. We saw them play the Hangzhou on Eichenwald. We did not see it on map number 1. We saw Tracer Sombra. So do we see them pick up the Sojourn here? As it's been really effective in the hands of Kai when we've seen him play it. Right there was the first map I believe we didn't see him play it, right? He plays it the first 2, and they dominate.
Yeah, it really wasn't much of a competition there. As the Uprising tried to play like an Echo setup into the Doomfist, obviously we know that teams have tried to go that way to get an advantage. So we get... Here's a hover from Atlanta. Maybe not so surprising to see this. This is what gave them so much success earlier, right? Puts Venom on that Tracer. And we already talked about Kai's Sojourn here. Boston, though, have their own feel of what kind of comfort comp they play. And they actually are playing Sigma, Brig, and Widow, a comp that I said they would maybe likely move away from here. So very different looks coming up.
With the May in the mix, so a much different look than what we've seen from other teams here on Colosseo. And we're about to find out. I mean, you really don't know at this point, right? Like, with how the meta has changed and so much balance, and we don't know kind of what teams have been working on in the last, like, week or so. No idea. The Widow obviously always good to get some picks early. Is Victoria feeling a lot of pressure, though, from Venom and Kai.
The flank from Kai. You think that obviously more moderate range is that Sojourn, but Kai wants to play at a longer range to start with and just, squeeze his way into a solid flanking spot here. That's worked really well. The Uprising want to back away and play close together, but they've already lost half their personnel.
Yeah, it's going to be Atlanta getting control of the bot first, getting the barrier moving, but it was really about Kai and Venom on that flank. They put some pressure on the Victorious. Victoria goes over to Hangzhou, so this is what we saw in Eichenwald, where for whatever reason they don't want to play this Sojourn, which I've seen a lot of teams use to great effect. I wonder if we see the same result. Kai can be a real big nuisance on these flanks.
This is the setup for Boston that gave them some early picks in those fights, and they still end up losing to Kai and Venom doing insane stuff after the fact. Pulse doesn't stick there, so Crimson's able to avoid that. But look at all the damage on the Uprising. They are so low right now, and there's no burst healing available for them at all. Immortality Field is down, but Boston hang on just long enough to get rid of Venom. Kai still firing on all cylinders, so he takes a big hit there, presumably from Valentine's Ice Spike. He's charged up and ready to go. That wall's about to come down. Kai lays Crimson low, but doesn't find the elimination.
Yeah, this is tough for the Atlanta Rain to push through, right? Because this is where the Boston Uprising, they control some high ground. It's going to be a Meteor Strike going in right on the support. That's going to get the Transcendence out.
Oh, he's dead. He's very dead.
I mean, poor Hawk.
Nice play.
Yeah, I mean, he's been staggered so many times on the Diva in years gone by. He's reliving those moments again. But the Uprising, nicely done. They deal very well, and the Transcendence is timely as Crimson starts to fire.
Can you win multiple fights in a row, though, if you're the Boston Uprising? And that's going to be the key here. You'll have the Sojourn ult with an Amp Matrix here, potentially, on deck. And that Sojourn ult will shoot those right clicks through the shield. So Sigma going to do absolutely nothing there to protect.
Under a lot of pressure. Victoria has to jump away. Kai has that overclock in his back pocket here, but it's going to be Crimzo to strike first yet again. The Zenyatta presence here really having an impact. Kai has to drop to the low ground here just to benefit from Ultraviolet's Transcendence. And here come the Uprising. They're about to equal the Reign's push. Gravitic Flux catching off screen. I think it was Ultraviolet that got caught on that as he went for like a flanker. Is it a flanking position, Matt?
Yeah, as now Boston starting to get the advantage here, is not able to get like a full team fight there if you're the Atlanta Reign. Just kind of like you're trying to use the Transcendence to keep everybody up. Like maybe you could stall enough for Hawk to get back in the mix, but not able to do so. And in this area of the map, like underneath this bridge, this is where you may like the Hangzhou and the May a bit better.
Oh yeah, I love Hangzhou here, Matt. That I know for a fact. Victoria just ruins Ultraviolet's day there. Let's assume he meant to hit that. Forward spawn achieved here for the Boston Uprising. They get past one of the sort of most treacherous parts of the map.
In that really close quarter area, right? You have the Sigma, the May, and the Hangzhou, like all can do like big damage, like burst damage up close. Then you also have the break there as well. So look at where Kai has to play from. Like, can he get back or get an angle here to help a teammate?
Yeah, he really has to play to his strengths at mid-range to avoid Hunter just ruining his day. Pretty well placed disruptor shot there, maybe coming up a little short to actually damage the people inside that room.
Oh, the
Hawk comes out of Meteor Strike and is, blown up.
Yeah, I mean, nothing you can do there. The Transcendence going there from Crimzo. So we're about halfway through this round, and started off good for the Atlanta Reign, and now Boston is taking it to them yet again, just like how we saw in Circuit Royale.
Valentine and Crimzo are having a fantastic round.
Have a Blizzard here, Mitch, and Blizzard, Gravitic Flux, Rally, like you could actually get a full completion here.
To make a map 5, what a way to make a statement. Face able to drop that as he puts his shield away and then brings it back up. Bomb hits the ground. OG went for an air matrix here. It's unclear if he's in a great spot to get value out of it, but Kai now comes alive with the railguns. Valentine removed by that one, and Boston have a chance to push back to their side of the map. Remember, we're only halfway through the round here. With that time increase, now there's more opportunity to sort of match, but you're in triple digits if you're Boston. That's a tough one for Atlanta.
Especially because you're going to have to keep competing against this high ground advantage here to push on through. In this close quarters, like these chokes, right, where you're playing right here for the Boston Uprising, that's where you can get really good use out of that May and the Brig.
All right, Joy looking for his first victim again. First pick, care of Crimzo. Another Dragon Snipe for Victoria. This is going to deny that side flank, force the Reign into that central corridor if they want to fight. They don't.
And even if you don't make any progress here, like that'll be a kill from Victoria on that kind. But even if you don't make any progress for Boston, just getting the bot this far deep into Atlanta's side of the map, if you get wiped, Atlanta's going to get a fight like basically mid-map.
I don't know what's going on, Matt. The Reign are in trouble. Blizzard here for Valentine. Another forward spawn. Re-engage for the Uprising as they head back up to the bridge here. Hawk wants to try and start this fight as early as he can. Valentine, interesting, just wants to deny this route of approach from the Atlanta Reign. It doesn't stop him from getting taken down, though, as Kai is playing some awkward angles here, Matt. Trying to find an opportunity here for an insta-kill. It's too late. He's found nothing. His team are getting decimated. Crimzo again with 2.
Yeah, and Punk on an eat of the Pulse Bomb, so it's going to be a big Transcendence here from Ultraviolet, though. This should be enough to keep the rest of the members of the Atlanta Reign alive. Yeah, flip this back in their favor, but that takes 2 minutes off the clock, pretty much. Now, let's see where they actually get the bot to. Like, about mid-map, you would say?
Valentine has no blinks left.
He's in trouble.
Yeah. Huge overextension from him there. He has to understand he's going up against a Tracer who will match blinks to try and keep up with him. The recall there, would have worked out if Ultraviolet hadn't sort of hung back a little bit to see him reappear. So here we go once more. Atlanta in position to try and get some points on the board, some distance on the ledger. Crimzo accosted early here by Hawk, who goes in a power block. Crimzo with the super kick. Not going to be enough to keep him alive, though.
These are big kills, though, because this is going to be an opportunity for Atlanta to get the barrier moving where they don't have to fight this high ground control. They take the fight happens a little bit before it, so now they can gain some high ground access. You see where Kai and OG Ultraviolet are going to set up here. Let Venom move the robot underneath.
They do need to keep Venom or somebody on the bot. They really need to keep the bot moving throughout these setup for this next fight. Crimson finds a random head there. Bot
they
is
have
moving.
4 ults too.
They get the checkpoint. So, okay, now the butt scratch is going. You could regroup here. Losing Venom early in the fight, not a good start at all. It's going to be overclocked from Kai here. And Matrix as well to try and help him out, but he opts not to use it. There's no good sidelines at all. He falls to the pulse bomb, but Valentine is taken down by Ultraviolet. At least he makes use of the Matrix, but Shades a Pelican here as Victoria finds a quick double.
Yeah, you feel like that may have been the best opportunity that would have been in front of the Atlanta Reign for the rest of this map. So you had 4 ultimates going into that fight. You had that kind of like high ground control on the bridge. Now Boston will get the bot moving back towards mid-map.
God, it will be tragic here if the Boston Uprising aren't able to hold on to this sort of lead. They want to play it slow. They want to play it conservative here. They've been ahead for what, more than 8 minutes of this round. Now they've just got to convert. Meteor strike here, no direct connection, so Hawk has to get out pretty quickly. Mutual stun between him and Faith as the shield bash came in. He was knocked to the ground by an accretion. Hawk in the air, caught in that gravitic flux. A Transcendence used defensively from the Uprising, and they've got all the answers here, man. They've got everything they need to hold off the rain. This is going to be almost impossible for Atlanta to bring back.
Yeah, the Transcendence for Atlanta has to come a little bit early because Hawk takes so much damage going on in. They have the Immortality Field and the Transcendence trying to bring him back to life. And they're able to do so for a brief period of time, but the Transcendence from Boston comes after the Gravitic Flux with some extra damage as well, and not able to heal on through.
This is it. This is the last push for the Atlanta Reign. Again, dealing with that checkpoint. They've managed to at least get through that. So the bot will be able to keep moving quickly. There won't be a butt scratch to sort of waste time for them. That's the positive. The negative, though, that's a long list right now. They have to go up against this pulse bomb situation here. They got no real ults of their own. The stick is good, and Victoria's going to be taken down instead, though. Kai finds a railgun connection. Hawk's able to survive the pulse. And it's a player advantage for the Atlanta Reign now, as they know it's now or never in this map. They want to avoid a map 5. They need to be done here. It's time for overtime.
Oh, they lose Hawk here at the start. That's so rough there for Atlanta. They're going to have to keep it going. You see Venom, he's got to move the bot forward, but he's moving so far away from his teammates. They're going to be so split.
Now it's over for the Atlanta Reign. They're not able to hold out. And the Boston Uprising looking to make this reverse sweep a reality. There's no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a series on our hands, as the Uprising might have been slow starters, but now they're showing us they're more than enough to deal with the Atlanta Reign. Oh man, if you're Atlanta, now you've got to fight back from being on the ropes. Flying high after those first 2 maps, Matt, now you need to dig real deep.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting, I think, Mitch, going into this final map. Do we see a sub for the Boston Uprising? They've looked really good with Pumpkin on the Sigma. Do we see them try and come back with Itzel on the Wrecking Ball?
This might well be a stage, a qualifier for underdog teams here, as the Uprising want to follow in London's footsteps to take down a team like the Atlanta Reign. Will be a great start of their campaign. This only ends one way, ladies and gentlemen, and that is in a map 5 real soon. The last time the Boston Uprising were able to reverse sweep an opponent was back in 2019, Stage 3 against the Paris Eternal, and now almost 3 years later, a golden opportunity presents itself. Such a slow start for the Uprising in this series. Generally just not good gameplay. They were getting rolled. Now though,
it's been weird.
It's a roller coaster. You know what I mean? Like these games are like you're gonna look back at the score and you're gonna be like, oh, this series was close. No, every map was a blowout for one team or the other. You know what I mean? With maybe the exception of Circle Royale, which is a bit closer. But I mean, the time bank that the Uprising had to finish that was just huge. It's been one-sided for either team.
So Atlanta keeps with the same roster the entire game. It's always in that game 1 where we saw the Boston Uprising fall to play that Wrecking Ball. And then we come back with it here in this game 5 with Punk, who is playing great on the Sigma. They really started to click going out. I think it'll be interesting what they decide to play here. If they go with some of the Wrecking Ball comps the entire way. I thought Itzel looked good on the Wrecking Ball. It's just the team around him was not able to put it together.
Yeah, I think that's what we kind of noticed, right? He was having quite an outsized impact, but a lot of what he was doing was on an individual basis or in an individual capacity. You know, I think the echo play for Boston wasn't really there. They weren't able to sort of link up with the Wrecking Ball. So the individual talent was there. There's no doubt about it. It's clear to see why Itzel's on this team in the first place. But we need to see how it meshes, what kind of concert there is with the rest of the Uprising. These Young Tower are going to be a golden opportunity to display that. Maybe not every map going to be extremely Wrecking Ball friendly. But this one, definitely, Boston seem to think it is.
Yeah, you'll see Boston covering this Wrecking Ball at the start here. So they were playing Wrecking Ball, Tracer, Sombra for like an extended period. And I feel like...
no damage.
Yeah, I feel like there really wasn't much happening there, so...
But hey, this is what they practiced. This is what they've honed over the last couple of weeks. Let's see the fruits of that labor now as our Symmetras do propel our teams forward. The Uprising have that same composition, Matt. Going to be Tracer Sombra.
Atlanta will come out. Oh, that's a huge biotic grenade there from Ultraviolet. Connects with 3 at the start. Yeah, you're going to back up as this is not what you wanted to see if you're the Boston Uprising right off the rip here. Is kind of shades of map number 1 kind of coming back to bite you. As this will be the Atlanta Reign. Should be able to control this first point.
I mean, you did right. That's all I could think of as I watched this fight go. The Atlanta Reign
I've seen this before.
Yeah, they have superior positioning there, and it's all poke damage. Is it Ana nade? Did you see like OG's just sort of poking from mid to long range, gets 2 final blows just from kind of spamming them down. So a lot of front-loaded damage here from the Atlanta Reign. The Uprising need to find a way to close the gap, and this seems to be better. Go White Room, work your way into the point, let Itzel try and sow some discord.
But you lose Victoria right off the start with... He's like their biggest source of damage, right? Like him and even Crimzo, as Crimzo falls.
Ultraviolet's just dugging on them right now. A sleep dart after that Bionade on Crimzo, Boston just got absolutely gutted.
And what do you even do if you're Boston if this doesn't work, right? Because this is really all we saw from them from map 1, if I'm not mistaken. I believe this is like the only look we saw from them. With the Echo, I think they ran a little bit, right? But it was pretty much this ball Tracer combination with Valentine either on the Echo or the Sombra.
Kai charges up a pretty big rail there just from incidental poke damage. There was a hack there, Pulse Bomb, as Venom reaches deep into the formation on the Uprising but finds very little. It's a Discord Orb on Hawk right now. He needs help, and help comes. Faith eventually picks him off, but Crimzo's taken down as Venom managed to get into the backline. But the Uprising have a 4v3 scenario now, and it had to be another double or multi-kill scenario from Kai here. But he misses the rail on Victoria, who looks to close the gap, but the Disruptor shot's going to hold him at bay, and OG sends Faith careening over the edge. The Reign come back short-handed again.
Yeah, you mentioned, Kai had to come up big, but OG gets a kill there, able to stall it out for the Atlanta Reign. And you have Sound Barrier here. You still haven't seen an EMP available for Boston. They're still not even at their rally. Not been able to get much of anything done.
Is there anything more disappointing than a team looking to make a reverse sweep happen and then just fall apart in the last map?
I don't know. 3-0'd. I mean, that's
yeah, okay, sure. But this time you have hope and then it's snatched away from you. The Uprising need to dig deeper. Victoria has a pulse here. He's able to avoid a lot of that pressure. It was a good bio-nade at the start of the fight, though, that really slowed up the Uprising, and Venom chases him down. It's a 1-for-1, though, as Hawk's missing. The Transcenders from Crimzo gave his team a chance to play more aggressively. Kai just was hoping to hit anything with that rail there as he charged up. He's got plenty of them. He's getting heavily pressured right now by Itzal, but that's it. And he has a Harmony Orb on him to help deal with a lot of that sort of chip damage. Beautiful stick on Faith, and this is looking like it's headed south for the winner for the Uprising.
Yeah, when the EMP comes out from the Boston Uprising, the Atlanta Reign, they just back off the point just a little bit. They let the Boston Uprising take it, and then they come back forward, and they're just wiping the floor with them here as Victoria just getting on to get a touch.
Holy moly, here's a wrecking ball from Itzal, trying desperately to keep his team in this one. But the Uprising are sluggish on returning for this contest.
It looks like just kind of staggering coming in here. You know, you just have to work your way onto the point. Crimzo puts down some damage at range, scares Venom a little bit. It's a biotic grenade there on Itzal as Boston trying their hardest to flip this.
Oh, man. That's it. Great start from the Atlanta Reign here, like the OG Ultraviolet duo really making it happen, and then the Uprising just couldn't find a way back in with his composition.
I'll say as well, like, people probably will be like angry about like the sub here, but I actually kind of agree in the sense that I'm not going to play Sigma really on any of these, right? Like, if anything, you're going to play like a Reinhardt composition here. You would have played Ball on that map. If Punk can't play those, you have to make a sub, right? So, kind of agree with it from the Boston Uprising angle. You just wish they looked a little bit cleaner on that Ball comp, but let's see what this is. So this could be quite interesting. So, Bastion puts out tons of damage, like an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, in a window he does, right?
Yeah, he's a fairly easy target, but you might have a window of opportunity here, right?
Here's that window, right? While he's in the tank configuration, able to move, he has disgusting output. But outside of that, a little bit less exciting. Still, the threat of Valentine and the rest of the Uprising force the Atlanta Reign away to start with. See Hawk charging that power block. You better know
they're difficult to collapse on, though, with the Symmetra turrets as well.
Again, seems pretty easy just to run away from this. Yeah, Valentine is not finding anything. Victoria here with but Reinhardt is absolutely going to fall. It looks like the President's going to be left for last, but you know he's going to be sent packing too.
And we'll see if they decide to switch off of this. I kind of, I like the idea there from Boston. It's just you can break the line of sight so easily from the Bastion, and like you mentioned, when he's in his Sentry mode, aka Wheels mode, that's when he does most of the damage. Outside of that,
wicked.
Not really gonna have it is Victoria now over to Cassidy, so really interesting composition here from Boston.
Well, there's a stick, and those wheels might be in trouble. Matt, the Immortality Kit was taken down by the Pulse Bomb, but the follow-up was there. Hawk just dives on in. Perfect 10 from the judges as the Uprising are ripped limb from limb, and it's 41 and counting for the Reign.
Yeah, fairly easy dive target there is the Bastion, and we'll see Valentine switch right off of it. So, gonna go over to the May, where a little bit of like an old school type of comp, right? This is something you would see in 6v6 Overwatch, right? With
I watched this comp in APAC Premiere back in like 2017 or something like that. This was the go-to. Maybe not Baptiste to be fair, but pretty close. Oh dear. All right. Hawk just trying to keep an eye on anyone that might flank him, slow him, or wall him off. That's what Valentine was kind of hoping to do there. But Hawk knows he can get out of jail here. He doesn't have to, though. That's a deadly punch. He'll now pull out. And the Boston Uprising are trying to do the same here, albeit in a different way. They're really scared of what the Reign are throwing at them right now.
Man, this series has been just so bizarre in the sense that, like, you know, you've seen Atlanta, they looked great map 1 and 2. Boston, they looked fantastic in our last two maps on Circle Royale and Coliseo, but here at the end, not able to put it together. They got to get a touch.
The Uprising came so close here, so tantalizingly close to a victory. But right now, it looks like they've got nothing left. They use everything they could on just trying to keep step with the Atlanta Reign. We find another gear. Kai now in that ultimate, a lot of pressure on Crimzo, and Venom is there at just the right time. The two DPS for the Reign working in concert there, and there's nothing the Uprising could have done about it. Ice block for Valentine, but all the chances of the Uprising have gone to waste as the Atlanta Reign hold off the reverse sweep. And the Uprising crushing loss here in map 5.
They barely hold on. I mean, that is Boston. They were really gaining the momentum on Circuit Royale and then on Coliseum, but their control game just is a little bit lacking right now. Got to work on some of these comps. Otherwise, no, this is a series that the Boston Uprising definitely could have stole here at the end.
Yeah, listen, if you ever have the sort of constructive feedback of I like the idea, it generally means that the execution is lacking behind the sort of inspiration to a degree, and that's what we saw from Boston. They tried a Bastion play with the Reinhardt, which is cute, right? I mean, you can see the Bastion so deadly within those short windows, in those short spaces of time, but outside of that, he can be ignored for the most part, and that's what Hawk did. He just dived on the Reinhardt, or they tried to pressure down the backline, hit the Baptiste as hard as they could, and then let's not forget the impact of the DPS for the Reign, who were just causing so many problems, converging on the same targets.
It's an interesting comp at the start of a control map. You can come out, do some interesting things, maybe catch a team off guard, win that first fight, and you're able to make that Bastion work, but obviously didn't happen.
So throw your memories back, throw them back to the first couple maps. You can understand how we made our selection of our player of the match here, who goes a little bit quiet in the later part of the series, but was just a one-man army in the first couple maps. That's going to be Kai, your player of the match here. Again, we are seeing player after player show us that Sojourn is pretty insane right now. And just the raw impact, winning short-handed fights, winning in these like 3v5s, these 2v4s, that's insane. That's the kind of thing that sort of can't be overstated.
Even in the series parts of the maps where he was a bit quiet, I think like the biggest difference maker in the ones that the Atlanta Reign won was Kai, and being able to play that Sojourn. It was really impactful, especially on Eichenwald, really strong. And then also comes up with some big picks towards the end there on Lijiang Tower. So pretty good series overall from Kai. If you're an Atlanta fan, love to see him there on the Sojourn. You see the 70% rail accuracy. You know, you're with how charged up you probably are at times. Like, you know, you're cementing those as kills. That's pretty huge there.
In fact, it's pretty heavily into your overall damage output there. As you can see, the Kai's involved in an ungodly amount of eliminations per 10 minutes. Yeah, a huge impact from Kai. We saw Venom on that Tracer, who struggled at times, I think, dealing with Hangzhou in general. But the Atlanta Reign, they have a good framework to go from, right? Their Doomfist-based comp looks quite good. Oddly enough, it's the Sigma look, the wheelhouse of Hawk, and what we thought this team would maybe feel more comfortable playing with. They had the most difficulty against Boston in this matchup.
Yeah, I'd expect them to clean that up, though. I think when we talked about Circle Royale, like, really weren't getting much from the Widowmaker play on there, and I thought Faith and Punk really made a huge difference with like that break combination with the Sigma there. In Coliseum, Boston got off to just a super hot start, and you were not able to bounce back from that. So I think those are things that Atlanta can fix moving forward.
Well, we still got one more match in us today, everybody, and it's a capital D a doozy. I'm not going to spoil it for you, though. We'll let our friends over at the couch over in the Watchpoint truck give you a prelude. We'll be back, of course, with more Overwatch League here in just a moment.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Kai from Atlanta Reign. Kai, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, so about this match, I think definitely Atlanta Reign, you guys started off strong. You guys had the upper hand up until map 2. But going into map 3 and 4, the Circuit Royale and also Coliseo, I think Mr. X also mentioned this. Boston Uprising all of a sudden just came back alive. And then going into map 5, you guys came back again and you guys just sort of dominated the Uprising. So I just want to ask you, what sort of talk did you guys have with your teammates after map 4 that sort of triggered you guys to just come back alive in map 5?
I mean, like map 5, like there was different comps, but I feel like Boston kind of like slowed it down a bit, especially like with the May and stuff, so we couldn't just run it down on them. But honestly, like map 5, they just kind of threw with that like Bastion comp like that. I'm sorry, but that was just bad. Like, but yeah, we're pretty confident.
So their comp just didn't work, right?
Yeah, they just didn't work, honestly.
And it worked out. Okay, interesting. And I mean, I also want to ask you about the hero that you were playing, Sojourn, specifically. I feel like coming into this stage, a lot more DPS players are picking up this hero and does seem really, really good. And you, Kai, today, you killed it. You were looking very clean on Sojourn as well. So as a Sojourn player now, I feel like I want to ask you, like, what's like the hardest thing about playing Sojourn right now, currently?
I mean, for me, it's like not pressing shift, because I feel like as soon as you press shift, like the other team just looks at you straight away. Like you're so killable, so it's just, yeah, it's just not pressing shift and not trying not to get bored, you know, like.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And one last, I mean, it's not a question for me, but I mean, I do want to say, I did hear that today was your birthday, so me and here, guys, come in. Let's all wish Kai a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Kai.
Happy birthday, Kai. Happy birthday, Kai. Hope you have a wonderful day, and yes, this will conclude the interview. Happy birthday again, and yeah, congratulations on the win, Kai.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Happy birthday, bro.
Say it again. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, bro.
Happy birthday, though.
It sounds like Bo because I said it too fast. I was like, happy birthday, bro.
Bro. Well, it works either way.
It does.
The important part is the happy birthday, really. Yeah. And you can add anything after that. But yeah, happy birthday, actually.
Kaido.
Kaido. Birthday Kaido.
Birthday Kaido.
That one is different.
That was a secret, like the secret power. Like it's his birthday buff. So, yeah, birthday buff, Sojourn. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. Why not? Let's go with that. That will suffice as analysis for me, actually.
Yep.
But Reinforce, maybe you want to add something to that. Looking at the Boston Uprising, kind of dragging themselves back into the game after a very slow start. How did they get it done?
Well, it was very interesting because, I mean, as Kai mentioned in the interview as well, they started playing a bit more of control-oriented compositions. And what I mean by that is, like, you know, trying to control the pace of the game with stuff like Brigitte. We saw some May integrated as well, so we saw some May walls plop down. It started out rough. I mean, it was a rough showing for Boston Uprising in the first couple of maps. And when you come out playing the Wrecking Ball here like Itzel did, Hawk immediately is just going to be like, well, I guess I'll play Doomfist. It's very comfortable. I can just punch this ball around. And you're playing pinball, essentially, if you are the Atlanta Reign, just trying to get him out of there. So it's very hard to get these dives through. But as the series progressed, we started seeing some more Sigma compositions for the Boston Uprising. This look here didn't work out too great with the Batiste and the Zenyatta, but overall I feel like when the Boston Uprising did play a bit more May and they slowed down the pace of the game, that's when you force the Atlanta Reign into a pretty uncomfortable sort of situation where you have to decide, like, okay, well, we need to pick our dives way more carefully because we know they have a Brigitte. And when they do try to play a May, well, then we have to be very cognizant of this May wall as well, because it's going to block off our healing, it's going to block off some damage, it's going to be able to isolate our tank, for example. So I think the Boston Uprising did a pretty good job with this composition, but the main story was the Atlanta Reign. I mean, Kai on the Sojourn, Venom on the Tracer, like you talked about in the pre-show, Danny. they're just overpowering when it comes to this mechanical skill of theirs. And at the end on Lijiang Tower, you know, maybe it was a misstep from the Boston Uprising, but Atlanta Reign, they earned this 3-2 victory.
Absolutely. Yeah, that bodes well, of course, for the rest of this stage. Looking at the Atlanta Reign here, they seem to be very comfortable, in a very comfortable spot regarding the meta at least. So, yeah, we're excited to see more Ws coming their way, of course, but also Boston Uprising fought valiantly, brought it all the way to map 5. And unfortunately crumbled right there. It's always a bit of a tease, right? Map 5, you want it to be played close at least. Exactly.
Oh, it's gonna be a reverse sweep. Is it coming? And it's like
no. Well, maybe next time. Maybe next time. We do have one more match, however, for you today, and that one will be between the Vancouver Titans and the LA Gladiators. Gladiators, of course, our kickoff clash winners. Vancouver Titans. They did not win the kickoff clash, fun fact.
They made some changes through.
But there are some changes which have been made over that break. Reinforce, how much of an impact can we expect?
I think we'll see a bit of an impact because obviously changing the environment. If you're in a bad environment, if things are going wrong, and like you saw the Vancouver Titans players them tweeting and stuff, it's all the time just like, oh, we'll, better luck next time, haha, we're losing, haha. Like DP is gonna come into this team and just be like, come on, guys. We gotta figure out what we're good at, and we gotta have a positive attitude about this, and we gotta try our best really to make something happen. And you go into this meta, and I genuinely think that they could like compete with mid-table teams, which sounds ridiculous given how poor they were the last stage. But false. His go-to pick is the Sigma, and we're in a Sigma meta, okay? You have Aspire, you have Shockwave. We know these players are good. So yeah, they look bad when they were forced to play Winston compositions. Heroes that False weren't good at. Yeah, they were bad when they tried to play some Zarya for a bit, but like, this is what they're supposed to be good at. So this is the best possible scenario for the Vancouver Titans. They got a fresh environment with a new coach. I really hope that they can compete this stage, and I do think that they have the talent for it with the right mindset and the right practice.
Yeah,
they could do it. I believe in them.
They're put in a great position with everything except from the opponent they have today, because the LA Gladiators have been looking pretty good. But hey, trial by fire, right? You got to get the strongest ones out of the way, and then you can go from there. And if anything, Deep definitely made a name for himself in the Blizzard Arena as a hype speech man. His speeches for his teams heading into their games, they were legendary. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. If we were very close with the desk towards the green room or the area before they did the walkout, and he went at it with the hype speeches.
Really?
Oh, yeah, very motivational.
I would love to hear them.
I'm pretty sure he has them scribbled down somewhere, so maybe you can get his playbook for speeches, and we can learn a thing or two from them. Let's see what they have in store for us in this last and final match of the day. For all the action, we once more heading over to Uber and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Look, I mean, I've heard a few DP speeches in my time.
Yeah.
We used to sit, we used to be in underneath the stage in the caster room with the green screen behind us.
Our little dungeon.
Walk past us,
little caster dungeon.
And DP would be right there giving speeches. Love the guy, Half his speeches didn't make any sense.
Give a speech right now, Mitch, to the Vancouver Titans. If they were in your garage right now, ready to walk out,
all right, here's what I'm doing.
What would you tell them?
Talking to False, you're not in the starting lineup, False, but your ex-teammates on the other side, you used to play together on American Tornado. You want to prove to him that you could, it's like when you break up. You want to win the breakup, you know what I mean? You want to be the one that goes separate ways and comes out on top. Right now, not
really
the case. I'm not subbing you in for this one. But the rest of you, what we're doing, we're going to get Mirror. Yeah, Mirror. You know, we tried to put Psycho on Doom, didn't really work out. Well, completely different approach. We're going to do that with Mirror this time. We're going to put him in its tank to start with and see what happens. Because like DP said on Twitter, they're really trying to look for the things that they're really good at. And they're one of the few teams that are switching DPS players to tank, so they're going to run it back again.
There is talent on this roster. We've seen these players in other situations play well. It's just in the first 6 games that was not happening. So you bring in DP as a coach. Was DP a coach of the Gladiators when they were, remember when Mirror was on the Gladiators and they were using him in the off-tank role, right? He would come in and play Zarya at times, when they would sub out Space and put Mirror in the game. So don't really expect Zarya. That's a meta that I feel is past already, but possibly on the Doomfist. And I can tell you, a Shockwave on the Sojourn during the alpha beta period was the just kind of You saw him in the lobby, and everybody was like, "Oh, no, let me go find another one." Crazy on that hero. So maybe he's going to play that. Maybe we see him pop up.
Look, yeah, like we said, the first time we saw Mira for this team, he was put in the day he was signed, and it was like a mess. Like there was
and we hadn't
no
seen him since.
Right, it wasn't quite there. I love Zoe's description of the Titans, a team that didn't win the kickoff clash. That's very true. Here's a team that did win the kickoff clash. It's going to be, of course, the Los Angeles Gladiators. This team now, I mean, kind of blew us away. We knew they'd be a top contender, but it was that extra level that Patapan specifically managed to find while in Texas that just sent this team straight to the moon. I mean, it put this team in a position where they were like competitive against Dallas and Atlanta, like, you know, like neck and neck, to just like absolutely rolling Dallas in front of their home crowd in the final. There was just no team that came even close.
No, and see, Patty, that happy after kind of winning, just the relief. You feel like that's a huge like monkey off his back going into the rest of the season, right? Like, you know, dealing with so much pressure from fans and whatnot, to be able to play at that level and win the first tournament of the year has to feel really good. Has to be a big confidence boost moving forward that you can now just play your game. You know, everybody knows what you're capable of, knows what you can do. And this team, they're set up for greatness the whole year.
Let's be clear. Reiner is the future for this team. I mean, if I think of like someone who's being set up to be like a franchise player, it's him. Comes in obviously out of T2, out of contenders, and just blows our minds basically straight away, right? Up against just some incredibly seasoned main tank players. It was very clear to see that like Reiner didn't need any time to catch up to the rest of the league. In fact, he started ahead of many of them.
I mean, he also goes into a fantastic situation, right? I mean, you have Kevster, you have Ons, you have Shu, Funny Astro, skewed on this team. It's not like you know, you're gonna be the franchise that gotta like lift up a team that's you know, not performed great in the past. He's a huge piece to this team, and I kind of agree with you, but I also think the players around, like, they have, you know, top caliber players at every position across the board.
So again, let's see what the Titans have been cooking up. Deepe said, which I don't like it here. I don't like it in this setup.
Yeah, so it'll be Kevster on the Sojourn here for the Gladiators. So they'll play the Reinhardt with the Sojourn in the May, and they're going up against Shockwave on the Sojourn. Like I mentioned, they're going to play Junkrat here.
Zarya into a Reinhardt composition, Matt. What are your thoughts?
So, I mean, we've seen it do pretty well in the past, but I don't know if the setup against like the Reinhardt with the May is going to work out great. But you can't exactly push straight into the Junkrat, so maybe the Junkrat is a bit of a deterrent.
It's definitely slowed the game down for the Glads, but they have a May, so they don't exactly want to, you know, run it down, as Kai put it. They do want to control the pace a little bit more. Look, they find that first pick. Kempster deals with Aztec. The backline's gone for the Titans, and yeah, they have a Junkrat. He gets ignored until last.
Yeah, not able to manage here as Mirage gets run down. It's a nice shot there from Shockwave. A Biotic Grenade here from Aztec, but I don't think you're going to be able to follow any of this up. You're going to have to wait, so Titans will come out of the spawn yet again. Same type of competition. I fully expect Mir to be playing things like this. Zarya, maybe the Sigma Diva, but when we've seen him on tank in the past, and I think Duke, you know, in Overwatch 1, it was always on this Zarya, so maybe this is why they want him in.
Again, I mean, you thought that maybe False would provide you with that anyway, but have to see. Reiner Shield's going to get brought down here. Yeah, Mirror gets a nano boost. That's that Shockwave you kind of talked about, man.
He is crazy at this hero. Doing insane stuff there with the ultimate, able to pick up 3. You can shoot Reiner right through shield, right? Doesn't matter if it's up, if you got the ultimate active. So Vancouver will take control of the point. Let's see this from Shockwave's POV.
Wait a minute. Oh, man. Yeah, it's nutty. Again, yeah, the fact your rail piece is everything while you're overcharged or overclocked, rather. That's huge. We got the Riptide there from Aspire. Shockwave has to quickly reposition. That's an interesting use of Blizzard there. It actually allows the Clads to flip the point. Reiner looked for a shadow. I think he got Massa, but that's it. But Mirror lacks teammates right now. It's just a Lucio to help him out, and Reiner just gets back in the way of Patapum with the shield. The Glads flip with that Blizzard, and now they have a power position.
Yeah, they have to be careful, though, I was going to say, to push up and get caught inside of this grab. They're going to end up using the sound barrier, though, to keep everybody alive. And a nice sleep there from Aztec right before he goes down onto Kevster.
Yeah, okay, maybe it shuts Kevster down, but the damage was well and truly already done there. He finds the big pick onto that main source of healing, and the Glads are now close to the finish line. Funny Astro, a very aggressive play towards Mira, who actually ends up blowing himself up with a right click. And the Glads are looking bruised, but they maintain control.
Interesting. Cassidy with the Sojourn here. They're going to have Mir switch over to the Doom. This is most likely just to get in and get a touch.
Aspire flanking angle, working around Reiner's shield. Sees a May coming for him. Feels pretty good in that matchup, but the wall's going to make it hard for him to get involved. He squeezes through the gap that it left him. But careful, Aztec in the backline, because Kevster has cleaned up Mirror. Immortality field deployed across the map for Patapan, and Shu is going to hold his own against Masa. Trying to get aggressive here, but Masa just gets rolled. Shu, I mean, you're crazy if you're trying to do that to Shu.
Not many people can take out Shu, and he's got that type of setup there on the Batiste, and even with Batiste becoming quite strong here as we go into the mid-season madness. What does Vancouver go away from this comp to? I imagine it is Doomfist-centric compositions. I do not think you'd have Mirror in here to play like a Winston or a Sigma, and specifically, or even a Wrecking Ball, right, on Lijiang Tower. Sweet, you're gonna see the Doomfist setup coming out from the Titans. Zen Lucio as a support setup, and I imagine Kevster will go over to the Sojourn and will have a composition that looks very similar for the Gladiators as the first one.
Surely not Zen Lucio here, right? Okay, tell me about this support lineup in 5v5.
I mean, this is Zen Lucio is like a throwback. As Shockwave, they're able to take out Shu as he's crossing the bridge. So before Shu's even able to get in the fight, the Lucio was always like used to protect the Zen in situations in the past, right? Before like Brigitte.
Zen Lucio, better than Lucio, I guess.
Yeah. Before Brigitte existed, using the boops, being able to kind of peel for the Zen. Zen can also just kick people away now. It's a bit of a throwback, though. So we'll see how they make use of it here.
All right. Obviously, you like a few of the tools that you have with Ana. No sleep, no bio.
Two big support ults, though. Sound Barrier and Transcendence.
Yeah, they're already playing for ults. I mean, okay. Deepay's been cooking up something a little spicy, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see how this plays out in longer fights though, when you sort of lack that raw healing sort of magnitude. Yeah, it looks like with the Gladiators, for whatever reason, just able to roll over the Titans here. This fight begins. Shu, Patapan, Kevster all getting involved.
Yeah, I mean, the fights need to end fast for the Titan. He have the AoE healing abilities of Lucio, but not the strongest. And you have the Zen just with the Harmony Orb, but that's about it. You're really relying on Discord, Doomfist damage, some shots from Shockwave and Aspire to really just kind of like blow up some of these targets, get an early advantage. But now Masa goes over to the break. This is something we've seen a little bit more from other teams.
All right, here's the overclock from Shockwave. Doesn't have a great position to kind of do damage here. Funny Astro is able to avoid him. Well, there's an air matrix just around the corner. The Immortality field hastily thrown to the feet of Shu as he's accosted by Mirror. The Gladiators able to stave off that hulking assailant. The Spy still harassing Shu from the backside, and that disruptor shot forces Shu out of position. But again, that regenerative burst, that instant 100 HP heal, Matt, that's massive.
Yeah, when Shockwave's trying to cross the bridge, they use a disruptor shot, and then they also end up using the Ant Matrix, so he's not able to cross it. With that ultimate, it'll be a sound barrier here from Funny Astro, not able to keep Shu alive, though.
Kevster avoids Mirror. Mirror decides to go elsewhere to try and make something happen, and Kevster says, fine, okay, in your absence, I'm going to be able to sit back, charge a rail, and finish you off. Kevster to the point now, but he doesn't connect that first rail against Shockwave, and all he'll do is try and poke it, hope not to feed.
Yes, Vancouver able to flip that point, and you ended up having the Gladiators burn that sound barrier, so maybe you can make something out of this.
I mean, just as Kai mentioned, you're so killable as a Sojourn when you're in midair, when you pop that jump up. Kevster staying alive for now, but Aspire's able to run him down eventually here. A lot of pressure going in the direction of Aztec, but Mirror has to get involved. Reiner gives up his life for that Zen elimination. Patapan, concerned about power block here. Can't connect any ice spikes on the Mirror. Finally gets him, but he used the ice block in order to do so. And the Glads are just sort of stalling unnecessarily now.
They're just kind of throwing themselves at the point, just trying to take it back as, yeah, like 3 players here now for the Gladiators as Reiner now over to the Doomfist.
Good stick on Reiner. Aspire going to connect that one. admirably. Meanwhile, Shu is down. The Gladiators are in trouble here. They must regroup.
It's like Hardpoint from Call of Duty.
Just keep running in.
Just throwing bodies at the point. As finally a little bit of a break in the action as the Gladiators going to regroup for one final attempt.
They look quieter since Master switched over towards the Brigitte. Aspire's been having a good round so far, to be sure. Okay. See, Patapan switching to the Tracer off the May here. Aspire also more than happy to play that Tracer. This air mage just could be a problem. Shu's going to throw that Immortality Field down, but Shockwave takes it down with the Disruptor shot and then just gets the kill on Shu clean with the rail. He's looking for Kempston now, trying to pressure one more right click will do the job. Kempston disrupted shot and he's finished Shockwave. It's messy, but he gets what he came for. The Glads flip the point back during that fight, but they don't have the numbers to hold it right now. Sound barrier for Funny Astro, just him and Reiner against the world.
Yeah, Reiner's getting so close to the Meteor Strike, would have been enough to keep him alive. You see Shu throws in the Immortality Field at the end, trying to catch him on the corner as Titans trying to flip and steal this point.
99%. It's the overtime here for the Vancouver Titans as Kempster is felled. And who would have thought? Quite a competitive round here on Lijiang Tower between one of the bottom teams and the very top one in the Overwatch League. Reiner found Aztec somehow and Aspire's going to get punched. I spoke too soon, surely not! How is this card crumbling down? You're right about hardpoint, Matt, because the bodies just keep getting thrown at the point of the Gladiators are the ones with the numbers advantage at the end. Shockwave now to be chased down. He already used the health pack, he's done. And the Clads are back in control.
And you look at this, Patapan has the Pulse Bomb. Could be a huge difference here. Is Shockwave just going to spawn? He's going to get back into this quite late. They're going to rely on Aspire to touch.
Mirror giving Patapan a bit of space here as that Pulse Bomb. He's itching to make some use of that. There it is, great connection on Mirror. He's going to have to Meteor Strike out of that. He's half HP when he's going to drop back down. He found Kempster though, straight through Shu's Immortality Field. He knew he'd destroy that immediately if he just dropped on top of it. And Kempster thought he was safe, rather, staying alive under it. That wasn't the case at all. Shu goes down, Mirror now needs to turn around. Discord Orb was thrown there on Reiner, and Mirror's able to avoid him for the time being. The brawl is good for the Vancouver Titans. This look with Mirror at Doomfist, it works, and they even things up on Leisha.
And I think they looked much better once they switched off of the Lucio and brought the Brigitte into the mix. It allows him to brawl on that point a little bit more, and the rally at the end there from Masa makes the difference. So first round didn't look that great for Vancouver, running some of that Zarya composition, but looked much better there. Is at 1 point away from stealing map number 1 against the Gladiators.
So at the very least, it feels like Vancouver have a very good Doomfist look. That's definitely something we saw much more, you know, in the kickoff clash, and teams are sort of experimenting with other looks at the moment. But it's a huge improvement for them because, frankly, they had no good compositions, you know, in the kickoff clash. So some big strides already being taken by the Vancouver Titans towards recovery.
Look, I mean, I said I didn't even believe that the Titans were the worst team in the kickoff clash. You know, they had some moments where they did look pretty decent. I actually do kind of like the talent on this team. Just, you know, in terms of putting it together, it has not looked good thus far. But individually, I think you have some pieces to work with here. Is Gladiators, they'll play the Cassidy with the Sojourn here in combination with the Reinhardt, and going to play a little bit more centered around the point.
Kempster tries to water spider away there with a rail. Patapan though, oh, the mag grenade connecting. Shockwave deciding to power slide forward straight into that one. And yeah, I mean, that's a huge relief. Getting rid of one of those flankers, a Sojourn out of the picture here, means that Patapan's okay, dude.
Yeah, so that magnetic grenade, we haven't seen a ton of like kills with it. It is pretty strong. Like the auto lock on pretty much at close range, especially against heroes like a Sojourn or Tracer. Tracer doesn't have recall, just like throw it onto the Tracer. Any bit of damage is going to result in a kill. Sojourn as well with not a large HP pool, so Cassidy a pretty good choice here.
Yeah, it's huge. You get 2 like body shots and then a mag grenade stick, and there's no burst healing for Vancouver to like save someone from that, you know, guaranteed death. It's really powerful. I mean, no mag grenade needed there. I guess Patapan just absolutely ruins Aspire. A Tracer pick maybe not feeling nearly as good as this is where Patapan wants to be, this mid to long range. Okay.
Oh, this is not where he wants to be.
I mean, he tried a mag grenade there. That one just got shot out of the sky as Shockwave is looking very, very good here.
It's like he does not want to be in the middle of the map here going up against Shockwave. He's got his ultimate. This will allow the Titans, yeah, they'll flip the point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a dominant fight. Shockwave busy playing quite Glide here. Very clean rails. And then obviously, Aspire connecting a Pulse Bomb kill on the board. Shu really locks that one up here. So not a great start for them as they fall foul of Patapan on the Cassidy, but they managed to find their way in on that fight as Patapan is caught in a really awkward spot against an ulting Sojourn.
Yeah. Mir got a charged punch ready to go.
Damn, that's nasty. Mira comes in, and that's a very big stun. Meteor Strike straight back down on top of the Immortality Field once more. Shockwave helps him by getting rid of it. And just a matter of time, just wait. Mira's so healthy here on the point. Power block now being used. He just uses the punch to reposition. Gladiator's going to get put in a blender.
A shatter here by Reiner trying to turn the tide. He'll get one. But do they have enough damage to follow up on anything else? It does not look likely. No, Reiner picks up one more.
I mean, Air Matrix Fire Strike gets even better with Ryan Hunt on Overwatch 2 as you have two of those just to fire off before the opponents can reposition. Unfortunately for the Glads, it's just not enough.
Yes, the Gladiators going to try and back up here. The Titans are going to end up taking the lead off of this. Deadeye use, and Kevster has used his overclock as well.
Well, a lot of good poke damage here. I mean, Vancouver aren't quick enough to sort of get out of those effective ranges, but a flank from, excuse me, Aztec just wraps around on his own and deals with Kevster while he was feeling his most powerful. I mean, this is still happening. There's still a fight to be had here. No tank for the Titans really hurts them, and Massa falls foul of fighting Astro.
This has just been all-out chaos here in this first map. Okay, so Reiner's gonna Fire Strike, gonna get a speed boost here with a sound barrier, get right up into the mix. So that's kind of how you want to use that Reinhardt. He'll be able to connect with 3. That'll also charge up another shatter for him coming into potentially the final fight.
Yeah, Transcendence online here for the Vancouver Titans, so it's anything but done. But it's a matter of getting in position before they sort of get shut down. You know, see Kevster on this Tracer means Patapan's on the Sojourn now. And an Earth Shatter for Reiner could be big. Honestly, you maybe just want to Shatter Mirror if you can. And that's what they've done, but there's going to be a Transcendence immediately in play for Raztak. Reiner's overextended into an attempted follow-up, but the Immortality Field keeps him standing for a time. Will it be enough time, though? It looks like the answer is yes, because another Amped Fire Strike deals with the Spire. And Kevster back on that Tracer, feeling comfortable, feeling fine, is able to come alive. Eventually, Reiner's going to get brought down by Mirror, but Kevster is able to back up, get the mini health pack, and Patapan deals with Aztec there. And even with the power block, Mirror cannot stay alive. The Gladiators outlast the Titans, but, I mean, it's a bloody brawl.
Much closer than I think a lot of people expected there, but the Gladiators still come out on top. I like the look where they have Kevster on the Tracer there towards the end. I think they're able to put a lot more pressure on the Shockwave like we saw when they were on with his POV, with him and Funny Astro leading the charge.
Yeah, I thought the double hit scan look was quite interesting from the Gladiators, and maybe not normally the way that Kevster chooses to go, but I mean, Sojourn, pretty straightforward. He seemed to be very, very strong on that role, but maybe a little bit of weakness spotted here for the Gladiators. The Titans, I'm liking this. I want to see more from this look with Mirror here at tank. See what else they have up their sleeve. They're going to need to have a pretty deep pool to put pressure on this Glad's roster. Don't go too far, everybody. It's map 2, not too far away. Every time we talked to the Gladiators over in Texas at the kickoff clash, they said their biggest strength was their flexibility. They felt like they could really kind of play anything, and that puts them in good stead coming into a stage where we have a lot of changes here on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta, right, Matt? Where they look like they're able to adapt pretty comfortably. They've got Sojourn, they're playing Ryan, they're playing Cassidy. It looks like everything's still working as intended on the Gladiators side, but that was a messy first map. The Titans have some weapons of their own, and so far they've looked pretty good.
Yeah, just a little chaotic there on that first map on Control as we go to King's Row. I think things will stabilize and cool down a bit more, though. I think this is where you'll start to see the Gladiators maybe reach the potential that they did during the kickoff clash.
Right, I mean, we have a Control maps that can often be pretty chaotic as it's, a matter of sort of playing team fight to team fight. King's Row seems to be the kind of map where weaker teams can be exposed, especially if they don't have the wide range of compositions required to deal with their opponents. Now, we've seen plenty of Doomfies played on this map. Teams such as the Atlanta Reign have sort of struggled to get success out of Doom playing against Reinhardt comps on this map, but if we get a mirror here for Reiner versus Mirror, I think that it's pretty favorable. I think Mirror did just fine against Reiner in the Doom head-to-head on Garden, on Lijiang it was.
Yeah, as see the Gladiators on defense, they'll play the Doomfist composition of their own with Patithan on the Sojourn. So this is what I was talking about at the end of Lijiang Tower, where I like that they had the Tracer in the mix. Kevster so good on that hero. Kevster being able to put a little bit more pressure on his Shockwave. So if we see Mirror on the ball, that would be quite interesting. Nope, back to the Doom. So
Reiner knows exactly what he's doing there. He's obviously using the sign to sort of prevent himself from being headshot, but even if it did happen, it would just get healed in a matter of moments. So it's going to be Zen Brig here for the Titans in their Doomfist-based composition. The Gladiators have the Ana for Shu.
Yeah, they have the Ana plus Lucio. So we saw a little bit from Kevster's POV, but Funny Astro playing really aggressive offensively on the Lucio, putting pressure onto Shockwave. This time it'll probably fall onto Aspire.
Oh, that's so nasty! Even Aspire's lip curls there as he knows he's absolutely gotten the better of Patapan there, and he just waited. What patience from this man. And now he takes the high ground, the territory that's rightfully his, by trial of combat, of course. And now with about a minute down in the round, the Titans looking really good to capture this point. What a huge pick.
And he knew it as well. He was lining it up, knew he had enough charge to finish him off. Can the Gladiators touch again, though? Reiner gonna get discorded. Gonna take big damage, most likely, coming in.
Quick glance to the side there, just in case headshot was coming his way. He drops in there, but Shu just gets minced. A Shockwave, and everybody dives. The counter dive here from the Titans looked really good. They went deep into the choke here, and now the Glads are in awkward positioning, but Kevster and Reiner are still alive. That means there's hope. Great sticky bomb connection from Shockwave, though. That echo is something else.
And this is what I mean, where this team has talent. Like, Masa on the Atlanta Reign last year, right? Like, they don't get to where they are as a team with Masa playing poorly. He had a very strong season. And then Aspire and Shockwave, we've both seen what those players can do in the damage dealer role in this league. Like, Aspire was sick for Toronto last year, and then we know Shockwave previously on the Titans looked great, and then we thought he was going to really ascend with the fusion. It was just a little bit of a difficulty with the visas and whatnot.
Yeah, that's right. He never really got.
But it's not like the skill went away. It's like
okay. Patapan able to find Shockwave there. Always a risk to use that flight cooldown when Sojourn's getting charged up. But Patapan knows exactly what it's like to be on the opposite end of a charged rail. Here comes Mirror pushing it forward, and Reiner's gone down, so Patapan needs to do more. He gets rid of Aspire, but it's unlikely he'll find too much now inside that Transcendence. But the Biotic Grenade was good. There's just no chance to follow up on it. The duration of that anti-heal has been reduced in this patch by a decent amount, enough that the Titans are able to shrug it off.
Oh, they're going to lose Patty, though. All right, Reiner and Kevster on that dive, going to pick up the remaining members as you see Shu getting all of those assists. So, do they still want to fight this? Shockwave's going to use a duplicate here, and he sleeps Reiner.
He's gross. Comes back with 100 HP there at least, but he'll eventually get brought down as Kevster sort of follows him. There was a glimmer of hope, but duplicating an Ana up against a Brig and Ana is
maybe
it's hard to win.
Spire goes out of a Tracer. Maybe you're going to match it with the
Sojourn
Tracer combo. You don't have to. You can play
like
the
it's
Echo and
bad,
Tracer.
right?
No, yeah, it's not a bad combo at all, especially with the Doom.
Right, Aztec starting to wrap around, but well, Pulse got stuck on the door frame there. Kevster a furrowed brow. Not quite sure what happened there as his package was intercepted by something or other. The Titans taking some time to regroup. Now they're trying the right flank. Going to be an overclock from Patapan here, but Mira found a way to get in. He dives that backline. It'll be Reiner dealing with Aztec, but Patapan's ult is shut down. Rally going to be used here by Masa. But in the absence of Aztec, he definitely needs to do as much healing as humanly possible. That is filth. Gigantic bionic grenade there. Eventually it's shrugged off, but not before Masa is turned into mincemeat. Reiner's able to get out here with that meteor strike and drop straight on top of Mira, ending his run.
Yeah, is it enough, though, for them to hold on defense? It looks like it at the end as get that kill onto Aspire as Reiner's so low. Looking back, try and give Shu some charge on his ultimate, where the Gladiators finally hold serve here on defense, so able to put together 2 defensive stands in a row. Vancouver, no ultimates for this next fight, so Gladiators still look like they're in control. Kevster maybe with a pulse bomb this time can land it onto one of those supports.
It's a big loss of momentum for the Titans here.
Yeah.
They're not really verging on any of those key ultimates, so they need to be patient. Might get a little frustrating for the time being. Lovely double back from Mira. I mean, his Doomfist mechanics are just, I mean, they're sublime. Kevster really has to respect what Mira can provide as a tank player now. On this roster, he knows he played alongside the guy. Pressure on Mira, pulse bomb, again, goes awry.
And it's the Titans, just their dive so good today. Getting aggressive behind Mirror, Shockwave able to pick up 2. Aspire, the cleanup crew there on Tracer, and this should be enough to take this checkpoint B. And this is against the team that won the kickoff clash.
Yes.
I mean, look, I said like weeks ago on Pod Chat that, and we all laughed, but I said I didn't think the Titans were the worst team in the kickoff clash.
Right, but you did think
I did not expect them to
come
get
against
to
Paris, right?
Yeah,
Was it
I did not
August
expect
13?
them. 14. I did not
14.
expect him to kind of get to like a level like this, like because Titans playing at this level, at least through the first 2 maps here, is still a long way to go in this series to get a win. This level of play will beat a decent amount of teams.
You're right. He's able to not care about the transcendence. I guess having the Meteor Strike there means the way you play just changes. And he goes aggressively, finds Aztec in the backline. Duplicate there of the Ana. Shockwave goes for a Bionade of his own, but Kevster's found a Spire, and this is a freebie for Reiner. He'll take that and be happy.
So we do see the Gladiators putting together some good defensive stances. Panning over to the Widow. So what's interesting is like we've seen teams go to like the 76 in the kickoff clash, but 76 obviously gets a little bit of a nerve. So going over to the Widow, that's going to have Shockwave move away from Echo. Echo, pretty easy target, and there's like a long gap here you'd have to cover. And go over to the Hangzhou. So Hangzhou can access that high ground, also good in that like medium to long range.
Aspire came too. It's just a bit more roundabout, the route to get there. Shockwave now assumes a position up here. Knows that Patapan sat in that back corner. It's a Storm Arrow that grazes his foe. The Mirror, he gets taken down by another very reliable shoot. Bionic Grenade connection. Hangzhou on the high ground, still a problem for the Gladiators. They need to wrap this up quickly, otherwise they're going to find that Shockwave's causing them all sorts of problems. Funny Astro taken low, and Masa finishes the job now. His shorthanded Gladiators are on the back foot, and the high ground still belongs to the Titans.
So they finally go back and they get Shockwave, but by the time that happens, you've lost 3 players. This is Mir gonna push forward on the Doomfist. They'll take out Reiner, getting a little spawn camp going on here. Do they have enough to get it over the line though? Kevster's gonna be able to come out and get a touch. Funny Astro as well.
There'll be a pulse bomb follow-up here. It's just stuck to the card, and Masa's easily able to get away from that, perhaps tracked it to a degree. Running against Masa, at the very least, it's going to be a nano on the Doom on the card. Going to be hard to shift him now, for sure. Yes, the Gladiators have been fighting a retreat. You know what I mean? They're winning, every sort of other fight at the very least here, which has made this costly for the Titans. But if they can stop them here, their win condition is well established now as there's less than 20 seconds left. and the Titans are forced away.
Even with how good the Titans have looked, this is still extremely winnable for the Gladiators. As Titans, this would be huge if they can get this over the line, but Spire and Mir probably the ones who got to get on and get a touch.
It's about the Bionade here from Shu. Aztec's Transcendence could be huge, but easily shut down if Shu has a comfortable position to lob that in from. Okay, they force it now. Reiner stand up, so is Kepster though. They've seen better days. And it's going to be Reiner falling there. Nice work on Shu though. That Discord Orb makes it pretty easy for Aspire to work them down. And the Titans look like they come up with the goods here. The Transcendence goes a long way, but it's a huge powered up punch from Mira. A double stun to set this up.
And to be able to get a full map completion there for the Titans is massive, right? If you would have lost right there, you know, that fight at the end, not completed the map, that gives an easy win condition there for the Gladiators, where with the way they've looked on this, like, Doomfist composition with the Tracer in the mix, like, they've looked fantastic today, the Titans.
Oh, look, I think it's fortuitous as well that the map pool hasn't really forced them to show, you know, more of
anything
their
else,
hand.
yeah.
You know, I do wonder, like, what they've even had time to work on. Deepay's not been with this team for very long, and I knew, like, the second he got in there, he's like, we're trying to see what we're good at, like what we're exceptional at, and that's going to be our starting point. So finding anything, something that works that can actually allow them to stand up against teams like the Gladiators, definitely it works out. And on this kind of map, they can do that ad hominem, or ad nauseum, excuse me, as much as they sort of like. So we'll see how this develops, but right now, they're on even footing, I'd say, with the Gladiators. The defense look really good, and we talk all the time about the talent on this team. We sort of know it's there. Our issue has always sort of been the coaching and the game plan behind this team. At least there is one now. There's evidence of one that has some degree of efficacy, Matt, against the top
you can
team.
come in right away and look at, okay, we know what we have in terms of the damage dealers, and they can play a lot of different things. What is strong that we see other teams running, and what in terms of like tanks and build compositions around that? And you know, Mira looks to be very strong on the Doomfist. So you start to build compositions that are more Doomfist centric, and you can come out and start to look much better as a team right away.
Well, that's a disastrous start. Aztec getting picked off by Shu. Yeah, pretty inauspicious beginnings for the Titans, but they're at least able to nab Reiner and quickly make a sort of hasty getaway. A lot of damage on Mira. There is that Discord Orb connection, and Shu. Again, Zen, one of his lesser played heroes, right? We used to see him on the BAP and Ana map, but already shown himself to be just as deadly here.
Yeah, Zen has worked his way back into the meta in a big way. His Discord's so strong. You see Mira get caught out there, gets discorded, nowhere to go. That's another kill in favor of the Gladiators, as now they'll be able to march onto the point.
Not much that Shu can't do, and with him firing on all cylinders, the Gladiators just make their way comfortably onto the point here. Patapan at safe range. He can sort of play from this hotel pretty comfortably. He has that disruptor shot as well to make it really hard to pass through the choky for the Titans without taking a ton of damage here. Almost 3 ticks as Aspire drops in, instantly just blown up. Shockwave tried to, you know, combine with that dynamite, but it's not enough.
We haven't talked much about the Ashe pick here. Ashe can be a bit better at like longer ranges than these Sojourn and play a little bit safer up in those windows, but it doesn't really pay off there at the start. We'll see if Shockwave will commit to it. So Ashe can be pretty good here towards the later end of the map, right, to access some of that high ground. So like a replacement for the Widowmaker Hangzhou.
Right. Shoot close to a Transcendence here. Aztec, not really a feature in that previous fight. So the Gladiators have the ability here to just to thrust forward again. And we want to see what Shockwave sort of has in store here. I think like Dynamite's incredible for heal pressure, really, you know, putting the thumb screws on the back lines. But if you can't get into these fights, and if you're just not present like Shockwave here with these sight lines, you're less than invisible.
Yeah, it's just not the situation that Ashe wants to fight in, right? In that close to medium range. Wants to be a little bit more like the medium to long range aspect of it. So this should be the cart moving on forward. This is where Shockwave can get some value out of the Ashe, so I think, like with these longer sight lines here towards, you know, that final part of the map.
Reiner takes the stun there quite happily. The Titans have to go forward now. Shoot, great response to the pulse stick. It's going to be a Transcendence, and he goes well forward.
That's going to be the point.
He's telling his team what to do. He's like, yep, go. The enemy can't stand inside this healing. You're just going to roll them. So Shu basically forced the Titans off the cart with a Transcendence. All right. It's a great way to tell your team where you want them to go, too.
In a way, yes, is the kill there at the end on Shockwave. This will actually let the payload get to like this first corner and allow Patty to get on the high ground. He has that ultimate, so especially with players like running through this choke there, it looks like. Could end up with some huge kills.
Yeah, the Dynamite's annoying, but that's even worse. And now pop the ultimate, why not? You can't see heads easily here, so there's going to be a lot of body shot rails. Also, the Transcendence sort of means, unless you can burst someone down instantly, you get no kills there. Patapan's happy. I mean, he's caused enough pressure to be applied to the Titans. The card is careening at blistering speed towards the end of the map here. And Kester's managed to find his way around the side. Now, here's that bomb that Shockwave's been waiting for, Matt. He's sat on this for so long, and, well, he disappears as soon as he arrives.
It does buy you a little bit of time, though, as Spiral get one, Shockwave with another, so a little bit more of the long-range play paying off here for the Titans, but the Gladiators so far sitting a fantastic time. 4 minutes on the clock, so close to completing the map.
All right, 4 minutes for the Gladiators. That's an unreal lead that they have so far. And again, maybe to be expected. See the Gladiators come out of the gates, play a composition that's fairly comfortable. The Kevster Widowmaker now makes an appearance.
Yeah, and it'll be Shockwave over to that Hangzhou yet again here. Control that high ground. Masa with the rally. Maybe they thought that there was going to be a Gladiators commit coming on through.
I mean, there definitely wasn't going to be one after the fact, that is for sure. House money is what the Gladiators are playing with right now. So they happily concede after Patapan gets just ruined by the rail headshot. Okay, well, that's unexpected. They go for the Transcendence. They thought they might have lured them into the trap here. How do they convert now? It's a 4v4, but spawn advantage favors the Titans. They need to push forward, but Shockwave gets the anti-Widow kill. Kevster falls across the map. Love that pathing from Reiner. Bit of Doomfist parkour in this, man, for sure.
The DPS players, though, of the Titans are able to open up the fight with 2 picks in their favor. And even with like a trade in the middle of that there, now you're relying on what? Funny Astro's going to pop his rally. Maybe Patapan get in the fight and make a play.
Yeah. Espy not happy about that when he goes for the overclock, and Patapan is able to find him first with the rail. Didn't have to be a headshot, enough damage was already done. Reiner forces a Transcendence here. Again, another really less than ideal support ultimate forced out of the Titans map.
Oh, this is a brutal spot to be fighting Brigitte in, but he's got Funny Astro there with him as it looks like the Gladiators will be able to pick up the kills needed. Finish the map 2:22 in the time bank. So the Gladiators storm back on offense. So we've seen this far. It's like on control, the Titans, like when it gets really fast and kind of messy and aggressive, they can play and like be the ones that set the pace. We see them play well. It seems like on their defensive ends, it seems to be a little bit lacking at this time, but
I mean,
we'll see. Opportunity to get a draw.
We saw Masa with a rally that didn't really have, it wasn't in sync with what the rest of the Titans wanted to do. And then Aztec's forced to Transcendence in like a 2v4 situation at the end of the round. So Vancouver are sort of forced to part, hand over fist with a lot of those key support ultimates that would sort of let them hang on a little bit longer. It's really the Titans DPS players that sort of slow the Gladiators down. As soon as the Glads get a pick, they try and start a fight. It's like, okay, Shockwave's found one. Across the map with Hangzhou, he's just killed Kevster or something like that. So some good looks from the Titans who are able to just sort of stand up. And I'm going to reiterate, Mira is not being left behind by Reiner in this Doomfist matchup. He looks fantastic.
Mm-hmm. No, this is definitely a really nice look here for the Titans, where regardless of what happens in this series, you have a lot to build off of. So the Gladiators, you have some options here with 2:22 in the clock. Most likely they're going to play that Ashe again, play that long range, so it gives you a little bit more options on what you want to play as. Looks like they'll play the May, they'll play the Reinhardt here. They're probably just going to try and rush as, oh, that's going to be what? Oh, he takes out the Spire with a right click. That is massive.
That is unreal. What a gigantic pick from Patapan, making up for the fact that he was on the receiving end of the first pick when he was defending. Another little redemption arc in a series of them for Patapan. Shoes off that immortality field, but Mirror's knocked to the ground, and he's done so. This map is over.
I mean, just like that, a right click from Patapan seals the deal for the Gladiators. They go up 2-0, but this has been a hard-fought series.
Yep, not the way we thought we'd get here, Matt. The Titans showing us, again, the fruits of their labor over a very short window. They've had to try and find a look that works, and so far it's been excellent, excellent. Now, Kings Row, like we said, and their first map didn't really expose those weaknesses so much. The question is when we get to Escort, the Titans do get to choose yet another map, their last chance. They can pick something that suits them to stay alive in what has been a pretty competitive series so far, all things considered. Stick around, of course. Obviously, the map is preset, mind you, so yeah, no chance to choose now. I'm stuck in Texas mode. Don't go too far. Map number 3 in the last chance for the Titans looms.
Enjoy the detonation.
rotation to the point, but it's WGS Phoenix winning the fight. Saved by Aztec though. Oh, even Scale instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. The old bait switcher.
Have you picked up the legendary Luchador Reaper skin yet? The kickoff Clash legendary skin is still on sale through June 25th for just 200 League tokens. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of Overwatch League history. Yeah, we got to see a bit of the Reaper guy in the kickoff Clash. A little bit less of that so far. Right? No one really seems to want to play that composition, and as Danny and Johnny said on Watchpoint earlier on, it's like Dallas tried it, didn't work out. So perhaps we move away from those comps for now in the Overwatch League.
I think so. I think with how good Sojourn is right now, and Tracer obviously always pretty effective, it doesn't seem like there's a place right now for that Zarya Reaper comp.
Yeah, a little bit tough to make it work here, though. Now, we talked about winning the breakup, Matthew. Previous teammates of yesteryear, False and Reiner, now going head-to-head. We have a substitution at tank here as Mira comes out. False will be coming in. I'm curious to see what the pick is. Again, we talk about, False alongside Reiner. He was playing a lot of that off-tank as well. So all of those are still available. False's Winston we've seen a fair bit of so far. And again, he struggled. But I think it has a lot more to do with how coordinated the team is around that Winston. Whereas the Glads didn't have that problem. First game out, Reiner comes out in Winston and just does a lot of work on Ilios, that very, very first series here. So curious if we see anything like that, because 66, Matt, this was the kind of Zarya Reaper map in the previous stage.
Yeah, and for the Gladiators, it'll be the subs. It'll be Ons coming in and then Skewed. So Ons typically comes in for like that Widowmaker long-range hit scan, and then Skewed on the Brigitte. So we'll see what the Gladiators have cooked up here.
Well, hang on your hats, ladies and gentlemen, because this is where the Titans, well, keep this series going, frankly. They've shown us they can hang. They've shown us they can make maps competitive, but they need to sort of win one. It's a big ask against a team like this, the Gladiators, but you've got to start somewhere.
So I do not expect the Doomfist from the Titans after subbing out Mirror. I think you're going to see them go in a completely different direction. What direction that is, we'll find out. I mean, maybe the Sigma, maybe Winston, potentially like a Reinhardt here. It'll be for the Gladiators on defense thus far. It'll look like it'll be the Sigma in play. So, and then interesting. So Skewed and not on the Brigitte. He'll actually be on the Batiste. As Shu will stay on the Zen. So interesting setup here. We usually see Skewed always come into play the Brig, but maybe they have him pick up the Batiste in this type of scenario because Funny Astro plays a lot of like the Lucia, right? Even the Brig, not as much of the Batiste.
That's right, yeah. When we had the Gladiators in situations where they wanted to play sort of, don't want to use like Lucio or that Mercy, we saw Scoot involved. Interesting to see the Baptiste here. I mean, we saw what Shu did on this end. Really scary stuff from him. The Gladiators want to play a poke comp. Double sniper with the Sigma. Bit of poke here.
Looks like we're going to see some changes, though, as Aspire will go over to the Tracer, and then Shockwave will play the Hangzhou. So Tracer in the mix, put a little bit more pressure onto Reiner, put a little bit more pressure onto the Gladiators' backline, and still a Hangzhou to try and challenge this double sniper setup.
So much of the game plan for the defending team is predicated on these picks. So again, a lot of responsibility falls onto Aspire's shoulders. You can't just trust Shockwave to win every long-range duel. As the Tracer, you need to attract as much attention from these snipers as humanly possible. Give your team some time to move this card up. So far, not too shabby for the Titans.
Well, the thing is, well, here, with the double sniper setup on defense, the offense, you only have that one shield, right? Typically, like, you'd have like a double shield set up in play. You can kind of avoid them at times. It's going to be very difficult to do. Nice shot there, a headshot and a Shu. It's going to take out some extra damage there.
Hey, it's a nightmare. He's trying to, fight both Widow and Hangzhou at the same time and still picks off the most high-value target. That's ridiculous. And now he might even win out against Kevster. This Shockwave kid, man, there's something to this guy, I'm telling you.
Huge kills here from Shockwave at range. Just the aim that he has is just nutty. It'll be a point A take. Really no difficulties there for the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a sort of quasi sort of poke composition with a Tracer in tow against like the pokiest of poke comps. It doesn't get more pokey than this. Double sniper with that Sigma Zen Baptiste setup. But again, predicated on picks that just didn't happen.
No one can hide.
As Ons gets one here now. Idun you're a Titans player fan, you not want to see him get cooking here on the Widowmaker as Tracer goes down. It's, barely gets out. Yeah.
Again, no raw mechanism to match the infra site outside of, I guess, Sonic Arrow. So Arns knew he could play much more aggressively during that window. Still, Aztec definitely gave him some cause for concern, but it slowed down the Titans, right? They're able to get, you know, some form of neutral fight between their what exists of their front lines, and False definitely getting coming up second best there.
Yep. So Reiner gets tagged a little bit. Can he use the gravitic flux though?
Look at the Shockwave now. Shockwave wasn't caught in that flux, but he wants to make life harder for this Hangzhou, who's just been such a nuisance. Shockwave commits to playing in a cave against the Hyperspheres, so he probably knew he had an expiry date.
Yeah, and without Shockwave, you don't have anything long range here, as the gravitic flux is used by False, but so many players drop for the Titans as it's going up.
Yeah, and Matrix is also there, so even though they lack that extra firepower of Arns, there's still a whole lot the Glads can do to hold their ground. Interesting here, speculative Dragon Strike thrown into the Saloon, maybe hoping the Gladiators had a reason to sort of play more clumped together, but everyone gets out scot-free.
I was going to say, maybe they think they can get like Reiner low enough for Aztec coming off the spawn to get him at an angle. You'd have Transcendence if they kind of got onto the car, try to battle it out, but trying to dislodge Reiner from this position where he's playing on this rock here, very difficult to get rid of.
Shockwave falls back. Those Hyperspheres, real nuisance for the Hangzhou. Shield in his way, and Aztec finally is laid low. And there's Shu's firepower.
Just
a big reminder of that once more.
It's not even like the damage from the Gladiators that's like really difficult. It's like just like the lethality of like the lineup that they have, right? Where like, you know, you see right there, Shockwave, like he turns the corner, he can get one shot by the, you know, Zen Volley, Hangzhou, Widowmaker, like so many things that can just take somebody out if they poke out a little bit too far.
Like, it's not the sheer amount of damage, right? It's how quickly it comes and how focused it is.
And it does need to come from multiple targets. Like you could go, he could go lower here and think he's gonna go challenge somebody, right? And if it's a Zen, he's loading up a volley, or a Hangzhou like lands a shot, like he's dead instantly.
Arns holds the infra site for a moment. Oh, nicely done! That's not an easy shot to hit again. Shockwave delights us. As Arns is taken down with infra site available. Another one there on right, a bit of a freebie now as Shockwave gets to move in a more aggressive positioning.
I hope we got that one on replay from his POV. That is, from Arns' POV, that looked like an unreal shot.
Let's just say Seagull feels vindicated now. He's been avenged.
Yeah.
Oh, is that rather sheepish infra site? All right. Arns trying to see just how badly his kingdom is eroded in his absence. Pretty bad. No great sightlines to play with right now, and that card is still moving forward. Right now able to find Aztec though. That's a pretty big headshot. Force falls back.
This has been a lot like what we've seen though in this series. Like the Titans, their offenses have been good. It's just been their defenses that have been a little bit lacking. We'll see if it'll change when they go on the defensive side of things. But so far, Gladiators with this double sniper set it up. It'll be Aspire's actually going to change here at the end, Mitch. I think you just need to, even if you're not going to, like, you don't think this is the right exact move, like, you need to kind of counter this as Shockwave's behind them right now. Okay.
All right. None the wiser are the Gladiators. Poison mine to the caves. All right, has to be a Transcendence there. Reiner's going to be happy enough with that one. Repositioning there from Masa, trying to get out of the way of the Widowmaker as he shield bashes across. Now, what if Shockwave? Are they ready for this Dragon Strike? Comes from a weird angle. It's definitely going to give his position away, but it doesn't claim any kills. Shu doesn't quite know where he needs to be with this Transcendence. Oh my God, Aztec!
He knows where he needs to be.
My God, Air Matrix thrown up, and Shu's very first orb comes out and claims him a kill. That'll be that double sniper comp. Too strong for the Titans there as they are left scratching their heads.
He needs to relocate using the Transcendence. Actually, he ends up using it to save Reiner, because Reiner's up on that high ground with the Gravitic Flux. I think probably used it to save him from the Flux, but doesn't realize the Dragon is coming from his side of the map. Ends up saving both of them, probably, from falling at the hands of that Dragon Strike.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave really spent time sort of laying those plans for this sort of bizarre flanking Dragon Strike. And who knows what he was up to there, really. But once the Dragon Strike came out, didn't really get any kills. Shockwave obviously gives his position away there, so the Gladiators at least have a chance to respond to that. And it's the Gravitic Flux that comes out, right? Reiner doesn't get any kills with that, but it slows the Titans down in a big way. Makes it hard for them to sort of make sure that the flank from Shockwave is coming at the right time.
No double sniper on defense. They'll go with the Tracer with the Hangzhou setup yet again. So Gladiators, I fully expect him to commit to this double sniper. Let's see the shot.
Off Sonic? No. Oh, man. Oh, he's still busted. Come on, bro. Oh, was Rhino ahead of his shield there?
It might have been just a little bit.
A few particle effects there, hard to tell, but I don't even know if Shockwave intended to get that kill, but just to pressure the shield down. Oh, we'll be happy with that either way. Still, quite a job for the Titans here. They're really going to get sort of most of the way through that second part of the map here, and it's so volatile, Matt, playing against the double sniper setup.
Yeah, and it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Spire to make use of this Tracer on the defensive side of things rather than on offense. Going into the Hangzhou in the Zen going to be a little bit harder.
All right. Hans, he's watching some close angles, so he's expecting a Tracer here from Aspire. Spots him out there briefly. Poison Mine revealed that. Still, this is the awkward spot for the double sniper setup, man. Not the best of sidelines.
No, this is where you're just trying to find any pick. The Titans have done a nice job not giving them anything, right? Playing that Sigma with the Brig up on the high ground and then the Tracer to contest the card on the low ground.
Good pressure, but mostly via body shots here from Arns. Oh, wow! Okay, looks like he was knocked across there by a Hypersphere. That actually ruined his aim on that shot. Not saying it would have hit it otherwise, but definitely made it harder. Oh, had a chance there on Aspire. Aspire was hit with a Discord Orb, so even a body shot might have been enough there, and eventually the Titans actually able to win out. That elongated trade from the high ground goes their way.
Yeah, and if Hans isn't going to hit some of those shots, not exactly the easiest shots, but still shots we've seen him hit in the past, it'll be very difficult to push with this Widowmaker.
Again, first step is getting that Sigma off the high ground, but he's playing alongside the Brig, so even if you push into that setup, I mean, the defenders are ready for you. They have a lot of proximity-based healing. They can then benefit from the AoE that you're using as attackers to poke them in that little aperture. Ooh, Aztec spotted. Kevs to finish the job there. From two different sources came long-range damage, and it was enough. Right able to win out eventually. They get rid of Master. They force the Titans out of this position, but False, he's there with Aspire and Shockwave. They come alive once more, and the Gladiators are having a real problem trying to crack open this nut, this high ground defense.
Yeah, even after getting Aztec, which is huge, right? Getting rid of the Discord, not able to make any more progress. So that was an Ant Matrix used there as well for the Gladiators. So Aztec playing on that ramp, though. They're going to know he's there, as that's exactly where he fell the last time.
Oh my. Arns just gets caught on a 1v1 against False, but did False make a blunder by going for that play? Skew's able to eliminate a spy here, and the aggressive positioning tells me that the Gladiators are ready to finish the fight.
Yeah, it's that time. False, we saw he turn the corner to get like a shield in Ance's face, but everybody else had kind of taken over Big Earls and gotten up on the high ground, and Shockwave's just a large source of the damage with Aztec as well. His suite of walls here. It's going to prevent them from even getting a touch.
Sorry, the Dragon Strike came through there. Shockwave got pressured. Skew pushed his way through the tunnel.
And you know, you push up a little bit here to try and get this maybe contest, and now you're in a spot where you may end up staggering here, and now you're throwing in some more ults.
Kev's just thinking about the Dragon from that position, I'm sure of it. He holds onto it though, good patience as the Transcendence comes out. Dragon comes a little bit later, Gravitic Flux being used by False.
Oh, nice shot.
Reiner was caught in that one. Yeah, I mean, Ryan is in a little bit of trouble here. The rest of his team needs to sort of push to where he is. He's dancing shields while he can. But the Gravitic Flux is enough for the Titans to encircle the enemy Sigma.
Oh, I've seen from False when he had that Gravitic Flux, right? He had his own Sigma shield in play, knew that Reiner was lining up an accretion and did a great job just kind of like angling himself to dodge that. But now coming in for the Gladiators, you have both support ults here. Everything was thrown in by the Titans just trying to survive.
All right. It's been rocky. Anything but smooth sailing for the Glad so far, but again, it's yeah, the combination of Amp Matrix and a support player. This time, Skewed finds 2. Thank you very much.
You know, they catch Moss out a little bit forward there. Maybe didn't expect him to come through that high ground and then wrap around towards the payload, but that's exactly what happens. And you drop that Amp Matrix there, you just blow up the Brigitte, and then you just jump down. You're able to deal with the Zen rather quickly. This payload will get close to completion.
I feel like the composure for the Titans has been quite good, right? Their defensive holds on both stages of the map. But it's just one fight, one little thing, whether it's a positioning error, someone overextending, like False.
You're also going up against a championship team, like the number 1 team from that.
But the Titans, the Titans are forcing errors, though, out of the Gladiators a lot of these fights. But they've got 90 seconds to hold on for, so they need to do that again in this fight. This fight, get a win here, force Transcender, still win regardless, then they're in good shape. It's far from over here, but Kevster gets Shockwave. He wins that battle. Look at him, set up there. Proud as a pigeon on the high ground. As Dak falls to long-range pressure from Shu, and he looks like he's far from done. Ryder needs help, and Shu plunges into the enemy formation with their Transcendence up. The healing's going to be there, and Skewed gets involved once more. That's another series for the Los Angeles Gladiators with the Titans. I think they can be happy with this, even in a 3-0.
It was a pretty close, like, as terms of 3-0s get, like, that is a close one. You can see, like, on the scoreline, right? Control, map 1 goes all the way down to the end where the Titans even looked like they had a lead at the end. Kings Row, very competitive, and then same here on Route 66. So typically, the series like this, you kind of look and it's a 3-0, but you really have to watch it to appreciate how close of a series this was.
Yeah, absolutely. And it wasn't just the Mirror Doomfist that this entire sort of run was predicated on, right? We speculated before the show saying, hey, look, Sigma's pretty good now, right? Well, while False maybe wasn't able to find success in a lot of his Winston battles in the kickoff Clash qualifiers, now Sigma seems to be the go-to on a few of these maps where he can maybe ease into a style that suits him just a little bit better. The time is definitely right for the Vancouver Titans to sort of make up for lost time. I think it's worth pointing out, though, that the Midseason Madness counts the first stage as well as this Midseason Madness qualifiers for qualification. So you start this run 06. That 06 matters if you're trying to fight in the Midseason Madness. So this is definitely a stage where if you're the Titans, you realize that you say, we're still trying to rebuild. We're still trying to find what works. But I think there's a lot of really important data for them to take from this series and the rest of this stage to help them improve.
If I remember correctly as well, I think they have like a really tough schedule here in this Midseason Madness. Like over their next 6 games, they play a lot of the teams in the upper echelon of the league. But like you were mentioning, you start off the kickoff Clash right 0-6. I think what you do is you obviously try and get some wins here during Midseason Madness, get as many points as you can. You then kind of really build towards that 3rd tournament of the year, right? Where it's just the stage 3. It's just those points in that one earned to qualify for the tournament. Maybe you're able to qualify there, get some more points, make a run towards that play-in at the end of the season.
You can see how, on the other side, the Gladiators, their vaunted flexibility that they often boast having is tested. It's going to be tested in this Midseason Madness qualifier. They were 4-2 previously, in the kickoff Clash. Where they came squeaky clean behind the ears was when it got to land. They've got to make it there again. But this is a great start for them so far. Just talk about a player of the match, though, here. A lot of chopping and changing, a lot of substitutions from the Gladiators players, but we're going to give it to Patapan here for, again, some really important impacts, especially early in the series. The pick on Kings Row is the one that really stands out to me, but this guy's picking up, hit scan duty alongside Kevster in some situations, right? We've seen him on Sojourn when Kevster switches back off. He's showed us a bunch of different looks here. Was a really key component of that sort of early build of momentum in this series, man.
Yeah, I mean, he had some crucial plays on Lijiang Tower. We were talking about it when he switched over to Cassidy here with some big kills with the Magnetic Grenade, the Sojourn play on King's Row, also being able to switch towards other things like the May, and then sealing away King's Row, which was a very close map with the kill onto Aspire early on the May. It was really the biggest difference here today, as Panapan had a good series when he was in.
Yeah, he's got a sniper score line here, right? Like sub 7k hero damage per 10, but like those final blows are above 10 here. And again, railgun accuracy that's above 50%. So a lot of these Sojourn players are feeling very comfortable. They're finding they're able to hit these rails with sometimes alarming consistency. And it skews a lot of these fights heavily one way or the other. You saw what Shockwave could do on the same pick. So for these two teams going forward, yes, we have a winner, we have a loser, but both should be pleased with some of the insights they're able to take away from this match so far. And so should we, as we're starting to understand what the meta's shaping up like. I think we want to, sprinkle a bit more context on that and that whole discussion as it develops, Matt. So let's head over to Watchpoint and have them break down the day that was here. I'm very curious to hear what our experts have to say about what we've seen so far in terms of metagame. So we'll see you in a moment.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the post show, everybody. I'm here joined by Funny Astro from Los Angeles Gladiators. Funny Astro, congratulations on the win. And also, I don't think I congratulated you guys for winning the kickoff clash as well. So congratulations on being the champions of Stage 1 as well.
Thank you.
And I'm talking to this one. Let's talk about this match. I mean, I personally think Gladiators' biggest forte is, of course, you guys have great players, but also you guys have you guys are a very versatile team. Versatile team. Even today we saw the Doomfist composition, you guys pulled out the Rush. Not only that, at the very end we saw Sigma double sniper composition as well. So, Funny Astro, I just want to ask you, out of all those different compositions that you guys could play, what do you feel the most comfortable with?
I think we're comfortable just swapping. We're really flexible and we're not scared to just pick random heroes and change to whatever we feel like will work. So I don't think there's any one comp we're most flexible on or most confident on.
Okay. How about is there your personal favorite composition that you like?
I personally just like any comp with Lucio in, but I'm not sure what everyone else agrees with that.
Okay. You're one of the best Lucios that we have, so that sort of makes sense. And also, I do feel like it is a bit early to ask this, but I'm just out of curiosity about the meta. Do you believe the meta is sort of already set? I mean, judging by, because you guys the teams are always scrimming together, and also we saw a couple matches. It's only been a couple days, but do you think the meta is sort of setting right now, or do you think it's still developing?
I think it's still developing for sure. I think Sojourn, people are only just starting to realize how strong she is. She looks really powerful. With the railgun one shot, it's almost got no counterplay. So I think we'll probably see a lot more of that. And as for the rest of the heroes, I don't know what's good at the moment.
No Zen kick. A lot of people like the Zen kick.
Zen kick is a little broken, but I'm not sure what else you're meant to play with it. As long as you got Zen and Sojourn, I think you're good.
All right. Well, interesting. All right, Funny Astro, thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win, and hope to talk to you again soon, bro.
Great. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Funny Astro, bro.
Bro.
I love that you slipped that one in.
Bro.
They're like this now. They had 3 minutes of small talk heading into that interview, you're essentially married.
Yeah, he told me about his Funny Astro name, where the name comes from. I only heard dinosaur, or Zoe talking about dinosaur. So I don't know how that.
It is a dinosaur-related reference. Yes.
But you won't tell me.
Because you could have listened to him, he explained it.
Talking to me. I'm now so curious.
So rude.
How that?
So are the viewers.
Huh?
The viewers are just what did they talk about?
Yeah.
Now you're not alone. Now everyone doesn't know. Yeah. So now Funny Astro has to make a tweet longer or something.
A tweet longer.
About my name.
About that. I'm waiting for that one. In the meantime, though, we can talk about the match we just saw. I think Matt put it very nicely. As far as 3-0s go, that was a close one. It was. I mean, that sounds more like an insult than a compliment, but it actually was meant as a compliment because I think a lot of us didn't expect the Vancouver Titans to be able to put up quite the fight that they did. How did they manage to play it a little closer on each and every map, Reinforce?
They have unbelievable firepower on this team. Yeah, so I tried to set them up a little bit. Okay, I know they didn't win in the maps, but I tried to just like a crumb of opium for the Vancouver Titans, right? Because they have very skilled players, and that's something that Matt also said on the cast, right? That Vancouver Titans, they're 0-6, 0-7 now, but they're not necessarily just an awful team like we've had in some previous seasons, where it's just this team that they're not going to win a match all season. The Vancouver Titans, they can compete. They have the player talent available to do a pretty good job here in the Overwatch League. So when you have Shockwave, who can pop off like he did on Sojourn, you have Mirror, who had a really impressive Doomfist showing here on Lijiang Tower, just the way he stayed alive so long in these fights. It was an absolute nuisance to the backline of the LA Gladiators. And then also, as I mentioned, being able to throw falls onto that Sigma on Route 66, I think these are a couple of good looks from the Vancouver Titans. Being able to complete King's Row here against the LA Gladiators, few teams can do that, right? So that's a testament to how good the Vancouver Titans can be. And I expect them to win a lot of maps this stage. I expect them to actually get 1 or 2 upset wins here because there is some uncertainty with the meta. Some of these teams that we knew as very strong elite in stage 1, there's no guarantee that they'll be fantastic in the mid-season madness, right, with a new meta change. So the Vancouver Titans, they're punching upwards, and an impressive 0-3 loss.
But I just want to say I was very impressed with Mirror's Doomfist as well. I think they got something going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Positive thing.
I mean, Miro, as he came into the league, like he was hailed and known as a fantastic Doomfist player. It's great to see that coming into play today, and I thoroughly enjoyed both teams also utilizing that Sojourn. Generally, I think today we were treated to a lot more Sojourn, which we deserved. All right, we've been waiting an entire stage for that to happen. So it's great to see her being utilized in a lot of different ways as well. Reinforce when we talked about her and about the meta, you mentioned that it's a little unsure like what her actual place is or what her real role is. Have you figured that out based on the last few days?
Well, I think the biggest takeaway is just like she's really strong right now. Like her kit is really good. Like being able to hit these headshots with the charged up alternate fire. I mean, that you're essentially like a Widowmaker from afar, and they increase the radius, right? So you don't have to be as precise to get these headshots with the alternate fire, and that very small buff makes a big difference when you have these incredibly mechanically skilled players in the Overwatch League. Because the ratio of headshots you're going to get with that, the ratio of picks we're going to get. How many times today did we just see a damage player just like open up a fight by getting a long-range headshot, right, with that alternate fire? It makes a huge difference. So Sojourn just puts out so much damage, a lot of pick potential, and being able to generate as well that alternate fire on these shields, like when you're playing on Sigma, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's just, Costa said it as well in his cast with Jaws. Like, she's just so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
It's such a fast-paced, fun, high impact, very zoom. That's a technical term for it. And that's why, of course, it's no surprise that she must have made it into some of our best of the days.
Yeah,
she not.
maybe.
So, Danny, what you got? You got a Sojourn play for us? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think this character is called Sojourn. I don't know. It's this gun lady that has really thick thighs. And can one-shot headshot. And mine is about that lady, and the player that played it was Hisu. Yes, it's Sojourn. Yes, and this shot right there, we just missed it. It was super quick, but I think that aim was just
disgusting.
Oh, disgusting play from Hisu, just on top. Yeah,
we had a couple of these, right?
Yeah, there was. I think there was one from. Was it from Aspire as well on the last match? Yeah.
Mid-air, man.
Row. Yeah.
I love when
mid-air, that too.
When we're watching the game, like in the truck, and like people are walking around getting a water, coming back to the games, and sometimes you're just like, whoa! It's just like, just crazy shot, and the entire truck just like, woo!
For so long, those kind of reactions were like sort of designated for like Widow plays, and now I'm just happy that like it could be Widow or Sojourn now.
Or a Zenyatta kick, like it can be anything at this point, honestly. And I love the current way to play in Overwatch is there's so much carry potential, so much pop-up potential in those 5v5 kind of scenarios. And I had a particular individual popping off big times. And that should have been yours, honestly, Danny. Like, I don't know if I yoinked this point from you or not. Maybe I did, but
Kai,
that Kai guy, though.
That Kai, though.
Like, he's just casually getting a 5K.
5K. Okay.
A 5K? A 5K? Yes, actually. Big yes to that lower third.
Was this a 5K? 3K? Oh, does he get 2 more here?
5.
That was a 5K.
And then he wraps around.
It was a 5K, felt like a 10K. Yeah. Honestly, just amazing all across the board. I mean, Kai is just a joy to watch, and it's great to see him not just like further in the back when he's on that Widowmaker making things happen, but like getting into the midst of things with that Sojourn and just like absolutely wrecking.
Yeah. He's always just like, he never gets really hyped.
You can't see that in his face.
Like, oh, I got 5K. He never does. He's just like. All right, next kill.
I want to have that calm. I really do. What did it for you today, Reinforce?
Well, I got another Sojourn clip for you.
Oh!
Right here.
Wow.
Not today. No, I actually don't.
You got me hyped there for a second.
No, it's not Sojourn, okay? It's Doomfist, okay?
Close enough.
Yeah. Hawk here. Hawk here. Punching out an Echo. into the air. And like this is what you can do as a tank player when you learn the Doomfist kit.
Oh.
Being able to utilize that seismic slam to leap up into the air and then punch echoes out of the air.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a joke here.
Railgun or like a boosted. What is that weapon even called? The fisted glove thing he has.
Fist of Doom.
Is that an actual weapon? I mean, he has a weapon attached to it.
The hand cannon?
Yeah.
Is it a hand cannon?
The whole thing.
The whole
what is it
thing.
called?
The glove.
Little trivia for everybody.
Is it
the actual hand?
Yeah, is it just called the glove?
Is it the Doom Fist? No?
Is it called the Doom Fist?
I don't know.
It might
Meteor...
be.
Oh wow, no one.
And we work here.
I mean, there's a canon name for it. We're just stupid. That's what.
I'm pretty sure there is a name for it. That's it. That's all I have. Like I'm pretty sure there's a name for the weapon.
Doom
Either
weapon.
way, the Doom weapon. We'll figure it out as we go along. We're the experts here, obviously, as you can tell. Yeah, no, that was great. Let's just like glance over that one, gloss over this one, and look at tomorrow's schedule.
Yeah, everybody forget about it.
From our lack of knowledge.
All right, tomorrow's schedule.
There we go. Good distractions coming in hot with the Outlaws taking on the Washington Justice in our first game tomorrow, followed by the Paris Eternal, who will be fighting it out with the LA Gladiators. And last but certainly not least, the Dallas Fuel will go up against the Atlanta Reign again. This one I'm very excited. I'm going to set this up as the ultimate grudge match.
Yeah.
It's going to be such a revenge story, and might be one in favor of the Atlanta Reign, as they have been looking good so far, whereas Dallas Fuel, they had a slow start, Danny.
Yeah, no, they definitely need to prove themselves. Like, I remember yesterday, what was it yesterday? They played? Was it? That was yesterday, yeah.
Sure.
That was yesterday. You know, they unfortunately lost, and I did say that, you know, they Dallas Fuel tends to have like slower starts. It already started, so it's time, Dallas Fuel, to you know, all right, get back on. All right. Get back on.
It's still a circle.
Yeah,
I thought we went linear.
Time's ticking. All right, Dallas Fuel. I believe in you guys.
All right, reinforce. Which match are you hyped about?
I think it has to be the Outlaws against the Justice. It's a very like story-based. You know, there's a word for it. You know, it's the Outlaws against the Justice. You know, it's very typical of a great story. It's when the Justice comes for the Outlaws and they're going to take on.
Oh, I see where you're going with this one.
Yeah, there's a word for it.
Almost an RPG at this point.
Yeah, it's a great story. So I'm looking forward to see the Outlaws against the Justice. See who comes out on top. It's going to be a thriller.
Are you for Outlaws or for Justice?
Yeah, are you a good guy or bad guy?
Do you fight for
I
Justice?
root for the winners. So I'm going to pick the winners tomorrow.
Well, that's
okay.
Easy cop out. We take it. Why not? Yeah, I think we're out of steam here. It was a long day and it's very hot in this truck actually right now. So yeah, I think this is a perfect time to say goodbye. We thank you all for watching. Thank you, gentlemen, once again for joining me here in our truck. We will be back with all the action day number 3 here in our mid-season. Mid-season madness.
Midsummer season madness.
No, there's no summer in this word.
There isn't?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, it's been a long day. Thank you so much for watching. See you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Mid-season madness.